Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This is part 14 of What If Naruto Was in Maken and got a harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto was now back in Konoha, the place that just ignores him, mostly. Well, that's a sour thought. Naruto, you've been silent for a while, Shikamaru said. Oh sorry, just had some things on my mind. Naruto said. Well, it's late, I'm heading out. Naruto said, turning around and heading out the door, surprising everyone. Naruto, Sakura called out. Naruto stopped and turned his head to her. Well, Anyo, I could walk with you home if that's what you want. Sakura said, blushing, looking to the floor. And she's acting like Hinata, Ino whispered, but then she noticed that Hinata was right next to, accidentally making her feel bad. Hinata looked to the ground with sadness and some shame. It's not like it's a bad thing, Hinata. I swear, Ino quickly said, feeling guilty of accidentally putting Hinata down. No thanks, Sakura-chan, Naruto said with a stoic expression, making Sakura frown with a gloomy aura. But I'll walk you home if that's what you'd like, Naruto suggested. Sakura stared at Naruto with a surprised expression as her eyes shined and a loving aura surrounded her. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable at the sight of a lovey-dovey Sakura staring at his direction. Sakura quickly ran over and appeared beside him, smiling. Oh, and Sasuke, nice to see Himegami Imouto gave you all that stuff, Naruto said as he opened the door. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at that, but finally noticed that he still had all of Himegami's trinkets from the festival. Son of a bitch, Sasuke cursed with annoyance. Naruto couldn't help but burst with laughter while Sakura giggled. Oh man, classic, Naruto exclaimed with a grin as Sakura went out the door with Naruto following and closing the door. Well, now that he's gone, there's something I want to discuss, Tsunade said with a smirk, catching everyone else's attention. Naruto was whistling a song as he walked down a dirt road of Konoha with his hands in his pockets and Sakura walking alongside him. Sakura was feeling nervous. Naruto seemed uninterested as he just walked alongside her, but even so, she couldn't help but think how handsome he looks. She blushed red as she twiddled with her fingers and looked to the side of the ground. Deciding to make conversation, she asked a question. What song is that? Sakura asked. Crazy Noisy Bizarre Town by the Do. It's an opening song from one of my favorite anime, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Naruto answered. What is JoJo all about anyway? It's a story where each part stars a different main protagonist who all happen to share the nickname JoJo, by having two parts of their first and last names mixed together. Like Jonathan Joestar, Higashikata Josuke, are my favorite. That badass of all badasses, Kujo Jotaro. Each part is, as the name implies, a bizarre adventure, Naruto briefly explained. I see. Sakura, just wondering something. Yes. Do your parents hate me? Naruto asked, shocking her. My parents? No, I don't think so. My dad, I can safely say, didn't have any harsh feelings towards you, but my mom, well, to be honest, I'm not sure. She might have just been worried to associate with me. Yes. Sakura sighed. Yeah. That's alright. Kept the villagers from hating your family too, Naruto said, looking ahead, missing Sakura's surprised face. She smiled as she stared at him. The rest of the way they were silent, but it was a nice silence. Sakura was smiling with a red blush and Naruto was admiring the stars in the sky. Space travel. Can never get my mind off that, Naruto thought. After a while, they made it to Sakura's home. Climbing up the stairs, Sakura was about to take out her keys, but the door flew open to reveal her mother. Sakura, about time. Where were you? I was worried, Mebukki quickly said as she was in front of her daughter. Where were you? Mom, I told you that I went to a special place for the entire day, Sakura answered. Please don't tell me it was a bar. Mom. Naruto chuckled at Mebukki's overprotective nature for her daughter. That was when Mebukki noticed the tall blonde down at the bottom of the stairs leading to their apartment. Mebukki's eyes widened in shock, at not just the fact that Naruto was back, but he looked absolutely different. He's back. And he's taller, Mebukki thought. Sakura noticed the shocked look on her mother's face and turned to see her line of sight was on Naruto. Oh, right, Naruto's back. The others and I left to bring him back, but there was a huge festival and all, you know, Sakura said with a grin, scratching the back of her head. Mebukki continued to stare at Naruto, feeling a bit concerned as he had a stoic look on his face, which from what she remembered from before he vanished, he never had a look like that before, especially when Sakura's around. Sakura-chan, I'm going to head out, Naruto said. Are you sure? You could come in. It'd be no trouble, Sakura insisted, surprising Mebukki. Nah, it's late. I don't want to intrude at a time like this. I'll see you later, Sakura-chan, Naruto said, giving a small wave to Sakura, before turning to Mebukki. Haruno-san, oyasumi. Naruto bowed to the elder Haruno, surprising Mebukey, before he stood up, turned and left. I don't believe it. He's not wearing orange anymore. Mebukey said with shock. I know. Pretty crazy, right? After 16 years, he finally wears something different, and it's a dark color too. Sakura said with a smile and smiles. And did I see signs of muscles? Mebukey asked with her arms semi-crossed as she held her left cheek with her left hand. Yep, Sakura said. Well, I'll be damned. Well, he looks great. I wish your father had muscles like those. Mebukey said, smiling at her daughter. Hey, I have muscles, Kazashi shouted from inside the house. He flexed his bicep as his wife and daughter looked to him. See, I got a bump, Kazashi exclaimed proudly pointing at his bicep. Sakura and Mebukey couldn't help but giggle at Kazashi. You know, I forget how similar Naruto and my dad can be. Sakura thought with a grin. Naruto made it to his old apartment. He stared at the door for a few moments. Memories of his time here flashed before his mind. He opened his hand as a golden flame appeared for a second only to reveal house keys after disappearing. He stuck the key into the lock, twisted and opened the door. Walking right in, Naruto gently kicked the door closed. He walked around the dark apartment with a stoic expression. He looked around the whole room, which was his bedroom and kitchen put together. He frowned with somber eyes as he thought how lonely it was in the apartment. Naruto sighed as he took off his jacket, then shirt and boots, placing them on the dining table, while his Jotaro Kujo had an outfit he still held vanished via golden flames. He walked over to the bed, lied down on his back with his hands behind his head and stared up at the ceiling. He blinked his eyes, before turning his head to his window to stare up at the sky. He closed his eyes as he thought about all his friends back at Tenbi. Not even an hour in Konoha and he already misses them so much it makes his heart bleed. Good night, guys. Good night, Azuki-chan, Cha-Cha-chan and Kimi-chan. Naruto said, turning onto his side, starting to go to sleep. Back at Tenbi, Azuki, Cha-Cha and Kimi were getting ready for bed, undressing themselves, when they felt a warmth in their hearts. Did you girls feel that? Naruto-kun was just thinking about us. Cha-Cha called out. How do you know? Azuki questioned. She knows because she can feel it, just like me. Kimi called out. Azuki's eyes softened as she placed a hand over her heart. I miss him. In the dorm room of Takaru, Himegami, Haruko and Anaho, they too were getting ready for bed. Himegami was taking off her bra, when a portal opened behind her. She turned around to see Sasuke walk out with all her stuff that she forgot he still had in his arms. Sasuke had noticed that Himegami was topless. As she blushed, Sasuke's eyes were shadowed. After a few moments of silence, Sasuke dropped all of Himegami's items. Here's your stuff. Yane, Sasuke said with his hands in his pockets, before turning and leaving through the portal that then vanished. Haruko and Anaho had seen the whole scene with surprised expressions, with Anaho's eyes being wide anime style and having a cat mouth. What? Anaho questioned. Stupid jerk. Don't go dropping my collectibles. Himegami shouted with a shaking fist and exaggerated pissed off anime expression. There was a knock at the door. Is everything alright in there? Takaru asked on the other side of the door. Zip it Ohyama, Kodama shouted. Okay. Hours later in Shinobi World, Naruto opened his eyes. He sat up and stretched, causing his muscles to tighten. Finishing, Naruto scratched the upper part of his back as he looked out the window to see it was still dark out. Naruto looked out the window to see it was still dark out. When he looked to his old alarm clock, he noticed it was 2 hours from dawn. The time zones in both worlds are different. It might be dawn over at Tenbi, but over here it's still dark. Damn. Then now what? Naruto thought as he looked to his lap. Blinking his eyes, he hopped out of bed and fell forward, landing onto the ground on his hands and feet as he then started doing push-ups. Never hurts to do the basics. Naruto thought as he did push-ups. He did his regular morning routine, but this time he did 1,000 push-ups, one-armed push-ups on each arm, sit-ups, crunches, bicycle crunches, squats, handstand push-ups and one-arm handstand push-ups. Once done, Naruto sighed and wiped away tiny traces of sweat from his forehead. He looked to the alarm to see he only wasted about half an hour of time. Damn, I'm not even really winded. Naruto thought. He looked to the doorframe that led out the room. He cupped his chin within his thumb and index. I should get a pull-up bar. Can't get a punching bag though. Bruce Lee was a regular man, but he needed his punching bags to be 3 tons heavy and filled with metal. Can't imagine what I'd need. Naruto scratched his chin as he thought of what to do now. Guess I'll go for a jog. Naruto walked over to his old closet, opening it to reveal his old wardrobe of orange pants and orange and black jumpsuits. So many warm colors. Naruto thought with a sweat drop. At least he had black shirts. He took one and tried putting it on, but he had a little trouble with the neck hole. After a moment, he managed to push his head through the hole, only for it to stretch a bit. When Naruto managed to get it on, he noticed that it was really tight on his muscular body and revealed his belly button. Guess my old wardrobe won't do. Naruto thought as he then crossed his arms, only for him to hear a rip. Turning his head, he saw that the back of the shirt was now ripped, showing a good portion of his back. Yar days. Naruto thought with a frown and half-lidded eyes. It was the crack of dawn in Konoha. Naruto was currently running atop of the Hokage monument. He was just dressed in his leather pants and ankle boots. Other than that, there was no other article of clothing on him, except his Shadaime necklace, which means he is shirtless. He had a stoic expression on his face. This was his 89th lap around the village and he wasn't even really winded. Guess being a demigod didn't really have the drawback of exhaustion when it came to the basics. You know, so long as there are no ways holding you down. Naruto stopped atop his father's head, turning to see the sun coming out from the distance. Naruto noticed that it shined brighter than usual as it rose up. He smiled at this. It's nice to see that you're still watching over me, even when I'm in a different world, my goddess. Naruto thought with a smile. Naruto lifted his pit up and sniffed himself, scrunching up his face in a bit of disgust. Well, I deserve a shower. Once I make it to 100 laps. Naruto said, before he continued his run. After running 100 laps, Naruto made his way back into his apartment. Walking into the bathroom, he took off his pants and long boxers before starting up the shower. Waiting a while, Naruto hopped right in, only for his eyes to widen. Oh damn it, I forgot that the water was always cold. Damn landlord liked to keep my water supply cold as his way to give me the middle finger. Naruto thought with annoyance. Guess I'll need to have a talk with him. Getting out of the shower, Naruto put his boxers and pants on. He put his ankle boots back on as he walked out the door and headed downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs he stopped in front of the landlord's door. He knocked hard on the door, creating a crack. After a few moments, Naruto knocked on the door again, causing the crack to grow bigger. After a few moments, nothing, so he knocked again. Hold on. A deep, raspy voice spoke from the other side of the door. Opening it was a short, burly man with a round stomach. He was bald and had a gray spiky beard, and wore a simple grass green sleeveless shirt, gray shorts and a towel wrapped around his fat neck. Yes, what do you want? It's very early in the morning. The landlord said, but when he noticed who was in front of him, he gave a silent scream as his jaw dropped and eyes shadowed. He was stricken with fear. Yo tilde, Naruto said with a disinterested tone and stoic expression. The landlord quickly tried to close the door, but Naruto grabbed the edge of it and forced it open. He looked down at the man with a stoic stare. He's back. And he's totally ripped. The landlord thought with new fear. Itsuki-san, I have a problem. I've returned and there's still no warm water in my apartment. Now what's that all about? Naruto questioned in a calm manner. Well, you know, you were gone and I figured it would be a waste. Itsuki said as he started to sweat out of fear. That makes sense. So will you turn the heater on for me? Naruto asked. Well, there are precautions. Don't bullshit me. I know when someone is lying. Naruto said calmly with his stoic expression. Listen you. You can't just barge into a man's home and demand something like this. You stupid brat, you're still a selfish little punk of a demon thinking you could order me around. Itsuki exclaimed pointing at Naruto. Naruto remained calm as he stared down at Itsuki. Itsuki couldn't help but gulp. He expected Naruto to curse and yell, but with him just being calm and displaying no emotion, that was actually scary. Demon. Naruto spoke calmly making Itsuki sweat with gritting teeth. Now that I think about it, you don't know me so well, do you, Itsuki-san? Naruto said holding his chin. Itsuki gulped again as he subconsciously took a step back. Let's fix that, Naruto said walking into the apartment room, closing it and locking it, worrying Itsuki. He gripped the doorknob tightly and sent his thermal energy into it, heating up the metal of the knob. He walked past Itsuki. Itsuki quickly hurried over and grabbed the doorknob, only to yelp in pain as he released the super hot metal. Naruto opened the fridge of Itsuki to see if he had anything to drink. I'm going to take one of your beers. Naruto said as he took a can of beer, opened it and took a few gulps as he grabbed another can of beer. Walking over to Itsuki's kitchen table, Naruto noticed a chair had fallen over. He kicked the chair up, making it flip in the air and land on its legs, allowing Naruto to sit right on it as he chugged the beer. Naruto lifted the unopened can up and slammed it onto Itsuki's table, causing a shockwave, causing Itsuki to jump in fear. After a few more gulps, Naruto separated the can of beer from his lips. Sit, Naruto said with shadowed eyes. Sit. Let's talk, Naruto said pointing at the chair across from Naruto. We don't know anything about each other, so let's fix that. Sit down. Let's talk. Naruto said, looking to Itsuki with a cool, stoic stare. Itsuki shook in place. For some reason, a calm, hard to read Naruto was much scarier than a loud, cursing Naruto. Itsuki felt like a leaf in front of a rising tidal wave. I think I'm going to crap myself out of fear. Itsuki thought as he was now sweating bullets. Sakura, now dressed in her shinobi clothes, was making her way towards Naruto's apartment building. After the whole experience of him being gone, she wanted to show how much she cared for him by spending as much time as she could with him within the month. Making it over, Sakura was about to walk to the stair, when a door next to it opened to reveal a shirtless Naruto, making her cheeks turn red as her eyes widened. Thanks a lot for understanding, Itsuki-san. It was a nice talk. Naruto said with a smile, turning to his now smiling landlord. No, it's quite alright. Thanks for showing me the errors of my ways. You sure have matured, Itsuki said with a smile. Arigato gozaimasu, Naruto said with a bow. He turned and headed up the stairs. Yo Sakura, Naruto said as he continued up the stairs. Sakura blinked her eyes as she watched his retreating form. She heard a sigh, making her turn to see Itsuki holding his left pectoral. Thank Kami. That was intense, Itsuki said. Is everything alright, sir? Sakura asked. It is now. That kid came down to complain about his water not being heated. I'll admit now that it was wrong of me to do so, but when he came down, he locked my door and heated up the doorknob, forcing me not to leave. He sat me down and we talked. He wanted me to understand him more, and despite how nice he was, it still scared the crap out of me. I mean, I thought Naruto being pissed would be troublesome, but a calm Naruto is even scarier, because you're always fearing he might snap at any moment. I know what you mean, Sakura said with shrug. It was a nice conversation, but the way I felt on edge, it was like, well, I wouldn't quite say it was like talking to the fire daimyo, it was more like talking to the leader of a Yakuza group. He acted all calm, but you felt like if you made the wrong move, you would get decapitated. Itsuki explained his quite morbid view. Trust me, he's not like that, Sakura said with her hands up. Well, I know that now. He really has changed, hasn't he? Yes, Sakura said with a nod. Well then, good luck Konoha. I pity the one who pushes him far enough for him to use violence, Itsuki said, before walking back into his apartment room. I hear you, Sakura thought as she looked up the stairs Naruto climbed. She went up the stairs. She stopped at the top floor and went up to Naruto's apartment door, knocking on it. Come in, it's open, Naruto called out. Sakura opened the door and made her way into his bedroom kitchen. Naruto, where are you? Sakura called out. I'm in the shower. Give me a second, Naruto said. No, take your time, Sakura quickly said. Trust me, I'm quick, Naruto said. You want some breakfast? Naruto asked as he shut off the water to his shower. Well, I did just walk out the house, but I don't want to impose, Sakura said. Nonsense. You know what? I'm making you breakfast either way. It sure makes me feel better to cook for someone other than myself in the morning, Naruto said. After about a minute, the door to the bathroom opened. Naruto came out zipping his pants zipper up, sighing with relief for some reason, with his hair dampened down and a towel wrapped around his neck. Sakura's eyes shot wide open as she felt her world spinning at just the sight of Naruto's look. As the blonde walked towards the kitchen side of his room, his hand brushed up the side of his head with locks of his hair sticking out between his fingers. He stopped when he was beside Sakura, turning his head to see her staring at him with her cheeks red and eyes wide. Dashta, what's up? Naruto asked. Nothing, Sakura exclaimed with her hands up. Naruto blinked at her, before continuing to the kitchen counter. Sakura stared at Naruto's body as her face was getting brighter. Naruto. He looks so hot. I've never seen him with his hair all wet and mopped like that. He looks great. And those muscles. It just makes me think. It just makes me. Sakura suddenly got an image of her completely naked moaning very audibly as she rode Naruto with her back arched, head leaned back and hands on his very muscular chest. Sakura's nose exploded with blood at the extremely vivid thought. Naruto, with pots and pans in his hands, turned his head to see Sakura turned her back to him. You okay? Naruto asked with concern. I'm fine, Sakura exclaimed with a muffled voice as she covered her nose as it continued to bleed. Naruto blinked his eyes as he felt a strange, yet familiar feeling inside Sakura. I probably don't want to know, Naruto thought as he opened his fridge, only to squeeze his nose shut. Damn, these ingredients aren't fresh and the milk's expired. Hell no, am I making breakfast with this stuff, even if it's still good enough for human consumption. On my honor as a chef, I refuse to use these to cook a meal, Naruto thought with annoyance as he closed the fridge door shut. Guess I'll have to use the reserves, Naruto thought, walking back to his kitchen counter and quickly washed his hands before starting. Naruto, is something wrong? Sakura asked. Naruto extended his arms out to the sides as golden flames covered the counter and once gone, revealed various ingredients of meat, grain, fruits and vegetables. Naruto snapped his fingers as kitchen knives spun in his hands, appearing out of nowhere and then were used to cut up the ingredients, but he used one knife for the meat and vegetables and the other for the fruits. Sakura watched with wide eyes as Naruto put all the meat in a pot filled with water, that she could have sworn was empty a second ago. Naruto placed his hand on the pot, sending thermal energy causing it to boil, before he turned on the burner under the pot and releasing his grip on the pot. He followed by putting vegetables inside the pot as well to go with the meat. Naruto did the same for the rice, pouring the bag into water and boiling it with his own energy, before turning on the burner. He put all the vegetables in a pan, caused fire to consume the vegetables for a second, and suddenly uncorked a bottle of teriyaki sauce that came from nowhere and poured it into the pan of vegetables, mixing the sauce and vegetables together with a fork. Once done, he quickly grabbed a bowl, and squeezed some fruits, pouring their juices into the bowl and added a spice inside it, before mixing it all together at a fast pace. Naruto quickly went to the fruits that had already been placed into a larger bowl. Sakura watched with awe as Naruto was cooking so fast at an expert level. She could already smell the delectable scent of the food he was cooking already. She actually thinks he's almost finished. What Naruto was doing took skill and she praised it. Naruto quickly took out a pair of plates and placed them on the counter. He turned off the burners and started taking out 5 slices of thick sliced meat and placing them onto each plate, poured the special sauce he made from the fruits and spice onto them, and showered some cilantro onto them. He scooped up rice and placed them on the side and finally put the teriyaki-covered vegetables next to them. Naruto quickly placed the 2 plates in front of 2 chairs along with utensils and chopstick, whichever either was comfortable with using, glass cups with orange juice poured into them and finally put the big bowl of perfectly arranged fruit salad in the center of the table. Shokuji o Tanoshimu. Enjoy the meal, Naruto exclaimed with a proud smile. Sakura stared at the meal with sparkling eyes. The meal looked amazing. Nothing she's ever seen before. It looked like it would be really expensive to have at a restaurant. Well, Naruto spoke, catching Sakura's attention as he sat down. Are you going to stand there or are you going to enjoy breakfast with me? Naruto asked with a smile. Sakura blushed red, staring at Naruto. Not wanting to show disrespect to the man she loves, she sat down to enjoy her breakfast. Itadakimasu, Sakura said with a quick prayer. She grabbed a pair of chopstick and picked up one of the slices of meat. Slowly she inched it over to her mouth. It smelled so tantalizing. Her mouth was watering. She opened up and took a bite. It was so tender that it just came off easy. So soft. Her eyes suddenly widened as her mouth exploded with flavor. Sugoi. Sakura screamed as she quickly dug in, eating at a fast, hungry pace, as if she had never had a good meal in ages. Yar yar. Didn't expect my food to excite you this much, Sakura-chan. Naruto said with a smile. Sakura looked to him with wide eyes, realizing her table manners were almost non-existent. Sakura sat up straight and cleared her throat. Gomen. Sakura apologized, bowing her head with shame. It's quite alright. Actually, I take it as a compliment. Makes a chef like me feel confident and proud in what he makes. Naruto said with a grin and fist pumped. Sakura blushed, surprised by Naruto's words. She smiled as her eyes softened. Still, my table manners leave a lot to be desired. Sakura said. Don't worry about it. Even when you eat so quickly, you always look beautiful. Naruto said with a smile. Sakura blushed as she felt butterflies in her stomach. She pushed some of her hair behind her ear as she ate some vegetables. Naruto, you're an amazing cook. A prodigy. This is the best food I've ever tasted. Sakura said as she ate more of her meal. She mixed her vegetables with her rice, and had some making her moan at the delicious taste. You like to mix your food, huh? I admire that, Naruto said as he ate some of his rice. Oh, well, what can I say? Sometimes food tastes better when it's mixed together. Sakura said as she tore off a piece of meat and mixed it with her rice and vegetables, took a bite and moaned with delight. Oishi tilde. Yummy, Sakura said with her fists to her blushing red cheeks. Naruto couldn't help but grin at her reaction. Naruto. I know this is sudden, but when do you think we could start training? Sakura asked. Naruto looked to her with surprise with his slice of meat stopping halfway towards his mouth. Well, because I want to get stronger. Prove that I am useful, you know. I want to get stronger as fast as possible. Sakura exclaimed with excitement. Whoa, slow down there. You sounds like how I used to. Naruto said with a grin and a hand up. Sakura blushed red and looked to the ground with embarrassment. I'm happy you're excited, Sakura, but how about we wait until tomorrow? I just want to relax and ease into life here for a while, Dadbeo. Naruto said. I understand. Sakura said with a nod. So what do you have planned for today? Sakura asked. I was going to visit a few familiar faces. There are a few I want to say hi to. I've really missed the friends I made here. Naruto said with a smile as he ate some meat. I get you, Sakura said with a smile, but then she felt bashful. Do you mind if I join? Sakura asked with a red blush and twiddling her fingers. Sure. It'll be nice to spend time with someone I love so much. Naruto said with a cheerful smile. Sakura's face turned red as Naruto enjoyed his breakfast. He loves me. Yada tilde. I'm so happy. Sakura thought with a huge smile and her eyes closed as she held her glowing red cheeks and had her hips moving side to side, making the chair scrape the floor. Naruto looked to her in confusion. The way she's acting. Does spending time with me really mean a lot to her? Naruto wondered. After breakfast, which went nicely to Naruto's delight, especially since he was conversing with Sakura, Naruto got dressed in his clothes of white with black trimming undershirt, black leather fur collar jacket, fingerless biker gloves and ankle boots. The pair left the apartment. Sakura had her hands behind her back as she walked beside Naruto. She looked up to him with a smile on her face. She was happy that despite his change, he still welcomed her company. She couldn't ask for more. Well, that might be a lie. She wanted more. Much, much more. As the streets were now busy, everyone stopped and turned to see a familiar tall, spiky-haired blonde walking coolly down the streets with his hands in his pockets. Everyone looked in shock and fear as the blonde they all secretly feared, and some respected, walked down the streets with a calm, stoic expression on his face. He's back, they all thought with new fear. Sakura looked to everyone, noticing they were all staring at Naruto, but she did not see a glare of hate on one person, and even if there was one, fear was the more dominant feeling shared by all. Guess even they know from just one look that he's gotten even more intimidating. Sakura thought as she subconsciously smirked. Naruto just ignored the villagers. They paid him no mind, he paid them no mind. Or at least nowadays he pays no mind, while he's the attention of every single person. A blonde woman working at a grocery store was on a stool, stacking up cans, but with her attention on Naruto, she fell off the stool and brought the cans tumbling down with her, but the accident was halted as she was wrapped in a very strong arm. She looked to see that Naruto had caught her and somehow the cans were all stacked up perfectly. She stared up at Naruto with a red blush as her heart raced. She could feel the strong, tight muscles of the arm against her. You should be more careful, Wakaijo-say, young lady. Naruto said in a calm tone as he stared down at her. Anyo. Arigato. The young lady said as she stood up straight, allowing Naruto to release her and walk away. Sorry if I worried you. Naruto said to Sakura with his hands in his pockets. It's all right, Sakura said. She looked to the blonde woman to see her have hearts for eyes and her hands interlocked as she stared at Naruto. Great, another floozy. Sakura thought with a tired frown and dull eyes. Ikuzo. Let's go, Naruto said as he walked away. Huh, oh, hi, Sakura said as she hurried off to follow Naruto. Everyone stared at the two, but mainly to Naruto. Now they were worried. He's come back even more powerful. Heaven help them. Iruka was busy doing paperwork in the teacher's long, before class started. Iruka groaned at the tedious and mind-numbing task. A teacher doing paperwork in the teacher's long. That's pretty sad. The jovial Daikoku Funino said with a smile as he sat in front of Iruka. Why now? I'm kind of behind, Iruka said. How come? Daikoku asked. Iruka sighed as he massaged his temples. It's like every year there is a new Naruto. After him it was Aikiko, then it was Arata, then it was Konohamaru, now it's Hibiki. Why is there always a Naruto nowadays in each grade? Iruka ranted a bit. You shouldn't let the work get to you. Suzume, a fellow academy instructor, said. Yeah, you need a vacation. Daikoku suggested. I guess so, Iruka said resting back against his seat. Anything to get away from another Naruto. TCH. And here I thought you liked me. For shame. A voice spoke. Iruka blinked his eyes as he leaned his head back to see Naruto looking down at him with his hands on his hips. Holy. Iruka jumped out of his seat as he, Suzume and Daikoku were startled by Naruto's appearance. Naruto. Yo. Been a while, hasn't it, Iruka-sensei? Naruto said with a smirk. I don't believe it. Iruka cheered with a huge smile as he walked over and brought Naruto into a hug. It's so good to see you. Iruka said with a smile as Naruto patted his favorite teacher on his back lightly. Wait a second. Are you taller than me? And not wearing orange? Iruka shouted with shock as he pulled away from Naruto. Yep. 5'10", and my eldest sister in the other world forced me to limit my orange clothing privileges. This just stuck the most. Naruto said, pulling on his jacket a bit. I don't believe it, Iruka said. The short brat who was a walking bullseye actually changed everything. Daikoku said with shock, earning a surprised nod from Suzume. Naruto looked to the pair, making them flinch as he stared at them with a stoic expression. Who are you two? Naruto questioned with a confused expression, pointing at them, making the two hang their heads. Well, I'm Daikoku Funino, Naruto-kun. Daikoku introduced himself with a smile and pointing to himself. A guy whose advice to other teachers was to ignore me, right? Naruto questioned, making Daikoku feel like garbage. Oh well, past is the past. I was a huge pain in the ass back in the day, wasn't I? Naruto said with a smirk. Yeah, you kept feeling this itch whenever you were forced to sit down and listen. Daikoku said with a smile and rubbing the back of his head. Really? That's how I was. Man, I can only imagine what kind of a handful I was. Naruto said with a calm smile, earning a nod from Daikoku. Oh, and you? Naruto pointed to Suzume. Yes, I am Suzume, Naruto-kun. Suzume introduced herself as she adjusted her glasses. Naruto stared at her for a few moments. Are you in any way related to Kurenai Yuhi? Naruto asked. Not that I know of. Why do you ask? Because you look like her, only with glasses and your hair is curly hair. Naruto said. I've always thought this. Am I alone? A knock came at the door. Sumimasen. Sakura said as she entered the room. Naruto, you shouldn't just barge in unannounced like that. Classes start in a bit. Had to hurry over and at least get a few words in. Naruto said with a shrug. Sorry if he disturbed you. Sakura said as she bowed apologetically. Don't apologize for me, Naruto said. Well, you're clearly not making any effort to do so. Sakura retorted. Because I don't see a reason to be sorry. I just wanted to see my favorite teacher. Careful, Naruto. Kakashi might hear you. Daikoku said with a smile. Naruto just shrugged with his hands on his hips and a non-caring expression on his face. Well, guess he lost some respect for Kaka-sensei. Sakura thought, looking to her blonde love. So Naruto, I heard the word elder sister. What's that all about? Iruka asked. Oh well, you see, in the world of Maken, there were 3 girls who were like sisters to me. Haruko Ne-chan became an elder sister to me. She knew how to put me in line better than anyone and she always looked out for me. If it wasn't for her, I'd still be wearing orange. Naruto said with a smile, remembering his eldest sister. I see. I'd like to meet her someday. Iruka said with a smile. I know, she's great. You'd also like to meet one of my girlfriends, Takaki Furin. She's the student council president and the smartest woman I know, but she is the strictest person I ever met. Even more than you and Tsunade Ba-chan. Naruto said. Well, I'll be. That's a surprise. Iruka said with a smile, but then he realized something in Naruto's sentence that rubbed him the wrong way. One of your girlfriends. Iruka shouted with shock. Oh yeah, I also made 8 girlfriends back at Tenbi. Naruto said with a smile. So, you already went through 8 girls in the few months you were gone? Iruka questioned with a surprised, tired smirk and his eyes shadowed as his hand a shaking hand up. Well, actually I'm dating them all at the same time. Naruto said. Nani? Iruka screamed. What the hell, Naruto? That's horrible. How dare you play with young women's hearts? Iruka screamed with disapproval and anger as his head grew huge in mass. How does he keep doing that with his head? Is that a Kekkei Genkai or a simple jutsu? I mean, what the hell? Naruto mentally questioned with a dull expression. Calm down, Iruka-sensei. It's a polyamory relationship. I have all 8 girls' consent. Naruto said with a hand up. Iruka's head returned to normal. Wait, let me see if I got this straight. You have 8 girlfriends back in this world, and they're all okay with sharing you? Iruka questioned with a twitching eye. Yep, Naruto said with a nod. I can verify that, that is indeed true. Sakura said with a tired frown and hand up. Iruka gripped Naruto's shoulders and hanged his head. Naruto. Naruto looked to his teacher with a stoic expression. How did you do something so legendary? Iruka cried as he looked up to his student with anime tears going down his eyes. You have to have a secret. Oh no, please not you too, Iruka-sensei. I just had to deal with some pains in the asses always saying I had a secret in gaining their courtship. Please don't be another one of them. Naruto said, rubbing the top of his head. If it's not a secret, then how? Iruka asked. I don't know. I was just being me. I guess it helps that I had a clean slate. Plus I became more social and was forced to expand my knowledge. The people there were also really helpful, unlike here where people would want me to buzz off, they wanted to get to know me and spend time with me. As time went on, they all helped me learn to be a person. Something no one else helped me with here. Naruto said, looking to the ceiling, holding his chin in between his index finger and the fingertip of his thumb. Iruka stared at Naruto with shock. People actually did what we all couldn't. Iruka thought, but then he remembered how Naruto said, help me learn to be a person. Is that how Naruto's always felt? That he wasn't a real person? Iruka gained somber eyes. I'm sorry. Naruto looked down to his teacher. I never realized that you were in such pain. That you felt like you weren't a person like all of us. Iruka said, hanging his head in shame. Oi, what's this crap? I am a person. I just said I learned to be one. I never said I didn't feel that I was one. Like you said, I'm a resident of Konoha, not something like the fox sealed away inside me. Naruto said with a stern expression and tone. Iruka looked to him in shock. Naruto smiled at his teacher. Buck up, sensei. No need to put yourself down like that. I came for a happy visit, so don't go damping my day, alright? Naruto said with a grin and a pair of eye smiles. Iruka stared at Naruto in shock. He smiled, happy to see Naruto grow into a real man. Naruto, I am happy I got to meet you. That I got the privilege to be your teacher. Iruka thought fondly. Daikoku and Suzume didn't think Naruto was this sensitive when he was younger. They made a mistake in thinking he was an unworthy child when he was an academy student. Although, who wouldn't think that with all the pain in the ass pranks he pulled back in the day? Seriously, chocolate laxatives in the teacher's coffee brew. What the hell? Suddenly the bell rang, alerting everyone. Well, guess that cuts my visit short. Naruto said. Naruto, after I get off, how about we go for Ichiraku's? Iruka suggested. Sure, but I'll buy my own bowls. I don't feel like eating you out of your next 7 paychecks. Naruto said with a smile as he rested his hand on Iruka's shoulder. By the way, do you know where Team Ebisu meets? Naruto asked. Yes, Training Ground 13, Iruka informed. Thanks, it really is good to see you again. Naruto said with a smile. Iruka, Daikoku-san, Kurenai's possible sister, Suzume-san, I bid you all adieu. Naruto said with a nod, but he noticed the confused expressions on their faces. Adieu. It's French for farewell, Naruto clarified. What's French? Daikoku asked. It's a different language back at Maken world. Originating from France. There's a lot of places in that world. Definitely a lot more land than in our world. Naruto said. He gave Iruka one last bro hug, before turning and leaving with Sakura. Sorry for the intrusion, Sakura said as she gave a wave goodbye before following Naruto. Iruka smiled as the two left. Well, look at that. Naruto finally grew up. I'm proud, Iruka said with his hands on his hips. Never thought the day would come. I guess it's the end of the world. Daikoku joked with a shrug. Shut up, Funino, Iruka said. Suzume gave a small chuckle as she adjusted her glasses. Naruto whistled as he walked down the streets of Konoha with Sakura walking beside him. He had his hands in his pockets. So what song are you whistling now? Sakura asked. People's Champ by Buzzer Beats. I think they're really homemade kazoku, but are trying to act like they're something new and fresh, when it's kind of the same thing. Naruto said. You know, it surprises me how much you've changed. You know all these songs, bands, stories and new way of things that I can't believe such things exist. It amazes me, Sakura said. Well then, maybe one day I can introduce to you all the amazing, unique things that Maken world has to offer. It'll really blow your mind. Naruto said with a grin and thumbs up, making Sakura smile. Someone noticed their retreating forms. That person stopped behind them, tightening their hold on something in their hand. The person threw a rock at Naruto, but the blonde flicked the rock into oblivion. Naruto smirked as he knew who threw the rock. Turning around, a cloud of smoke surrounded someone. Once it dissipated, it revealed an attractive naked busty, curvaceous brunette in a sexy pose of her hands behind her head and her breasts jiggling, but her privates were clouded with smoke. Ohio, Naruto-sama tilde. The attractive brunette woman said with wink, causing Sakura's jaw to drop with wide anime eyes, while Naruto just smirked calmly. The woman exploded into a cloud of smoke, and when it disappeared this time, it revealed none other than a grinning Konohamaru. HMPH. Nice try, Kono, Naruto said. Aw man tilde. Nothing. That sucks. Konohamaru whined with a pout. Naruto walked over calmly to his disciple rival. Naruto suddenly placed a hand atop of his head. I really need to teach you some real kick-ass techniques, Dadbeo. Naruto said with a grin. Konohamaru's eyes widened at hearing his older brother figure's words. His eyes got teary as he stared up at the blonde. Naruto ni-chan. Konohamaru screamed as he jumped at Naruto and hugged him tightly. I missed you so tilde much. Konohamaru said with exaggeratedly sad, teary eyes and anime tears. Yar yar. Buck up Kono, or you're going to get me going. Naruto said with a smile as he patted Konohamaru's head. Naruto's eyes softened. I wonder if this is how you'll act too, Anaho Imoudo. Konohamaru-kun. Naruto looked to see Moegi and Udon coming out of an alley, with Tora, the demon cat owned by the daimyo's wife, in the hands of Udon. They stopped as they noticed Konohamaru hugging their favorite blonde. Naruto ni-chan. Moegi exclaimed with pure joy. Yo. Naruto greeted the other genin with a smile and hand up. Moegi ran over and hugged him as well. You getting in on this too, Udon? Naruto asked. I would, but I'm holding the target in my arms. Udon said, looking down to Tora. Oh tilde. Naruto walked over with Konohamaru and Moegi still holding him tightly. Naruto stopped and leaned down to be at eye level with the cat. Remember me? Naruto greeted the cat with a stoic expression. Tora growled, remembering the blonde. She could never forget that spiky hair complete with whisker marks. Blue eyes was different story, since for some reason he had his eyes close a lot of the time. Tora went for a scratch for old time's sake, but she stopped as she sensed the inner beast within Naruto, and I'm not talking about Kurama. Naruto was secretly daring her to take the first swing, but her eyes wide as she sweated with fear. Meow. Tora hung her head in defeat. Naruto stood straight. Team Konohamaru and Sakura stared at the cat in shock. They were speechless. No one ever had such an effect on Tora. They looked to Naruto with awe and admiration. Well, let's go get this cat back to her owner and then we'll get to reconciling things. Naruto said with a calm smile. Yosh. Let's go. Konohamaru cheered with a grin and fist pump after releasing Naruto. Team Konohamaru ran off towards the Hokage Tower to return Tora. Naruto chuckled at the energy the three exerted. We were like that, weren't we? Naruto said to Sakura. Just to get rid of that cat, hell yeah. Sakura said with a smirk, causing Naruto to laugh and her to giggle. Suddenly Naruto picked her up bridal style, shocking her. Naruto. This'll be quicker. Naruto said with a smirk, before hopping up to a roof and now started roof hopping. Sakura's eyes were wide as she held onto Naruto, but she smiled at being held by Naruto. She blushed and snuggled into Naruto, making him blush red, feeling a little anxious at Sakura's affectionate action, but he rolled with it. Madame Shijimi, the wife of the fire daimyo, was pacing back and forth in Tsunade's office, feeling worried for her pet Tora. Tsunade was pouring herself some sake into a cup. Lady Tsunade, not in front of the daimyo's wife. Shizune whispered to her master. My throat's dry. This'll help, Tsunade said. It'll just get dry again later. Shizune whispered harshly as her teacher drank up the sake. Ebisu was also in the room, sighing as he waited for his team. Suddenly the door opened to reveal Ebisu's team along with Naruto and Sakura. Yo Tilda. Naruto greeted. Hello Naruto. Tsunade greeted her favorite blonde. He's back, Ebisu thought with shock. Tora. Madame Shijimi ran over and took the cat from Udon, hugging it to death. Stupid cat, Konohamaru thought with a pout, an annoyed stare and his arms crossed. Sakura and Naruto on the other hand felt bad for Tora. Man, you actually feel kind of bad for it when you're not stuck with catching it anymore. Sakura thought. Good job Team Ebisu, Tsunade said. Tora. Madame Shijimi cried as Tora quickly got out of her master's hold and ran out the door. Freeze. Naruto said, causing Tora to freeze in place. Turn. Naruto ordered. Tora did so. Naruto pointed his finger down, meaning he wants Tora to make her way to him. And made her way over she did. Once she was beside Naruto, he knelt down and picked up the cat. He petted her a bit and then scratched her under her chin, making her purr. You're not so bad when someone handles you with care, Naruto said with a smile. Tora. Oh thank you, Madame Shijimi exclaimed with joy as she ran over. Madame Shijimi, I don't mean to sound out of tone, but you should be more delicate with Tora here. Animals are like kids, ya know. They need to be handled with gentle care. Even though we always want to hold someone we love so much tightly in our arms, we should lighten up a bit to give them some freedom, Dadbeo. Naruto said. But it's so hard Tilda. I mean look at her. Madame Shijimi whined. I understand, but sadly life is about sacrifices and restraint. We even have to restrain our love for someone, or else we'll hold them too hard in our grasp, we'd hurt them more than giving them proper love. I've seen it before, Naruto said. Madame Shijimi looked Naruto in eyes to see he was being honest. You seem very wise for your age, boy, Madame Shijimi said. Well, I was raised pretty well these past months, Naruto said with a smile. Tora, I'm so sorry for hurting you. I just love you so much, it's so hard to contain it. Could you ever forgive me? Madame Shijimi said with a sad expression. Tora stared at her master. She suddenly jumped into her arms and started licking her face. Oh Tora, Madame Shijimi exclaimed with joy as she hugged Tora tightly, causing the cat pain. Please, a little gentler, madam, Naruto said with a hand up. Huh, oh yes, I'm sorry Tora, Madame Shijimi apologized as she lightened her hold on the cat, letting her sigh with relief as she could now breathe easier with no pain. Madame Shijimi walked over to Tsunade and handed her the mission's reward on the table, before turning and leaving. Here, a little for you for helping Tora and I, Madame Shijimi said extending Ryo to Naruto. Oh I couldn't, I was just happy to help mend a relationship, Naruto said with a hand up. I insist, you really are a golden child and this village is really lucky to have you, Madame Shijimi said with a smile, handing Naruto the money. She then stood on her tippy toes, and kissed Naruto on the cheek. Once she separated, Tora gave Naruto a lick on the cheek as a way of thanking him for knocking some sense into her master. Let's go Tora, Madame Shijimi said with a smile as she and Tora left to get back home. Naruto smiled as he watched the pair leave. He suddenly started hearing clapping, making him look to see it was coming from Tsunade. Bravo, Naruto. Do you know how big a feat you just accomplished? I just told her what I've learned about love for another. Naruto said with a shrug. Where'd you learn that kind of knowledge, Ni-san? Konohamaru asked. Soap operas. Naruto said with his hands in his pockets. Everyone just stared at Naruto. Konohamaru burst with laughter, holding his gut from hilarity. Laugh all you can. That's your fate when you get a girlfriend. Naruto said, leaning down a bit, pointing at Konohamaru. Konohamaru's eyes widened anime style with new worry as his mouth was frozen in open mouth style. Moegi giggled at the look on her teammate's face. Naruto, while I have you here, I wanted to talk to you about something. Tsunade said. Naruto stood up straight and looked to the Hokage. I've arranged a small tournament for you tomorrow. Tsunade said. What kind of tournament? Naruto asked with an excited grin. Just you against 4 opponents. Everyone will be watching at the stadium. Once done, we can determine where you stand in Konoha. Tsunade said. Strength-wise, I should take that hat from you now, but so far I just see myself as one of your aides and the head of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto said. Well, we'll see tomorrow. Tsunade said with a smirk. You just want to show me off. To rub my new prowess in everyone's faces, including those old farts, huh? Naruto said with a smirk. Tsunade just giggled with her eyes closed. Is that all, Hokage-sama? Yes, that will be all. You may go. Team Ebisu, here is your payment. Tsunade left 3 different stacks of Ryo on her desk. The genin of Team Ebisu ran over and took their reward, before running off, chasing after Naruto, who left the office with Sakura following close by. A tournament? Why bother? Is it really just to show him off? Shizune spoke with a tired look. I'm not telling. Tsunade said with a smirk as she poured more of her sake into her cup, making Shizune sigh. Well, with Naruto around, I'm sure my students will be following him all day. I shall take my leave, Hokage-sama. Ebisu said as he bowed to Tsunade, stood up adjusting his glasses and left. Too bad I don't have my drinking buddy here. Tsunade said, thinking about Minori. Thank the Kamis. Shizune thought with a dull expression. Naruto lead everyone to his old training ground, 3rd training ground. Stopping, he caused the 4 behind him to look at him in confusion why he led them here. Koi. Come, Naruto said, surprising the others. Come at me with all you got. Naruto said, turning around, getting into his fighting position. Anyone seen or played JoJo Eyes of Heaven? Imagine Jonathan Joestar's fighting stance as Naruto's. Naruto's friends were surprised, but they could see that he was serious. Konohamaru gulped, but he grinned as he was now pumped. Konohamaru roared as he charged forward. Konohamaru. Moegi called out with worry for her teammate. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Konohamaru shouted as once he was in front of Naruto, a clone appeared onto Konohamaru's back, but before they both could deal an attack, Naruto sent kicks to their faces, sending them flying back. Konohamaru's clone disappeared as the real Sarutobi rolled against the ground. Naruto said. Not bad timing. I'll give him that. Damn, no mercy. Sakura thought, but then she got serious. Even though I know I can't win, I'll still give my all. Sakura thought as she charged at Naruto with her fist cocked back. Chinara. Sakura screamed as she swung her fist at Naruto, but he grabbed her by the wrist and used his other hand to bend her arm down, shocking her before sending an iron palm into Sakura's chest, sending her flying. Moegi and Udon watched as Sakura was sent flying and now skidding into the ground. Holy crap. Ni-chan's got skills. Moegi whispered to herself in amazement. Oi tilde. Naruto spoke, earning Moegi and Udon's attention. Don't think you two are out of the woods. I expect you all to come at me. Naruto said. Moegi and Udon gulped, but they got serious. After all, if Sakura and Konohamaru were fearless enough to charge at Naruto, then so should they. Moegi quickly threw a few kunai at Naruto. The kunai somehow missed, but that was because Naruto focused his energy around his body to affect the flow of the air, forcing the trajectory of the kunai to miss him. Moegi took advantage of the situation by charging forward and throwing more kunai, but Naruto effortlessly flicked them away, as Moegi rolled onto the ground, tossing a pair of bomb tags in mid-roll. Naruto smirked as the tags glowed and caused a small explosion. Moegi quickly jumped into the black cloud caused by the tags, giving a battle cry as she sent a kick, but her ankle was gripped by Naruto. Smart move. Naruto complimented with a smile as now Moegi was hanging upside down. Udon threw kunai at Naruto, forcing him to step back a few times as he threw Moegi away. Udon threw more kunai, with some having paper bomb tags and going off when close to Naruto. Naruto stayed calm as his field of vision was covered by black clouds from the paper bomb explosions. He noticed a kunai speed past the left side of his face, and that Udon was now running past the right side of Naruto. Naruto just had a grin as he brought a pair of fingers up and snapped them together in a scissor motion, cutting a thin invisible wire that was attached to the kunai throw past the left side of his face. Udon noticed that the wire was cut, forcing him to stop, only to be picked up by the back of his shirt and tossed away towards the others who moaned with pain as they all sat up. You guys have skill, but unless you all come at me together with intent to kill, you all will get nowhere. Naruto said. The four groaned with annoyance. Well, you heard him. He wants us to work together, so that's what we'll do. Sakura proclaimed. Right. Team Ebisu exclaimed with nods. The four stood up and were ready to fight again. With a roar, they all charged at Naruto, ready to attack again. After a short while, Team Ebisu and Sakura were lying on the ground panting as they had bruises and injuries all over their bodies. So painful, so painful, Konohamaru whined. I don't want to do anything with movement ever again. Moegi whined. I think I'd rather relearn my studies again than do all that painful work. Udon said. Sakura moaned with pain. Naruto tilde, why'd you have to hit us so hard? Sakura whined. Couldn't go too easy on you guys, now could I? Naruto said. Now that I know what you all are capable of, I can teach you all properly. Naruto said. Huh, they all questioned with confusion. Suddenly they all felt new energy course throughout their bodies, healing their wounds and giving them new stamina. How the? Sakura questioned with shock and confusion. Whoa, I'm so hyped up, Konohamaru shouted as he hopped into the air. He then jumped at Naruto with his fist cocked back. Naruto smirked with joy to see Konohamaru still burning with determination and gutsiness. Naruto just brought up a finger and effectively blocked Konohamaru's punch, shocking everyone. Once Konohamaru landed, he tried a barrage of punches, but Naruto just kept blocking them with his finger, until he pushed one of Konohamaru's punches to the side, making him stumble a bit. When he looked to Naruto, the blonde tapped on his forehead, poking his Hit-8. Not bad, Naruto said, tapping Konohamaru's Hit-8 a few more times, before bringing it back. But you're still not strong enough to beat me, Naruto said with a grin. Ah tilde, how come you're even more cool now, Ni-chan? Konohamaru whined. What's wrong with that? I thought a cooler Naruto is even better. Naruto said with his hands on his hips. It is, but that means I'm even farther away from surpassing you. Konohamaru said with a pout. Well, that's why I got to train you, you little punk. Naruto said nonchalantly with a smirk and hand up. Train me, really? Konohamaru asked with new excitement. All of you. I definitely have to train Sakura-chan. She's got a lot of power, but little mobility while using it. I was going to teach her how to control a small amount of her strength in a battle, but using it in an efficient way. Naruto said. What do you mean by efficient way? Moegi asked. Let me show you. Naruto said as a tiny purple scroll appeared between Naruto's thumb and index finger via golden flames, surprising the others as he then flicked it, causing a cloud of smoke to appear as a new Naruto stood there looking to the side with a pout and arms crossed. How did? Sakura was amazed by this. Looks like Naruto just came up with a unique way to use the clone technique. Why does he look so sad? Udon asked. Because I'm only here to be used as an example. A very painful one. The Naruto clone said, still pouting. See this? Naruto said, bring up his fist, with the middle finger a bit out. You're just going to punch him? Konohamaru said with a blank look and eyes closed. Not with just any punch. This is what's called an ox fist. See how the middle finger is out? It's an old Shaolin technique that can do some damage. Naruto explained. He then turned to his clone, making it gulp as Naruto cocked his ox fist back and thrust it, slamming it into the left temple of the clone, creating a cracking sound as the clone screamed in pain, before it exploded via puff of smoke. Sakura and Team Ebisu flinched after hearing the crack from the clone's skull being hit. You see, what I did was, as my fist traveled at my clone with the force behind it, I concentrated enough of my strength into my middle finger, and when it made impact with my clone's left temple, I not only cracked its skull, but I also popped some blood vessels and managed to dig straight into the brain. My lord Naruto, Sakura said breathlessly with pure shock. Now I'm not going to teach you to kill people, but I am going to teach you techniques that when used in a specific way can inflict internal damage and even become fatal. The life of a shinobi is harsh. You must be prepared for anything. Including people that sadly the world is better without. Naruto said with his hands in his pocket. Now I'm not going to just tell you to train. You four are going to have to be committed to this, so with the limited time I have here, I'm going to give it my all to make you into powerful forces, but only if you say yes. Naruto said with a stoic yet serious expression. Hell yes. Konohamaru and Sakura shouted. Yeah, I want to be real strong. Moegi shouted with new determination. Udon didn't look so confident. He looked to the ground for a moment before thinking up an answer. Yeah, I'll do it too, Udon said, looking up only for Naruto to place a hand on his shoulder. Don't go giving an answer to satisfy others, Naruto said, looking down at the spectacled genin with a calm look. Udon's eyes shined as he thought about it more. He now became more determined. I'll do it. I have to become stronger for others' sake, Udon said. Do it for yourself first. Naruto said. Udon nodded, making Naruto smile. For what I can see, you're more strategic, Udon. I'm going to teach you how to make traps, but also on how to think quickly on your feet. Planning ahead always is essential, but you have to think on your feet, because new problems always arises and you must be prepared for anything, even the unpredictable. Confront and overcome any obstacle in a moment's notice. Naruto said, getting a nod from Udon. Moegi, you're already amazing when thinking quickly on your feet. Hell, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you had to be your graduating class, Kunoichi of the year. Naruto said, turning to Moegi with a smirk. No, I was just another simple Kunoichi. Moegi said with a blush, her eyes closed and his fists to her chin as she moved her hips side to side. Simple is a big understatement. I think I should teach you some special martial arts techniques I've learned. Like perhaps this one fighting style called capoeira. Naruto said with a smirk. What's that? Moegi asked. Naruto took a capoeira stance, moving side to side, confusing the others. It's a special martial art that originated by slaves who wanted to overthrow their captors, but to disguise it so they wouldn't discover that they were training to fight against them, they made it look like they were dancing, so that's what they believed. However, that was their downfall. Naruto suddenly sent a spin kick, then firmly placed his hands onto the ground as he sent a series of spinning kicks and fell onto his back, spinning around on it while sending kick, before placing his hand onto the ground again, sending a hard thrust kick. Landed on his feet only to send a windmill kick, then landed on his hands sending spinning kicks while moving on his hands, jumped onto his feet to perform a curved kick, then hopped to send 2 small kicks, then flipped forward to land on his hands and do an upside down split, then spun on his hands and lowered his body to do a pair of kicks that would have swept the legs and hit the ribs of an opponent, before getting to his feet to leap and spin to send a double roundhouse before landing, followed by falling to the ground and slamming one hand down as both legs thrust forward. Then finally he spun around only to now be crouch, before jump high, putting his legs together to perform a high-flying double kick to an imaginary enemy's jaw and fly into the air with his arms spread out like a bird taking flight. Once he landed, finishing his combo, his friends' jaws dropped as they stared at him with exaggerated eyes. No way, Ni-chan, you've gotten so much cooler. Konohamaru shouted with amazement. I want to learn that. Moegi exclaimed with shining bright eyes and excitement. And you will. You got the frame for it. You'll have mobility and quick reflexes on your side in battle. Naruto said, walking back to the fore. Kono, I'm going to teach you some moves that can help you overpower an opponent. You're already skilled in fighting skills thanks to Ebisu, but with your size, you're going to need to learn how to overpower an opponent, especially those larger than you, and increase your speed. Got it, Konohamaru said with a mock salute. I'll be teaching you all enough skills in each aspect. No one will be slighted or favored over the other. Naruto said, or at least I hope I follow through with that. Somehow a teacher always finds a favorite. Damn, Naruto thought. Right now, I'll just teach you some basics to get you started, and remember, even though it's not strenuous and you're already good enough to move on to better things, it never hurts to do the basics. They're always helpful to anyone, no matter what. Naruto said. Got it, Ni-chan. Konohamaru exclaimed with a grin and fist pump. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to see out of you, boss. An ass-kicking badass who's an awesome teacher. Okay, we're finally going to train. I just hope it won't be too bad. Sakura thought. After a few hours, Team Ebisu and Sakura were moaning on the ground with pain, feeling their muscles throbbing. So painful, so much pain, Sakura moaned with a deep frown. Remember not to give up. Naruto said, crouching down next to her. You want me to keep going? No, I'm just saying that you should be prepared. I think I should do the old dehydration training method. Naruto said. Excuse me. Sakura screamed with shock and new fear, but Naruto just gave her his trademark grin. He's going to kill me. He wants revenge against me, I just know it. Sakura thought with anime eyes and hanging tears from them. Suddenly a growl was heard, making Naruto look to see Moegi holding her now growling stomach. Gomenasai, I'm just so hungry. Moegi said with a hungry frown. It's fine. Naruto said as the four glowed gold for a second, shocking them, as they now were all healed with new energy. How do you keep doing that? Moegi asked as they all stood up. I just healed you guys. Naruto said, walking away with his hands in his pockets. We mean, how'd you did that without moving? Konohamaru exclaimed. Naruto stops in his tracks. He turned his head to them. Seeing the eager looks on their faces, Naruto closes his eyes as he sensed if anyone was nearby. Thankfully none. Now listen. Naruto completely turned around to face them. I have only showed the people back at the Maken world this, but here, I honestly don't want to show anyone around here this. I feel like it would be better if I keep the big guy a secret. Naruto said. You mean the Kyuubi? Konohamaru asked, only to quickly place his hands over his mouth. You know too, huh? Let me guess, you go through your grandfather's files nowadays? Naruto asked. Konohamaru chuckled nervously. I'm guessing Moegi and Udon know it too. Naruto said, looking to the two mentions, making them look to the ground nervously. I'm not mad. In fact, I'm happy you guys still see me as an elder brother figure. Naruto said with a smile, making the Konohamaru core smile. Kono, do me a favor. You see a scarf knitted to me by a woman named Kushina, deliver it, would you? Can do, boss. Konohamaru said proudly with a salute. Kushina, Naruto's mother. She made him a scarf. Sakura thought. Anyway, no, it's not him. Naruto said, surprising the four. It's not. Then who is it? Konohamaru asked. Oi, Kono, remember to let people finish before asking questions. It's easier that way. That way we won't be here all day. Naruto said. Right. Sorry, Ni-chan. Konohamaru said, scratching the back of his head with an embarrassed blush. The big guy I'm talking about isn't as big as Kyuubi at first, but can grow to his size. Naruto said, shocking the genin and Sakura. He's big, muscular, and loud and can kick an ass faster than you can say, damn. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce one of my biggest trump card. Naruto suddenly grinned. Golden Asura. Naruto screamed as suddenly appearing behind him was his spirit. Aura. Golden Asura screamed so loudly, forcing Sakura and Team Ebisu to cover their ears, until it was done screaming. Once done, the four gasped and stared in awe at the golden muscular being that floated besides Naruto. Holy crap. Ni-san, that's so cool. Konohamaru screamed with amazement as he, Moegi and Udon got excited. Really now? Then you'll love this. Naruto said with a smirking grin. Naruto suddenly slammed his hand into the ground, with his fingers digging into the ground, and using his strength he pulled a huge chunk of the earth out of the ground, making the three genin scream with amazement. Don't blink. Naruto said with a toothy grin. Naruto tossed the earth in the air a bit, and commanded Golden Asura to do its thing. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura completely obliterated the chunk of earth with a barrage of blinding punches, causing the Konohamaru core to scream even louder with pure shock and amazement as their eyes turned into stars. Sakura stared at the golden behemoth with shock and awe as well, but showed more shock than awe. I don't believe it. Naruto possesses that, Sakura thought with pure shock. Holy crap, Ni-san. He's so cool. Konohamaru screamed, feeling hyper. What is he? Udon asked. He's a spirit. Naruto answered with a smirk. What are spirits? Moegi asked. Glad you asked. From what I gathered from a friend, spirits are projections of one's own energy created from their souls syncing with the mind's mental strength. Golden Asura here. Aura. Golden Asura said, turning to them. Is my soul connecting to the mental strength of my mind? My subconscious, my will to fight, my desire to protect, everything up here is reflected into one being. My body itself acts as a tether. I'm confused. Konohamaru said. Let's see how to explain it in a simpler manner. My soul is where it starts, and when it connects to my mind, it makes this guy's out of my own. No, that's probably still too complicated. Naruto was thinking it over when he got it. He's like chakra. Huh, Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon questioned, tilting their heads. You all know the basis of chakra, right? When the mind and body connect together, you can create and form chakra. Well, Golden Asura acts a little different. You see, imagine if the soul goes into the mix. When the soul connects to the mind, like chakra, it forms something made of energy, like an idea coming to life. But in order to wield a spirit, one needs a body for it to connect to it, like an invisible tether or rope, understand? Oh tilde, we get it. The three genin said, lightly pounding their fists atop their hands. So he's like a movie projection that can interact with its surroundings. Udon exclaimed with amazement. Oh yeah, that is a great way of describing him. You're one heck of a genius, Udon. Naruto said with a smile, making Udon scratch the back of his head in embarrassment of being praised, but still had a big open mouth smile on his face. So how did you get him? Moegi asked. Naruto rubbed his chin, thinking over if he should tell them, but the answer was already in his mind before he knew it. Well, I'll tell you, but only because I actually trust you three more than almost the entire population of the village. Whoa tilde. Team Ebisu said with shock while Sakura blinked in surprise. You even trust Sakura ne-sama that much? Konohamaru questioned as he turned his head to Sakura. Of course I do, Naruto said with a smile, making Sakura smile, happy to know he still trusts her, even if she might not deserve it. You know, she's got the hots for you, Ni-san. Konohamaru said with a cheeky grin, making Sakura blush red. Yeah, I know, Naruto said nonchalantly. Well, truth be told, I still think her forehead is a little bit too. Suddenly Naruto lightly knocked on Konohamaru's head, making him go, ow, and hold his noggin in pain. Haven't you learned your lesson? I know it's been 3 years, but come on. Naruto reprimanded. Besides, it's not ever nice to talk negatively of a young woman's features like that. I mean, what if someone insulted Moegi's ponytails? You wouldn't like that, would you? Hell no. That's just mean. Moegi's hair is cute, Konohamaru shouted, not thinking of what he was saying. Moegi's eyes widened, before she turned away a bit and held her now blushing cheeks as she smiled at Konohamaru's compliment. Then don't insult Sakura-chan's forehead again. Besides, it's wide, charming and kissable, so you should shut your lip. Naruto said with a smile. Sakura's eyes widened, before she now turned to the side holding one of her now blushing red cheeks. Anyway, the way I had earned Golden Asura was uneasy. It was atop Tenbi's sacred mountain, Mount Amanohara, where I had challenged my greatest rival, Wabisuke Hayato. Even though I was confident and I stood up to him well enough, he was surprisingly still stronger than me. He even possessed his own spirit before me. Horus. Named after the Egyptian god of the sky, the spirit possessed a single blade and could grow wings, and like its wielder, he was as fast as, possibly even faster than lightning. It alone chopped the Kyuubi to pieces. Say what? Konohamaru screamed. No way, Udon shouted with pure shock. The whole Kyuubi? Moegi questioned, shaking with shock and fear. That's right, it was one of the most shocking displays of strength I've ever seen. Wabisuke had in fact pushed me so far, especially with Horus, then giant blade stabbed through my body that I knocked out and had to deal with some inner issues. How did you survive? Udon asked, enthralled by the story. I had my family, Naruto said with a smile. Family? Moegi questioned, tilting her head. Well, family in all, but blood. Despite not knowing me for as long as the friends I have here, they all went above and beyond just to protect me, and I'm forever grateful to them for thinking of me like that. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he remembered the friends he gladly calls his family. Sakura stared at Naruto with slightly surprising eyes. Her eyes softened as she thought of how sad it was for Naruto to leave them all. Ni-chan tilde, get to the part about the golden guy. Konohamaru whined. Patience, Konohamaru. Even though it's hard, and trust me, it was a pain for me too, it is important, especially when you get older. Naruto said, making Konohamaru pout and cross his arms at Naruto's older brother wisdom. While in my subconscious I had to deal with some baggage, but after dealing with it, Kyuubi's power merged with mine and I was able to awaken Golden Asura. And then you kicked the crap out of that guy, right? Konohamaru said with excitement. Actually, the battle looked like it could have gone either way, but yeah, in the end I succeeded. Naruto said. Cool tilde. So what can this guys do besides punching things and healing people? Konohamaru asked as he got close to Golden Asura. I think I'll save that for another day. Naruto said as Golden Asura vanished. Ah tilde. Come on Ni-chan tilde. Konohamaru whined. Sorry Kono, but a ninja shouldn't reveal all their tricks. Now come on. Let's get something to eat. Naruto said. Ah come on, please tilde. Kono begged, but suddenly his stomach growled along with Udon and Moegi's. Maybe some food with those stories would help. Konohamaru said, rubbing his stomach. You want ramen or barbecue? Naruto asked. You're actually asking what we want instead of saying let's go out for ramen. Sakura questioned with shock. Yeah, I mean I can visit the Ichirakus and have ramen anytime. I got a month. This time you guys decide. Naruto said with his hands on his hips. The Konohamaru corps looked to one another. They huddled up and whispered to one another. Once done, they turned around with new confident looks on their faces. Ramen. The three cheered with their fist thrust into the air. Naruto smiled as he then suddenly brought the three into a hug. I love you three so much. Naruto cheered with a grin and proud anime tears as he held the three tightly. Okay Ni-san, enough love. Konohamaru said. Yeah, you're choking the air out of us. Moegi whined. Gomen. Naruto said with a grin as he released the three. Sakura couldn't help but smile at the four. Naruto really did love them. She noticed that his hand was extended to her. You coming? Naruto asked with a smile. Sakura smiled and blushed. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Naruto's arm with a bright smile, making the blonde blush red and turn his head, scratching the back of it. Naruto noticed the cheeky grins on Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon's faces, making Naruto stare stoically at them with a pout. Well, let's go. To Ichiraku's. Soar ni ikimasho, let's go for it. Sakura cheered with a bright smile and fist thrust into the air. Yeah, Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon cheered with their fists thrust into the air as well. Easy. Naruto said looking to the side. Walking down the streets of Konoha, all the civilians were shell-shocked to see a sight they never thought they'd see. A girl leaning against Naruto in a loving way with a bright smile and her arms wrapped around one of his own. And most shocking of all, the girl is Sakura Haruno. Sakura was leaning against him with her arms firmly wrapped around his arm and a bright loving smile on her face with hearts appearing around her head. And Naruto was just looking to the side, acting like nothing was any big deal. Now that's even more shocking. In a clothing store, Mebuki Haruno was looking through the store's clothes to see something that would look good on her. What do you think of this? Mebuki asked her husband, who was holding a few clothes she picked out. She showed him a snow white with red swirl designed cheongsam. I've said it before and I'll say it again, anything you wear looks good on you. Kazashi said. Mebuki sighed, holding her right cheek. I knew asking you wouldn't help. I need someone honest, or at least not drop dead in love with me like you. Mebuki complained. Kazashi noticed something out the window. Oi, look, it's Sakura, Kazashi said, pointing out the window, letting a dress fall to the floor. Baka, don't just drop those on the floor like that. They'll get dirty, Mebuki shouted, reprimanding her husband. But Sakura, Kazashi said. Mebuki looked out the window only for her jaw to drop. The parents of said Kunoichi looked to see their daughter hugging Naruto's arm and leaning against him with a blush and bright loving smile. No way, Sakura, Mebuki said as she watched her daughter walk away with Naruto, who was whistling a tune. My eyes aren't going bad, right? That wasn't the Uchiha, that was the other one. Naruto, Kazashi exclaimed. Ha, hi, Mebuki confirmed. Kazashi suddenly laughed. Well, it's good to see her tastes have changed. To be honest, I never really liked that Uchiha boy all that much. He always seemed so cold. I'm happy she's with the nicer one, Kazashi said with a grin. Well, at least we know she's in good hands, Mebuki said, cupping her left cheek. Naruto looked down to Sakura, making her look up and grin at him, causing Naruto to look up with a blush and rubbing the back of his head. Mebuki couldn't help but smile as she watched the scene, but then she remembered the dress on the floor. Baka, pick up that dress. It's getting dirty, Mebuki shouted at her husband. I get it, Kazashi said, rubbing the back of his head before picking up the dress. Naruto tried to keep calm as Sakura cuddled up to him. Moegi and Konohamaru couldn't help but giggle with grins as they watched the two older teens. They found amusement in Naruto's unease at Sakura's show of affection. After all, Naruto's always wanted this for years, and now he was acting all shy, but trying his best to act cool of the situation while Sakura was being so forward with her feelings and affection for the blonde. Well, that's a sight I can honestly say I never thought I'd see. A voice spoke. Naruto looked to see Iruka. Yo, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said. Iruka couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. Look at you all. You look like a family. A pair of parents walking with their kids. Iruka joked with a smile. Nani? Naruto shouted with shock and shadowed eyes. Sakura's cheeks burned bright red, but she couldn't help but giggle as she cuddled up to Naruto's side, making the blonde sweat a bit as he turned his head and scratched the back of his head. Yar yar days tilde. Naruto whined with an embarrassed gritting frown while Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon giggled at Naruto's embarrassment. Sakura was just being so happy with hearts coming out of her head. Iruka couldn't help but laugh at the sight. He remembered how Naruto would be so ecstatic for Sakura acting this way to him, but now Naruto was acting all shy, worried and a bit freaked out. Guess being gone for so long and getting mature changed Naruto's perspective on things. Now that one of his lifelong fantasy has happened, he doesn't know what to do with the situation. It's like he's a nervous kid again. Iruka thought. Oi, Iruka-sensei, we were about to go to Ichiraku's. Join us, Naruto said, trying to change the subject. Of course, let's go, Iruka said with a smile as he joined the others. As Naruto whistled a tune, his nose caught something. Liquor, Naruto thought as his eyes glanced to the left to see three older men with bottles in their hands. Isn't drinking in public illegal here? Naruto thought. One of the three drunks, a tall, muscular one with a spiky black beard, noticed Naruto looking their way. And what are you looking at? The beard man yelled, earning the others' attention. Just wondering, isn't drinking in public illegal? Naruto asked. Pretty much, Iruka mumbled with a dull look. Mind your own business, the man shouted. Reminds me, I should go to a local bar and try some Konoha liquor. I'll have to find one though. Not one in the red light district. Naruto thought. Oi, Naruto looked to notice one with a bald top and spiky gray hair at the sides and back of his head spoke up. You're the demon brat. The man said, pointing at him. I'm no brat anymore, Naruto said with dull eyes. Oh crap, he came back. Just when I thought I could take it easy and celebrate. The last one with light brunette and a spiky soul patch said with new worry. Why the hell would me being gone be a reason to take things easy and celebrate? Just because I'm the demon child. I don't even know most of the population of this village, so what's everyone's excuse for me turning their day bad all the time? Naruto thought with annoyance. Why don't you just leave? We've all had enough of you. The bearded one said. Now what the hell have I ever done to you? Naruto then realized something as he noticed this guy's face was familiar and that the hand that was holding the bottle had abrasions around the knuckles. But, you've done something to me before, right? With a pair of brass knuckles? Naruto questioned with a smirk, causing the man to look in shock. Your next line is, "What shit are you spewing, you little demon fucker?" Naruto said, pointing to the man. "What shit are you spewing, you little demon fucker?" The man shouted, but he was shocked that Naruto predicted his next line. "Hey, don't call my Ni-san a demon fucker." Konohamaru shouted with anger. "I don't know what your beef with him is, but so far he's way cooler than you who just gets drunk for the hell of it and go blaming him for things he has never done before." Konohamaru shouted, pointing at the man. "Shut it. The Sandame's dead, so your word is shit." The man shouted as he threw his bottle of liquor at Konohamaru, but before it made contact with the genin's face, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of the drunk man with the bottle in hand. "I don't appreciate you attacking my friend. This shit between us doesn't involve him," Naruto said with annoyance as he gave a stoic, stern look to the man. The man quickly reached into his back pocket to take out spiky brass knuckles. "You know, I personally don't need any metal to make a punch of mine deadly," Naruto said in a deadly threatening tone. "Aura!" Naruto shouted as he clocked the man in the face, breaking his teeth and nose with blood flying from his now busted mouth and broken nose, along with some teeth. His jaw was even broken. Because of the force behind the punch, the man broke right into a stone building, causing some people nearby to scream as a cloud of dust formed after impact. After a few moments, the man was revealed lying unconscious on a pile of debris with some on him as blood came from his nose and open mouth with some teeth missing. Q-L. Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon cheered while Iruka's jaw dropped and his eyes bulged in an exaggerated manner. Sakura just sighed, shaking her head with her eyes closed and hands on her hips. Yar. What a waste, Naruto said as he walked over to the unconscious man. "If this guy hadn't drank from it, I would have gladly had some." "Oh well." Naruto knelt down and put the bottle back in the unconscious drunk's hand. Standing up, putting his hands in his pockets, Naruto turned around and walked back to his friends. As he was passing by the other two drunks, who now had fear, he sensed them reaching for weapons, so he gave off a bit of killer intent, potent enough to instantly render them unconscious. "Holy crap, Ni-san is so cool." Konohamaru cheered with a huge grin as he, Moegi and Udon's eyes shined like stars. Iruka just stared at Naruto with pure shock. "Dear Kami, he's changed so much. I could barely even recognize him. If it wasn't for the bit of a cocky attitude, I could have confused him for a different person." Iruka thought as he watched the blonde just coolly strolled over with his eyes closed and hands in his pockets. "Naruto, just what kind of experience did you have while you were gone?" "Gomen," Naruto said with a smirk as he stuck his arm out for Sakura. Despite in this moment she would have punched him for being so reckless. Yeah, these douches deserved it. She gladly wrapped her arms around Naruto's strong one. "Well, let's keep going." "But what about them?" Udon asked, pointing to the three unconscious men. I'm sure something will come by," Naruto said with a shrug, before he continued to walk to Ichiraku Ramen with Sakura flowing close by with her still holding onto Naruto's arm. Team Ebisu quickly followed, but Iruka was still frozen in place, staring at the three unconscious men. "Oi, Iruka-sensei, you okay?" Naruto called out. "Huh, oh, yes," Iruka responded. "Am I okay? I just saw you punch a man straight into a building and leave two others unconscious faster than I could literally blink. I'm shocked my heart didn't stop all completely." Iruka thought as he hurried up to catch to the group of five. "Naruto, you're going to give me gray hairs someday." The group of six stopped in front of the ramen stand. Naruto looked up at the sign that said Ichiraku Ramen with shimmering eyes. His mouth started to water as he licked his lips. "Oh sweet Ichiraku Ramen, it's been too long, my friend. I desire you," Naruto thought as his stomach growled like a beast, shocking his friends while scaring people nearby. "Is that your stomach?" Konohamaru exclaimed with shock. "It sounds like a lion and gorilla in a roaring contest," Moegi commented. "Well, let's not keep you waiting," Sakura said with a smile and her eyes closed. When they walked in, Naruto noticed some new decorations in the stand. There were pictures high up of the past Hokages and Tsunade, a small orange statue of Kyuubi, a red swirl design painted on the wall, one of the Yondaime's kunai nailed on the wall. Don't ask on how they got that, but what caught Naruto's eye the most were two items. One of his old black and orange jumpsuit jackets nailed to the wall with one of his old rookie genin orange with blue trimming and white collared jumpsuit jacket nailed above it. Naruto couldn't help but smile, especially as the smell of ramen, cooked vegetables, meat and fish cakes entered his nostrils. He noticed that Chuki was washing his hands, humming a tune. "Oi, Gigi, one order of miso pork ramen with extra pork and extra Narutomaki, fish cakes," Naruto said with a grin. Extra pork and extra cured fish surimi. Haven't heard an order like that in a while," Chuki said with a smile, but after he turned around, his jaw dropped as he noticed a familiar spiky-headed, grinning whiskered marked blonde grinning at him. "Nah, Naruto," Chuki exclaimed his number one customer's name with shock. "Now who else could it be? Know anyone else with these rugged good looks?" Naruto said with a grin. You're not wearing orange, Chuki pointed out in surprise, making Naruto's head hang for a second while his friends laughed and giggled. Seriously? Yar, old man. Is that color really what defines me? Naruto questioned with a frown and shrugged with hands up. Sorry, but it's just so surprising. You've worn that color for almost a decade, it's hard to believe you're wearing something that isn't a bright color. Chuki said, rubbing the back of his head with a smile. Ayame, come here, Chuki called out to the back. Soon enough Ayame came out. Yes to-san. Ayame responded to her father, but she was suddenly shell-shocked to see Naruto grinning at her. Yo, Ayame ne. Ayame suddenly leapt over the counter and tackled Naruto into a hug. Chan. Naruto tilde. Ayame cheered with a jovial tone and tears of joy. However, her eyes widened as she felt Naruto's body in her grasp. His tall, large body wrapped around her arms and her face pressed against where his rock-hard chest met the top of his abdomen. Oh my. You've gotten large. Ayame said with a smile as she pulled back a bit, but still had her hands on him. Thanks. I was going for that. Naruto said with a nonchalant smile and his hands on his hips. He sure has developed. Sakura said with a smile, leaning forward with her hands behind her back. Sure has. Moegi agreed with a smile and blush. However, after a few moments, they all noticed that Ayame was staring at Naruto's strong chest with her hands feeling the pectorals. Ayame-san. Sakura spoke up. Yes. Ayame responded, still smiling as she felt up Naruto's powerful chest with a blush, but when Naruto cleared his throat and she looked up, she noticed the stoic expression on Naruto's face. Oh, right, your order, Ayame quickly said as she turned around with an embarrassed smile and blush. Chuki couldn't help but laugh out loud at his daughter's moment of weakness, which caused her blush and embarrassment to intensify. Oh man, I can't wait. It's been ages, Naruto said, rubbing his hands together. It's only been months, Sakura said. To me that's ages, Naruto said as he sat down. Sakura sighed with a smile. Good ol' Naruto, Sakura thought as she looked to her blonde love. Everyone was just staring at Naruto with wide shocked eyes as he was on his 96th bowl, and he was eating at such a fast pace that a normal person would have been halfway on their third bowl. Well, you know, if more than 2 people were working to make his meal, that way no breaks were needed. Screw what I said before, his appetite is more monstrous than a few months ago. Sakura thought. Damn Ni-chan, Konohamaru said with shock. Thank Kami he insisted to pay for his own bowls. I would have been more than bankrupt, I probably would have to owe an arm and a leg. Uruka thought with bulging eyes. More please, Naruto exclaimed with a grin as he balanced 3 bowls atop one another on their sides on the tip of a chopstick. We're working as fast as we can, Naruto-kun, Chuki said as he was quickly trying to make more bowls of ramen. Please don't play with the bowls like that, Ayame begged with worry as she ran over with a tray of several more bowls of ramen. Naruto licked his lips as the tray was placed in front of him, however he was quickly eating them up faster than humanly possible. At least savor them, Ayame cried with fear and shadowed eyes. Dear Kami, Naruto, slow down. You're overworking them, Sakura said. Gomen, but it's been too long. It's so delectable, Naruto said with anime tears as he enjoyed more of his ramen. A thought then came to Sakura's mind. Naruto, have you ever cooked ramen before? Sakura asked, making the blonde stop and look to her. Well, I have, but I don't think it's as great as Ichiraku's though. Naruto said, holding his chin, finally pausing in his eating. Nonsense. What you made for breakfast was amazing. How could you say that? Sakura shouted as she leaned closer to Naruto with shimmering eyes, causing the blonde to lean back, feeling a bit uncomfortable at her sudden closeness. Maybe you're nostalgic blind, Uruka suggested. I guess, but can you blame me? This stuff is so good. Naruto shouted as he instantly ate all the meat, vegetables and fish cakes, then picked up all the noodles in the soup and swallowed them all in one go before drinking the entire broth. We can clearly see that, Sakura said with a smirk and half-lidded eyes. Well, I wouldn't mind trying some if Sakura praises your cooking so well, Chuki said as he was drying his currently wet hands. In fact, why not make some in my kitchen? Huh, in your kitchen? Isn't there like some sort of unspoken chef's code for that kind of thing? Naruto questioned with surprise. Nonsense. You're my #1 customer, and are an important asset to us all. You're practically like family here, so get to cooking, Chuki said with a smile. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he felt touched. All right then. Naruto suddenly vanished and then reappeared on the other side of the counter in a golden flash, shocking all but Sakura. Was that the Harem? Uruka thought with pure shock. Naruto suddenly took off his jacket, revealing his muscular arms, making Sakura, Moegi and Ayame blush, and he raised it up high as it was consumed in golden flames, and replaced with an orange apron and orange bandana with black designs of the same sun ring with flame center emblem on the back of his jacket all over them. Tying the apron around his body and the bandana around the top of his head, covering his hair, Naruto's gloves vanished as he then washed his hands and after that, cracked his finger joints and knuckles as he prepared. Naruto summoned the necessary ingredients. Noodles, vegetables, spices, some fruits and even, spiral ham. Naruto raised his hands and moved his finger with anticipation. Suddenly he quickly grabbed a pot and quickly put water in it, and as it filled up, he chopped up the vegetables, fruits and ham, and once the pot was filled, he placed it on a burner, put all the noodles, chopped vegetables and ham slices into the bowl, then placed his hand on the side of the pot and instantly heated up the water in an instant, before turning on the burner. A bottle of teriyaki sauce appeared in his hand. Naruto uncorked the bottle and poured some teriyaki sauce into the pot full of ingredients, before corking it again and having it vanish in a flash of golden flames. A singing bowl with singing bowl striker suddenly appeared in his hand. He quickly put in the chopped fruits and spices inside the singing bowl and then started pounding and stirring them all together with the striker. Everyone stared in amazement with gaped mouths. Naruto looked so professional. Once done with the fruits and spices, pounding and stirring them into a juice, Naruto took out a pan, placing it on a burner, turning the burner on and after a few moments, poured the juice into the pan letting it cook. Naruto grabbed a glass cup, filled it with water and chugged it down, sighing with a smile, before continuing his work. Naruto quickly summoned fresh-looking fish via golden flames as he suddenly had a knife in hand. Faster than you can say. Wow. Naruto removed the skin of the fish, then quickly cut out the fat of the fish. Naruto took a bowl, put all the fish inside and then rinsed it with cold water. After getting rid of excess water and squeezing the fish in his hands, a blender appeared on the cooking table via golden flames, plugged it in and put the fish inside, along with some salt, sugar, mirin and the yolk of an egg white, before blending it until it became paste. Quickly taking plastic wrap out of nowhere and placing it on a wooden board, Naruto took out a bowl and put the now paste fish inside the bowl, and then used a knife to take half of the paste and spread it on the plastic wrap, careful to spread it into a perfect 19 by 15 centimeter rectangle. While he did this, the arms of Golden Asura came out and with beets in its hands and crushed them tightly, squeezing juice onto the paste and mixed it to give it that special coloring as the hands stirred it all together. Naruto quickly spread the colored paste onto the one he spread onto the plastic, making a second layer, but left 1 centimeter at the top and bottom not layered by the colored paste, then tightly and carefully wrapped it up, making sure not to have any air pockets inside. Once done, he took a steamer pot, filled water in and put the plastic wrapped fish inside and steamed it, but luckily with his abilities, he was able to increase the steam's intensity with his heated energy, making it quick as now he took out a perfect roll of Naruto Maki. I could have just said he made Naruto Maki in a quick fashion, since he obviously did this at a fast pace, but I figured people would at least like to know how to make one of the things Naruto can make, to make it feel more authentic. If any of you wanted to make some Naruto Maki for your ramen, or yakisoba, then you are welcome. Naruto quickly unwrapped the Naruto Maki and cut it up into pieces, falling into the pot filled with the other ingredients. Amazing. I can't believe this is really Naruto. Iruka thought with amazement at Naruto's cooking skills. Impressive. Naruto truly has become an incredible chef, but how will it taste? That is the question. Tsuki thought, rubbing his chin. After a while, it was done. Naruto had poured the new ramen into 7 separate bowls, with the slices of ham on the side, vegetables sunk into the broth with some showing and a ring of Naruto Maki in the broth. Naruto had then carefully took the juice he made and carefully poured it into the bowls of ramen in a spiral motion inside the rings of Naruto Maki, making it look like whirlpools. He also finished by summoning coriander, or as my people like to call it, cilantro, and cutting it up a bit, allowing the herbs to fall onto the ramen. There. I call this my Uzumaki special. Naruto said as every person suddenly had one bowl each in front of them. Everyone stared at the ramen with wide amazed eyes. They all decided to try it. Itadakimasu. They all said with their hands together. They all took chopsticks, snapped them apart to properly use them, took some noodles, Naruto Maki and or ham in their chopsticks grasp and ate it. Suddenly all their eyes widened with pure shock as their taste buds exploded with flavor. Shinji or Aranai. Incredible, they all yelled with huge grins on their faces and tears of joy. Oh my lord. This is so amazing. Ayame cheered as she ate more of the ramen. I wish I had more than one mouth to taste double the flavor. Konohamaru shouted as he ate more. This is the best. I never had cooking like this before. Not even my mom's cooking beats this. Moegi exclaimed. My glasses are fogging up, but I don't care. It's too good for me to care about anything else. Udon shouted with joy. Naruto. You genius. This is so good. Iruka shouted with amazement as he had more of the ramen. Too good. I'm shocked that with all you mixed, it tastes this great. Tsuki said with anime tears as he ate more of the ramen. It just takes some knowledge to know what works when mixed together. Naruto said with a smile as he undid his bandana, allowing his golden locks to be free. Ni-chan, You have got to teach me this so I can make it. Especially on missions. Moegi begged with new excitement. Sure, but I'm not sure on the missions thing. I mean, I will admit I have had this idea of which I could somehow convert all the taste of ramen into a food bar. Naruto said, rubbing his chin. Whoa, a ramen bar. That sounds awesome. Konohamaru exclaimed with a grin. I could make so much with that kind of idea. Chuki thought aloud. If you want, I could give you the recipe for it once I'm done making it. Naruto said. No, I couldn't. It's your idea, Chuki said. Nonsense. You and Ayame are like family to me. It's the least I could do. Plus, you could make bank with it. I'd just eat it all. Naruto said with a grin. He surprised the Ichirakus with the family comment, but they couldn't help but smile. Oh tilde, Naruto-kun, you're so sweet. Ayame cheered with a bright smile as she hugged Naruto. It's nothing, really, Naruto said with a smile and rubbing the back of his head. Ni-chan, you should be a chef. You know, if you ever get tired of being a shinobi, that is. Konohamaru said. Actually, I was the head chef at Macaroon Mansion, the maid cafe back at Tenbi. Naruto said. Congratulations. I'm so proud of such an achievement. Ayame said with a bright, jovial smile, truly proud of Naruto for finding such a talent and having such a grand position. Maid cafe. You mean the girls there dress up in those maid outfits? Konohamaru questioned with wide eyes, earning a nod from Naruto. Ni-chan, you've got to take me there. Not a chance, Naruto said with a dull expression. Ero baka, Moegi said with dull anime eyes. Naruto sighed, patting his, still surprisingly tight and toned stomach, smiling after having such a nice meal. Gochizu-sama Deshita, thank you for the delicious meal, Naruto said with a grin. Don't mention it, Ayame said, leaning against the wall, while her father was sitting on a seat, hunched over sweating. Who could blame them? Naruto just ate 138 bowls. His friends just stared at the bowls with pure shock. I didn't even know they had these many bowls, Moegi said. Yeah, they only have 6 seats. Udon said. Naruto, how do you intend to pay for all this? Uruka asked with some concern. Yeah, how do you plan on paying for all the service we provided? Ayame asked with a narrowed eyes. Let me guess. Tab, right? Chuki asked with a frown. Actually, no, Naruto said, standing up. Suddenly a pair of golden flames appeared in his hands. I won these in a few poker games against some hotshot mobsters at a casino under a henjutsu, before kicking their asses for trying to gyp me. Naruto said as he revealed 2 large diamonds in his hands, making everyone's jaws drop. I figured this is more than enough to pay for these bowls, and the past ones I never managed to pay. Naruto said, placing the diamonds on the tables. They're yours, Naruto said with a smile. Ayame and Chuki made shocked and cheerful noises as they took the diamonds. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. They're beautiful. Ayame cheered with amazement and tears of excited joy. Chuki suddenly grabbed a jewelry magnifier to examine the diamonds. Perfect edges. They're pure. They're real and expensive, Chuki exclaimed with shock and amazement. Nah, Naruto. These must cost so much. Each one equals 131 million from what I remember that smug jackass I won them from said. No one successfully cheats Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto said. 131 million. Everyone screamed with pure shock. Each, Naruto said with a finger up. 131,786,400 yen equals 1.2 million US dollars, in case anyone is wondering. Naruto, we can't take these, Ayame said with a quivering lips and tears, feeling so touched by Naruto's kindness, extending both diamonds back to him. Sure you can. After all the kindness, you guys always welcomed me despite the risk of earning a bad reputation. I'll always be grateful, and I wanted to give you guys this as to show how grateful I am. Hell, you guys were the closest to family I ever had, Naruto said with a smile, shocking the Ichirakus. They never knew they meant so much to him. They couldn't help but jump to him, hugging him. Arigato, Naruto, Chuki exclaimed with tears of joy. You're so sweet, Naruto-kun, Ayame exclaimed with a joyous and touched smile and tears of joy. Naruto blushed with embarrassment at the sudden show of affection, but he slowly hugged them back with a smile. 131 million. I don't believe it. You had that much money. Uruka said, feeling exhausted from all the surprises that Naruto was showing off today. Whoa tilde. Wait, do you have more of those jewels? How much money you got? Konohamaru asked. Naruto thought it over. I've won so many gambling games, put in money into some good investments, and racked in a lot of customers back at Macaroon Mansion with the meals I cooked, so I kind of lost count around the, hell I don't know, definitely past the million mark months ago. I considered it too troublesome to even keep track anymore, Naruto said. Pass a million. Team Ebisu screamed. Na tilde Ndato. Uruka screamed with pure shock. No way. Naruto's rich. But, It's not Ryo, it's yen. That currency is useless here. However, it does still equal the same amount, despite being different currency. Naruto said. Makes sense. Tsuki said. Anyway, thank you again, Naruto. With this kind of money, we can expand Ichiraku's into a full-blown restaurant instead of just a ramen stand. Tsuki proclaimed with pride. An even bigger Ichiraku ramen, a dream I didn't think I'd live to see. Naruto said with shimmering eyes. He really loves this place. Sakura thought. Could really boom business. A new voice was heard. They turned to see Kakashi. Yo. Kakashi greeted them with a wave. What's up, Kaka-sensei? Naruto greeted. Lady Tsunade wants to talk to you about something. Is it about that drunk Naruto Ni-chan punched into a building today? Konohamaru asked. Number. Oh, well, to tell you the truth, he deserved it. I can see that, Kakashi said with his hands in his pockets. Well, let's go see the old woman. Naruto said with his hands in his pockets as he started heading out. Oh, by the way, Gigi, Ne-chan, you need some help with those bowls. I can make some clones for you. Naruto suggested. Well, it could help, but we don't want to impose. Ayame said. Nonsense. Naruto said as he tossed 3 tiny purple scrolls across the counter, causing them to explode into clouds of smoke, causing 3 new Narutos to appear. The 3 instantly grabbed the towers of bowls and instantly started cleaning the bowls at the blurring pace. The Ichiraku stared in amazement at how fast the bowls were being cleaned. Yane, Naruto said with a wave as he and Kakashi left. Amazing. Naruto is such an excellent worker. No wonder he became head chef. Tsuki said. And all that manual labor has done wonders for his body. Those muscles. Ayame said holding her right blushing cheek. All eyes were on her, except for the clones. She flinched and turned red as everyone stared at her in shock at her sudden arousal for Naruto. I mean. Well, so what? He looks great now. Ayame exclaimed, making the other laugh at her sudden attraction to the young blonde she once saw as a younger brother, making her shrink with an embarrassed frown as her whole face was red. Tsunade sighed as she was busy with paperwork. Shizune was keeping a close eye on her as she helped her master. She heard a knock at the window, making her turn to see Naruto leaning against the wall outside beside the window. At least you're announcing your presence. Tsunade said. Kaka-sensei said you wanted to see me. Naruto said, before flashing away in a golden light and appearing in front of Tsunade's desk. So what's up, Ba-chan? Need help with paperwork or something? Naruto asked. Tsunade rubbed her chin thinking about it. Sorry about him, Kakashi said poking his head through the window. Ahi. Shizune screamed out of shock, before instinctively smacking Kakashi across the face out of being startled. Ow, Kakashi said as he rubbed his cheek. Tsunade laughed at that sight. It's good to see that someone coming through my window gets a smack. Tsunade said with a smile. And no, I didn't summon you here to do my paperwork, but you are welcome to assist. Who's this guy? Takumi Naoki. I feel like I know this guy. Did you do a search on him? Naruto asked holding a piece of paper. Why are you asking that? Tsunade asked with a serious look and interlocking her hands together. The name sounds familiar. Could be someone from the red light district. I remember back when I was a brat scavenging the alleys for something to eat or something of value to sell for food money, well, that just made the others feel uneasy at Naruto's old tragic life. I heard some guys talking. One I recognized as a guy with a bit of a gambling problem. He bragged that he managed to get money from the Hokage with the help of some guy. I didn't understand it when I was younger, but I remember he said that he had gotten money from insurance of restoring an abandoned warehouse, but in the end only ended up getting destroyed, so he collected the money given to fix it up. What? Tsunade screamed as she slammed her hands onto her desk. I think it's best to be safe than sorry, especially with this one line right here that seems rather odd. Naruto said. Shizune walked over and looked it over. Once she saw the line Naruto was gesturing to, she blinked her eyes in surprise. Why yeah, that does seem odd. Shizune said. I think we should look into this. Shizune, what the hell? I thought you looked this stuff over. Tsunade shouted. I give them to you to look over yourself. I can't do everything. Shizune shouted. Anyway, besides assisting your paperwork, is there anything else? Naruto asked. Yeah, besides possibly saving our asses from being scammed, I wanted to talk about tomorrow. Give you the details. Tsunade said, earning Naruto's full attention. Well, 97% of his attention. Never hurts to keep an eye out for any danger in every little shadow. First off, you'll be in 4 matches, each with different types of opponents to test the variety of skills you've developed over the past few months. Second, everyone in the village will be seeing this. I wanted to let you know this one, in case you want to hold back any special moves you'll be planning. How did you get everyone from the village to come? Naruto asked. I'm the Hokage. I give the order and so be it. Also, you were more popular here than you believed. Everyone wants to see what you're made of now. Tsunade said with a smirk. The then brought up 3 fingers. Third, there will be some limitations. For one, perhaps no element. Naruto just stared at her with a blank expression. You need a kunai. For what? To cut my balls off. I can't just go there and not use element. It's literally coded into my DNA now. I might as well not use chakra either. Naruto said. Naruto, we just feel it's best to limit you in this scenario. You're already strong, especially when you used your chakra to punch that iron block so fast, so many times. That was only once, because I was going to be crushed to death. I can literally punch faster than you can comprehend a thought. An Asura barrage is no big deal for me using my own natural abilities. And besides, like half of my moveset now requires element to use. You can't just handicap me like that. Naruto reasoned. Naruto, we just feel it would make things fairer if you didn't use it. Shizune said. Then refund everybody their money for tickets that have already been sold, because I'm out then. Naruto said, walking towards the door with his hands in his pockets. Naruto, you can't walk out on me like this. Tsunade warned. Well, what do you want? Element is a part of me as much as chakra is. I can understand your viewpoint, boss-san, but you can't just ask this of me. To me it's like you're telling me to forget what happened over the past few months. I can't let it go. It's either it comes to the table as well, or Uzumaki Naruto walks out. Naruto said with a serious expression and pure conviction in his voice. Boss-san, Tsunade thought with a slight blush. She looked into Naruto's eyes and could see that he would not let this go. Fine then. I can already tell I'd have the biggest headache of my life trying to say otherwise. I just figured you'd want to keep it a secret from others to not know of the other world. I can see where you're coming with this. Honestly, I don't want the higher alumni, especially those old farts, to know about element until I finally did what I set out to do, but I won't just neglect it like that in a fight. Naruto said. Besides, I perform some of the most kick-ass abilities with element. Like my Suso Bakuden no Ken, Hydrogen Bomb Fist. What in the world could something with a name like that be? Tsunade questioned with new intrigue. Concentrating element into my fist, I absorb the wind around me, breaking down their molecules to enter my fist straight down to the cellular level, and then when I let her rip, I sent out a breaking force that can go through a mountain. The Suin Suibaku no Ken is the twin variation, which was the final move you saw me use to break through that iron block yesterday. Naruto explained. Tsunade, Kakashi, Shizune and Taunton, who everyone seemed to forgot, was staring at Naruto with extremely wide eyes. Naruto, you do realize I don't want you to kill anyone, right? Tsunade asked. Trust me, I've kicked plenty of asses to know how much to hold back. Naruto said. Okay then, I'll trust you. Tsunade said. By Kami, Tsunade-sama, you're basically sending his opponents into severe punishment. Shizune thought, now feeling fear for Naruto's opponents. Okay, good. Now anything else? Yes, if you succeed. When he succeeds, Shizune whispered. You'll be given something special. Tsunade said. Special? Alright, Naruto said with a shrug. That's all. Kakashi will arrive at your home at 7 and escort you to the stadium. Be prepared, Tsunade said. Alright, Naruto said with another shrug. Oh, and also, no using the Kyuubi's chakra. Any argument will be. Alright, Naruto said nonchalantly, surprising the others. Okay then, dismissed. Yane, Naruto said with a wave, before flashing away via golden light. I should have probably told him to refrain from using that technique. Everyone will bound to notice his lineage if he uses that. Tsunade said. Should we even worry about that? I mean, Naruto-kun is a beast. I actually think he's more dangerous than a tailed beast now, and there is nothing more dangerous than them. Not even a cage, and the Sandaime Raikage at best could only put the Hachibi in a stalemate. Shizune said. Which is why I wanted to limit him so much. I know he can breeze through the competition, but I want to see how much he really has grown. I can tell he's not just going to go in full force, there'd be no fun in that. I want to see the tricks he's got planned. Tsunade said with a smirk and her eyes closed, but then they widened as she realized something. Damn it, I forgot. Kakashi, I need you to tell Naruto one last thing. Tsunade said, making Kakashi blink, wondering what's got her so worked up. Naruto was whistling a bit as he walked through the streets to head back to his lonely apartment building since it was now dark out. Naruto sensed someone rush to him, so he stopped. Kakashi dropped behind him. Something she forgot? Naruto asked, turning to his sensei. She told me to tell you, refrain from using the golden man, whatever that means. Kakashi said. Alright, wasn't thinking of using him anyway. Would end the fights too quickly. Naruto said with a smirk as he pounded his fist into his hand a couple of times. Okay, good. Oh, and refrain from using that golden flash technique. Best to keep that hidden. Kakashi said, walking up to Naruto. I'll think about it, Naruto said as Kakashi stopped in front of him. Also be careful. Someone is following you, Kakashi whispered. I know. Nothing I can't handle, sensei. Thanks for looking out for me, Naruto whispered back. Kakashi patted his student's shoulder before turning and leaving. See you in the morning, Kakashi said as he waved his student goodbye. Naruto smirked as he watched his sensei leave. He turned and continued down his path, now singing. We're still reaching for the best tilde. On an endless journey that's ahead of us. I'm sure that this will prove us right, 'cause that's the only way we can be alive. Oh yeah, if this reality beats you up and knocks you down until the end, I'm sure you'll look straight and find out that we're still right here. Naruto sang as he walked away, while a hidden figure followed him home. Song was Dream Fighter by Hemingway. It's an English variation of the song of the same name originally by Perfume. Naruto made it to his apartment. He climbed up the stairs and was making his way to his door, but he stopped as he sensed the person following him finally make their appearance, by appearing behind him with a kunai pressed to his cheek as a slender hand was placed under his chin. Been a long time, Gaki. Anko said with a grin. Anko stuck out her long tongue and licked Naruto's cheek, making him grin out of ecstasy from the feeling of a hot woman's tongue slide against his sensitive cheeks, but of course he is not submissive. Naruto spun around too fast he broke Anko's hold, making her stumble back. Anko-chan tilde, so great to see you, Naruto said with a toothy grin. Anko blinked her eyes in confusion, her tongue still stuck out. Still as hot as ever. Nice to see you keeping such a sexy figure, Naruto said holding his chin in between his index finger and the tip of his thumb, with his left fist pressed onto his hip. Anyway, flattery aside, you wouldn't happen to know any local bars, do you? Naruto asked as he had his arm wrapped around Anko's neck. Bars? You're a little too young to drink, aren't you, Gaki? Anko said with a grin. I'm also supposed to be too young to bang a woman's brains out, but I can do that in great stride. Is that your way of coming on to me? Anko teased with a toothy grin pointing at Naruto. You wish, but I could be persuaded to change my mind, Naruto said as his toothy grin widened. He and Anko laughed, pointing at one another. You've actually came back as a fun person, Gaki. I was fun before, we just never found time to hang out. Only because you ran away every time you saw me. I was too much woman for you, Anko said with a smug smirk. And now? Naruto questioned with a smirk leaning closer to a smirking Anko's face. You're still a Gaki, Anko said, emphasizing every word as she tapped the bridge of his nose. TCH. So are we headed to a bar or what? Naruto questioned still having a cocky smirk. Yeah right. A Gaki like you can't handle the real stuff. Better luck next time, Junior. In about 5 years, Anko said smugly as she then turned and walked away. I bet you still couldn't please a real woman, Anko said offhandedly. Naruto just gained a dangerous grin as he appeared behind Anko and grabbed her left breast, surprising her, but suddenly her breast exploded with warmth making her moan with pure ecstasy, but it got worse as Naruto's right hand was placed on her thigh, giving it warmth as well. Please a real woman. I make real women, Naruto said in a husky voice into her ear, his hot breath tickling her ear. I figured you of all people would like some fun with a real devil, ya know. I figured you were a woman of the intense type. Naruto's right hand traveled to her inner thigh. But I guess I was wrong, Naruto whispered as his thumb glided against Anko's panties, sending warm energy to it which made Anko moan with drool coming off the side of her mouth as her panties got wet. Or, do you want to prove me wrong by showing me a good time? Naruto whispered, as he then licked Anko's trapezius muscle, then traveled up to her neck and finally where it met the ear as Naruto suddenly bit Anko's earlobe, making her moan with pain and pleasure. Nod, if you want to prove me wrong, Naruto said through his gritting teeth as he kept his teeth's hold on her ear. Anko couldn't help but nod. Great, Naruto cheered, releasing his hold on Anko, but then he got brave and gave her a slap on the ass, making her jump and tighten her cheeks together from the action. Well, let's get drunk, Naruto said with a smile as he headed towards the stairs. Anko held both her rear cheeks in her hands, staring at Naruto's retreating form. Her mouth was agape and her eyes wide as she watched him walk away. What the hell just happened? Anko thought with pure shock. However, she suddenly got a devious, lust-filled toothy grin. She licked her lips slowly as she stared at Naruto, and only now had she noticed he has a perfect ass. Oh tilde yes, Anko thought with new sadistic glee. Damn Kit, didn't even knew you had it in you, Kurama commented in Naruto's mind. Not going to lie Kurama, I was having a heart attack the whole way through. What was I thinking? Naruto responded mentally. On the outside he looked cool, but on the inside he was having a bit of a panic attack at what he had just done. Kurama couldn't help but burst with laughter. I guess your libido did all of the work, Kurama shouted as he continued to laugh out loud. Naruto had an annoyed yet dull look on his face, only for it to become a startled look as he felt someone slap his behind. Normally I'd gut you for that, but now I'm just interested. Anko said with a grin. She then grabbed Naruto by the undershirt. Come on. You're taking me out, Anko said with a smirking grin as she dragged Naruto down the stairs. Guess this means I'm paying for the drinks. Don't have much money for that. So Tilda, you know any bars where gambling is allowed? Naruto asked with a new grin. Anko couldn't help but grin even wider as she wrapped her arm around Naruto's neck, bringing him closer. Gaki, I think you're becoming my new favorite person. Hope Kurenai doesn't get jealous then. The two laughed as they headed off for some fun. Late at night, some commotion could be heard at the local bar known as the Drunken Monkey. Aura. Suddenly a group of tall, muscular men were sent flying through the walls, ending up outside. They groaned with pain, but suddenly golden chains came out of through the walls and wrapped around their legs. No, no. One of the men screamed as he tried holding onto the ground, but he and the 5 other men were sent flying back into the walls, creating new holes. They now hung upside down in front of Naruto, who was the wielder of the chains. Yar yar. I told you all not to get on my bad side, didn't I? A now drunk Naruto said with a smirk. Poker cards waved around in his right hand, bottle of sake in his left, and a now drunk Anko on him with her arms wrapped around his neck as she snuggled her head against his own. Now are you going to pay, or do I have to strip you all down to your underwear and take your clothes to the nearest pawn shop? Naruto questioned, pointing to them with his left middle finger. We'll pay. We'll pay. One of the men screamed. They quickly emptied their pockets of the last bit of cash they had left, letting it fall to the floor, where it was quickly picked up and placed on the table by Golden Asura, faster than anyone could see, except Naruto. Good boys, Naruto said as he threw them away with his chains, sending them into tables and to be indented in walls. So who else is next? Anyone want to play? Naruto called out with a new goofy grin, but everyone kept their heads down with fear of losing money and probably paying a medical bill in the morning. No one. Pooh Tilda. I thought there were a bunch of real adults here, not babies. Naruto said with a pout. You're just too manly for them to handle, Naruto-kun Tilda. Anko cooed with a blush as she snuggled more into Naruto. Where'd I get all this money? Naruto asked, now confused. Oh well, bartender. Set up the house. Courtesy of the triple threat blonde devil. Naruto cheered, holding up a stack of money, causing everyone to cheer. Devil, 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 everyone chanted with grins and their bottles and mugs up. Anko just jumped onto Naruto's lap and started making out with him, causing more cheers from everyone. Kurama just stared at the whole scene within Naruto's drunk mind with a dull expression. The kid probably won't even remember all this in the morning. Kurama then grinned. Oh well, it's a nice night anyway. Who's that in my head? Drunk Naruto mentally questioned. Damn, he is fucked up on liquor. Naruto whistled the song People's Champ as he walked down a road of Konoha while he was carrying Anko around bridal style, who was drinking herself silly with sake. Anko laughed boisterously as Naruto continued to walk down the road. Why do I feel something heavy? Drunk Naruto wondered to himself, before looking down at Anko. Oh hello. Guess Amaterasu Ka-chan gave me a present. Naruto said with a drunk grin. You're wasted man. Anko said with a grin as she laughed out loud. Shut up. A man from his house shouted. Some of us are trying to. Yakamashi. Mind your own fucking business. Naruto yelled with a pissed off expression, causing a shockwave that caused dogs to start barking and babies to wail with fear at the scary man. Gee. Gomenasai Tilda. The man said with a fearful tone as he just went back to bed, deciding it's better to try and ignore the situation the best he could as to avoid the blonde's wrath. Anko stared at Naruto with pure shock, feeling speechless. Nani Tilda. Who just yelled? That guy sounds pretty scary. Naruto said with his lips out as he had Golden Asura's finger pick his ear. Anko couldn't help but laugh. Scary, strong and funny. I love it, Anko exclaimed with a grin as she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. Huh, oh, hello Nezo no Anana, mystery woman. Naruto said, forgetting he was carrying Anko again. Take me to your bed Tilda. We'll have fun tonight, Anko said with a grin. Well alright, Naruto said with an excited grin. He suddenly vanished in a golden flash and now ended up in his apartment. Nice place. I'll borrow it for tonight, Naruto said looking around his apartment. Anko laughed. She jumped out of Naruto's arm and ran over to his bed, taking off her shin guard, knee-length shinobi boots, overcoat and mini skirt before jumping onto his bed. Now only in her mesh bodysuit, Anko grinned and giggled as she waved her mini skirt still in hand at Naruto. Naruto felt himself get hard a bit as he licked his lips. Throwing off his coat and then taking off his undershirt to reveal his muscular frame, getting an attracted whistle from Anko as she giggled, tossing her mini skirt over to Naruto. The blonde grabbed it and took a deep whiff of it, sighed with flames coming out his mouth, which made Anko more attracted to Naruto, getting even hornier for him. Naruto tossed the mini skirt away and marched over to Anko. Once at his bed he went down and locked lips with Anko, his arms wrapped around her waist and her arms wrapped around his neck. The two stuck their tongues out, fighting one another for dominance and moaning with ecstasy and delight from both their tongue war and the taste of alcohol in each other's mouths. Naruto got onto his bed, sitting on it, and taking Anko, placing her to sit on his lap where she moaned, feeling his erection itch to get out of his leather pants. Anko then separated her mouth from Naruto's and started licking his trapezius muscle and neck. Naruto decided to nibble on Anko's trapezius muscle, but once he delivered a hard bite, he caused Anko to cry with pain and pleasure. Anko started to move her hips, now dry humping Naruto's crotch. Naruto locked his lips with Anko's, making out with her, causing her to moan as she felt his tongue rush in and take advantage of her mouth. Naruto's right hand went down south, gliding down Anko's left butt cheek, causing her to moan, but then things got heated when Naruto's hand went deep, going under Anko's rear, traveling more towards her sensitive spot and inserted his middle and ring finger with a golden warm glow, causing Anko to pull away from the kiss and scream with ecstasy as she instantly felt her love juices squirt out. Naruto licked Anko's collarbone, before taking in her left mesh-covered breast, sucking on it as he also used his left hand to group her right breast, both heating up with thermal energy, making her scream. It also made her experience all the more intense with her going commando. Anko screamed with pleasure as she felt her whole body heat up, and with Naruto now thrusting his own hips forward, drying humping her as well, she couldn't take it anymore. Her body was burning hot and her mind was now elsewhere. She exploded with an orgasm, before going limp. Naruto continued his pleasure making, but stopped when he heard snoring. He pulled his face back to see Anko was now asleep. "Ah man Tilda, you're no fun." A still drunk Naruto said with a pout. He sighed. Placing Anko on one side of his bed, he lied down next to her with his hands behind his head. "Damn man. Just when things got good." Naruto whined with a pout. He decided to rest his eyes. It's dark. Naruto screamed, opening his eyes. Oh wait. Naruto just closed his eyes and went to slumberland. Anko, subconsciously, had managed to turn to him and wrap her arms around his head, pressing the side of his face against her breasts, and her left leg was draped over his muscular chest. So far, this is the best sleep Anko had in ages. Kakashi was whistling, reading his book as he headed over to Naruto's apartment. Making it to the door, Kakashi knocked on it, and waited, but no answer. He knocked again. Still nothing. "Naruto, you're going to be late," Kakashi said. Still no answer. Sighing, Kakashi pulled out a kunai, stuck the tip into the door lock, and in a jiffy, he opened the door. Walking in, Kakashi expected Naruto be sleeping as usual, but he did not expect him to not be alone. Kakashi's eyes bulged as he saw Anko sleeping on Naruto's bed with her arms wrapped around his head and pressing the side of his face against her jublies. Kakashi giggled perversely with a hand over his masked mouth as he stared at the sight. Aura. Golden Asura appeared, sending a chop down at Kakashi, but stopped his motion, noticing who it was. Kakashi had only just noticed Golden Asura a moment after the hand had stopped. Kakashi stared at the spirit with a wide, shocked eye. "Oh, it's you," Naruto spoke, glancing at his sensei, before Golden Asura vanished. Anko unwrapped her arms around Naruto, sat up and yawned as she stretched. Anko now had a tired look on her face as she rubbed the back of her head. "Ito, this isn't my apartment," Anko said, still sounding tired as she noticed her environment didn't look right. She noticed Kakashi, but all her focus was then on Naruto, who was lying right next to her, staring at her with a stoic expression and his hands behind his head. "Well hello, Foxy-chan," Anko said grinning, lying on her side and elbow with her hand against the side of her head and the fingers of her other hand tracing up Naruto's muscular abdomen and to his chest. "Yo," Naruto said nonchalantly. "So why are you here, Kaka-sensei?" Naruto asked, looking to his sensei, while the grinning Anko continued to feel up Naruto's body. "Your tournament, remember, you're going to be late," Kakashi said. Naruto shrugged. "It doesn't officially start until Uzumaki Naruto shows up. So no, I won't be late," Naruto said as he tossed his feet off the bed, now sitting up. Anko just leaned onto his back, her breasts pressing against his sculpted back, and her hands still roaming around Naruto's muscular front. Kakashi said with a half-lidded eye and sweat drop. "You two didn't. You know." Naruto turned his head to Anko, grabbed her by the chin and then sniffed her, taking in a deep whiff into her neck, making her smile widely as drool came down the side of her mouth. "Nah, I don't smell adrenaline," Naruto answered, pulling back. Kakashi's eyes bulged while Anko blushed red at that. Adrenaline. Kakashi and Anko both thought with shock. Naruto then pulled back and leaned his head down, taking in a deep whiff near Anko's lower region, shocking the two Junin, Anko technically being Tokubetsu Junin, at his sudden bold move. "I don't even smell any of myself lingering around her inside. So no," Naruto said as he stood up and grabbed his towel from his drawer. "I'll be out in a few," Naruto said as he entered his bathroom. Kakashi and Anko stared at the bathroom door for a few moments in shock. They looked to one another. Anko's lip quivered. Fits of laughter came out as her mouth started developing into a smile. Anko now burst with laughter, falling back onto the bed, holding her gut and kicking her feet up. That look on your face. It's priceless. Well, you can't really blame me. It was quite a sight. Kakashi said with a half-lidded eye. Yeah, got to hand it to the kid. He's got guts. Now he's a real man. Anko said, sitting up with her arms crossed under her breasts. So you're going to? Hell yeah, we may not have done the nasty deed, but he sure did make my night. I haven't slept that well in ages. Anko said, lying back down onto the bed with a hand behind her neck, the other on her thigh and her back arched. She sighed in a dreamy-like state, shockingly enough. Kakashi just sighed as he had a dull expression, which could only be told by his eye. Naruto was taking a shower, trying to remember the night before. The best he could remember was that he went to a bar, played poker, won money, got drunk, set up a round or two for all the patrons in the bar, carried Anko away and ended up in his apartment. He remembered most, but still little details slipped him. He knew for a fact he didn't do it with Anko, but as he thought about it, he felt the blood rush to his loins, just imagining Anko's naked form. Focus, Baka, you're in a relationship with 8 beautiful women back at Maken World. Don't go trying to spread your essence around just because you're away for a month. Naruto thought as he scrubbed his hair with shampoo. Besides, there's just something about them naked that. Naruto closed his eyes as he remembered all of his girlfriends naked, except for Demetra, of course, but just imagining her naked, Naruto couldn't help but have a smirking grin as he giggled perversely. Once done with his shower, he pushed away the curtains, took in a deep breath through his nose and sighed with a smile. However, as he stepped out and looked to his pants, he noticed something not good. He was hard, and it is extremely noticeable. Whoops, Naruto said with a blush. He looked to his leather pants. This might take some real effort. Kakashi and Anko were still waiting for Naruto. Kakashi leaned against a wall reading, while Anko was still sitting on the bed, leaning back with her hands pressed against the mattress and tapping her right foot against it. So don't talk to me, Anko said with a dull look. Maybe you should get dressed, Kakashi suggested. Anko growled with annoyance. Oi Gaki, you almost out yet or what? Anko shouted to Naruto. There was no answer, but she could hear the sound of distinct mumbling. Anko growled, gritting her teeth with a shaking fist. Oi! Anko got out of bed and marched over to the bathroom door, kicking it in without thinking of the consequences. I don't like to be kept waiting. You ready or wha? Oh. Anko's eyes went wide as she stared at Naruto. Kakashi poked his head over only for his eyes to bulge. Naruto was grumbling with annoyance, trying to push his amazing wonder into his leather pants. However, he stopped and noticed he was being watched. Oh well, this is such a welcome sight, Anko said with a smile, red cheeks and her fingers spread out over her mouth. Toridasu. Get out, Naruto screamed, causing a shockwave that sent Anko fly back a bit and land on her tuchus before the door was slammed shut by an invisible force. Anko blinked her eyes, but then started to laugh, holding her gut as she kicked her feet. The size. Damn, I need to work hard now, Anko said with a grin, now feeling horny and wet as her toes curled just thinking about Naruto plowing her into next week. Kakashi's body just hung over, making him take a sort of candy cane shape, as a gloomy aura surrounded him. I can't believe it. He's surpassed me in all aspects now. How does he fit that in his pants? Kakashi mentally whined with pure gloom at now being less of a man than his student. The student who was once the most immature, loud, annoying, boisterous and stubborn little punk in his whole class. I feel low self-esteem. Got it. No wait. Damn it. I hate this thing sometimes. Naruto shouted. Anko gave an audible aroused whistle. Shut up. Naruto shouted, making Anko laugh while Kakashi was falling to his knees and slowly took the fetal position. Naruto had finally made it out of the bathroom and was fully dressed. Now he was walking down the road with Kakashi on his right and Anko on his left. So that thing that almost attacked me, that was the Golden Man, wasn't it? Kakashi asked. Golden Man? Anko questioned with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, it was. Golden Asura. Be lucky that I managed to notice you in time, Naruto said. I can see why Tsunade-sama doesn't want you using him, Kakashi said, looking to the pages of his book. Yeah, he ends the fights pretty easy. That's why I'm just going to rely on my own 2 fists instead of his, Naruto said with a smirk, bringing up his fists as he cracked his knuckles with just a command. Would end the fights too quickly, and I want to enjoy them the best I can, Naruto said with a grin. Now that's what I like to see. Make it a good show, Gaki, Anko said, patted Naruto's back with a grin. Oh boy, I think Shizune was right about sending those 4 to their doom, Kakashi thought with a sweat drop. The 3 made it to the entrance of the arena. Well, time for us to part ways. Anko said. She then grabbed a hold of Naruto's face by the cheek and scratched his chin. I'll be in the stands watching what you're made of, Gaki. Don't disappoint me, Anko said with a grin, before turning and heading towards the stands where everyone else would be. Well, time to show everyone what you're made of, Kakashi said as he gestured for Naruto to follow him. Naruto followed his sensei with his hands in his pockets. He looked up at the stadium, smiling as he reminisced about the last time he was here. You know, being here reminds me of the Chunin exam finals. I was chased in here by a herd of wild bull, Naruto said with a smile as they started going through the hallway. Kakashi looked to Naruto with blinking eyes. I never knew that, Kakashi said. It was a intense experience, Naruto said. The two walked on, seeing a light at the end. Once the two walked into the light, they heard cheering. Naruto looked to see everyone in Konoha had arrived and were cheering. Probably because he was finally there to start the small tournament. You're all going to be disappointed if none of my opponents can take one hit, Naruto thought as he stopped at the center. Everyone continued to cheer with excitement. They're all excited to see you. Wave to them. I'm sure they'll enjoy it, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Naruto just looked to him for a moment. TCH. Taketsuna. Boring, Naruto said with his eyes closed and head turned to the side. Kakashi just stared at him with a dull look. Seriously, you've changed. You act almost like Saw. However, Kakashi lost his voice when Naruto turned to him as his glowed entirely red. Oi, anata wa nani o iu sumaridata, shiroi kiba no masuko. What were you going to say, son of White Fang? Naruto asked. Kakashi just stayed silent as sweat came down his brow. Up on the Hokage's box, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune, holding Taunton in her arms, watched Naruto from above. He doesn't seem very interested, Shizune said. Well, I guess it's to be expected. Naruto might have forgiven everyone, but I don't think he truly respects the people of Konoha. After all, he never had a reason to, Jiraiya said. Regardless of that fact, he's here and everyone expects a show, Tsunade said with a smirk. Tsunade spoke loud for the people once they were done cheering, or at least when it lessened. First off, welcome back, Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade shouted, causing everyone to cheer. Naruto gave a two-fingered salute, pushing off his fingers a bit from his forehead. It has been a few months since you've been here, and in that time you've gotten stronger. 4 matches have been scheduled for you to showcase the abilities you have gained. These 4 are some of the best of your generation. So that's it. Which means I'll be fighting Neji, Lee and Sasuke indefinitely. I wonder who the other is. Can't be Sakura or Hinata. Sakura's strength is grand, but nowhere enough to give me pause, especially since she puts all strength into charging forward with fists of fury. Nothing special. Hinata, well, I don't think she's got the guts to go up against me. Especially since she might faint from just touching me, especially my muscles, like my chest. Tenten, I don't see it. She's strong, and good with weapons, but not what I call one of the best. Ino is definitely out of the question. She's probably the weakest of us all. Choji, don't see it. Which means it has to be Shikamaru. I don't see any reason for him to volunteer, especially since I've proven to be too much of a troublesome handful for him, so if he does face me, it will be a challenge of wits. Naruto thought as he then closed his eyes and crossed his arms. Yar. What a pain. Facing a Nara in a game of wits and strategy is too much of an irritation. My mentality isn't enough to challenge that of a member of Shikamaru's clan. Pissed, Naruto glanced to his sensei. You might want to pay attention, Kakashi said, pointing up to the Hokage box. Neji, Lee, Shikamaru and Sasuke, Naruto said, surprising Kakashi. I hit the nail on the head, haven't I? Naruto said with a smirk. Kakashi laughed a bit with an eye smile. Well, you definitely have become more calculating. Have to. Furin-chan knew how to drive the logic into my dense skull, Naruto said with a smirk and his hands in his pockets. Well then, I'll have to thank her for that, Kakashi said as he and Naruto shared a laugh. Oi. Naruto and Kakashi looked up to the Hokage box. Quit yapping and pay attention, Tsunade yelled out. Ba-chan. Who's first? Neji or Lee? Naruto called out, shocking Tsunade. When you said of my generation, I could only think it's them and Sasuke I got to fight as 3 of the challengers. Sasuke is obviously last, so who is first? My guess is Neji, Naruto called out. Tsunade blinked her eyes as she stared down at him. Who would have thought? Right off the bat, Tsunade said, surprised by Naruto's accurate guesses. Guess we know he's using his head nowadays, Shizune said with a smile. Thank the heavens, miracles do exist. Jiraiya joked with a smirk, but that earned him a punch to the ribs from Tsunade. Shut up. I don't need you lowering his self-esteem again, Tsunade said with a dull, annoyed look as Jiraiya held his ribs from pain. Please, like he'd care about anything I said about how lame he can be. I don't even think he'll get pissed if I insult his whisker marks, Jiraiya said. What the fuck was that about my Wiker Marks arrow Senin? Naruto screamed with a pissed expression on his face and a red aura surrounding him, scaring Jiraiya and other people. Kiba and Choji were two of the most scared, with the Akamichi choking on his chips a bit. Tsunade just laughed at her old teammate. You were saying, you old fool. Tsunade said with a grin. Nothing. I meant no bias by it. Jiraiya quickly said with a hand up in defense as the other still held his ribs. Naruto became stoic again with his aura vanishing, but growled a bit. Well, it's nice to know to avoid making fun of his whiskers for the future. Kakashi thought as he stared at his student. Well, whatever. Bring out anyone you want to come at me. Naruto said with a shrug and confident smirk. He suddenly grinned as he slammed his knuckles together twice, creating two loud shockwaves that sent Kakashi skidding back and making everyone else flinch as they held their ears for a few moments. Because I'm ready, Naruto exclaimed with an edgy, excited toothy grin. I'm already feeling an itch, Naruto said in a husky voice sounding a bit sadistic in tone. Kakashi stared at Naruto with a half-lidded eye and a sweat drop. I don't envy any of the four coming to battle, Kakashi thought. I'm starting to think Shizune was right earlier when she said you're sending those four to their doom. Jiraiya said. I know, right? Shizune shouted with an anime face. Oink. Taunton agreed. Well, let's not keep him wait. Tsunade said with a smirk. Alright, first challenger. Hyuga Neji, come out. Tsunade called out. Everyone suddenly cheered as Neji appeared in the arena. Neji looked to Naruto to see him smirking at him. Looks like I'll be in for a real fight. Neji thought. A flash of Naruto's strength, speed, reflexes and technique back in Maken world, and that was only the tip of the iceberg. Neji narrowed his eyes as he tried to ease himself. Easy, Neji. You came here to see Naruto's true strength firsthand, not to win. Just give it your all. Neji thought as he started walking over, while Naruto had a smirking grin. Naruto's friends were watching from the stands, all sitting together. Naruto-kun, Neji-ni-san. Hinata was worried because two of the people she cared for the most, with Hanabi being a third, but safe from battle, were about to fight and she didn't know who to cheer for. She loves Naruto, but Neji needed all the support he can get since he's going into a fight he can't win. She didn't want to hurt either one of them by supporting the other. Buck up, Hinata. It's just a friendly match, Ino said with a smile. But Neji-ni-san will lose, Hinata said with worry, surprising everyone. Don't give up on Neji just now, Hinata-san. He is a very powerful individual, Guy said with a smile. Yeah, besides, Neji is a prodigy who can shut down chakra pathways. Even if it is Naruto, he will have a difficult time dealing with Neji since it looks like he relies on his energy a lot. Tenten said. Sakura looked to them. Tenten and Guy sensei know it. They know Neji's in for trouble. They're just trying to ease Hinata, but she knows better. Sakura looked back to the arena and stared at Naruto. So far Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon know Naruto's true strength. Or at least, we saw more than what anyone else had seen. Sakura remembered the pain of being on the receiving end of Naruto's martial arts skills. He wasn't even trying and yet he easily wiped the floor with us. Even though Neji is stronger than us, I can tell that Naruto is still stronger and even better at martial arts. Sakura then looked to Neji. Good luck, Neji. I hope Naruto at least gives you a long, good fight instead of finishing you off instantly. Go Ni-san. Konohamaru cheered as he, Moegi and Udon were cheering with a banner raised up that said, Kick-ass Naruto. With a messy painting of Golden Asura at the end of Naruto's name. Sakura couldn't help but smile at them. She turned back to the arena, staring at Naruto. At least go easy on him, Naruto. The Hyuga clan was very intent on watching this fight. Neji was a prodigy defeated by none, until Naruto defeated him in the Chunin exams 3 years ago. Now they were curious on how things would turn out in this rematch. Hiyashi was sitting with his youngest daughter, Hanabi, next to him. He noticed the strange way Neji was walking. He seemed calm, yet prepared, but not that of a warrior. No, this was that of a man, knowing what would be the outcome and was still willing to accept it, but not without giving it his all. Hiyashi narrowed his eyes at the scene. Father, is something wrong? Hanabi asked. Just the way Neji is walking, Hiyashi said, confusing his daughter. Neji stopped in front of Naruto. The two stared at one another. Neji had a calm look, while Naruto was smirking. Sure brings back memories, Naruto thought as his smirk widened a bit. Both fighters ready? Kakashi asked. Yes, Neji said with a nod. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, Naruto said, still smirking. Well then, let the first match begin. Hajime. Kakashi gave the go-ahead and jumped away. However, Neji and Naruto stayed standing in regular positions. I'm surprised you knew Lee and I were a part of this small tournament, Neji said. Made the most sense. Of course Sasuke's got to be here. No doubt he'll be the last challenger. He's the only one I could never defeat when I was younger. Naruto said. You never defeated Lee, Neji said. I never really had a real match with him. Although he did one-shot me when I first met him. Well then, if you already figured out 3 of your challengers, who do you think is the wild card? Neji asked. Shikamaru. Naruto answered. Damn, he's good, Choji said with surprise. Really? It's the best guess, Naruto said with a shrug. So why none of the others? Neji asked, crossing his arms. They just have some faults when it comes to fighting me. Naruto said with his hands behind his head. Really? Then why not Sakura? Already kicked her ass in training. Like I expected. She's got potential, but Tsunade Ba-chan's moves are mainly for intimidation and one-shot finishes. Not really the best taijutsu style unless you're really quick on your feet. Sakura's just basically a charging tank trying to get lucky. Naruto said. Oh tilde, damn. Ino said with surprise that Naruto was nonchalant about talking about Sakura's faults. She looked to her best friend to see her sighing and hanging her head. What about Hinata-sama? Neji asked. Nah, I feel like she'll faint if she touches me, especially if she touches my chest and abs. Naruto said. Hinata closed her eyes and quivered her lips as she turned all red from thinking of such a thing. He calls it like he sees it. Tenten thought. Tenten. She's strong, but I don't think weapons are enough to actually pose a true threat. No offense to her. She does kick ass though. Naruto said. Well, at least he does find me a strong kunoichi. Tenten thought with a smile. Shino. Actually, I forgot about him. Naruto said with embarrassment as he rubbed the back of his head. Shino had a gloomy aura around himself. Guess Naruto can't remember Shino all the time. Kiba thought with a grin, feeling sympathetic for his teammate. Kiba. Forgot him too. I think I'd think Shino first over him to fight. Naruto said with a shrug. Oi, what the hell? Kiba yelled with a pissed anime face, while Ino laughed and Sakura and Tenten giggled. HN. Shino said, feeling a bit uplifted. Wipe that grin off your face. Kiba shouted at the Aburame with annoyance. How does he know he's smiling? Tenten thought. Choji. I think he might give up halfway through without a bag of chips in hand. Naruto said. Guy knows me, Choji said, eating his bag of chips. Ino. Naruto suddenly burst with laughter, but quickly cleared his throat. Gomen. Naruto said with an embarrassed smile as he scratched the back of his head. What the hell? You really think I'm that much of a joke, Baka? When this is over, I'll take you on myself. Ino screamed with anger from the stands as she started punching the air with rage. Well, in any case. Neji got into his Juken stance as his Byakugan activated. I am at least honored to face you again. Yar yar. You don't need to be so sentiment, Datbeo. Naruto said with an embarrassed grin as he scratched the back of his head. Ikuzo. Naruto shouted as he got into a boxing stance. About time. Ino said with a frown and her arms crossed. She suddenly sensed a gloomy aura behind her. Turning her head, she saw it was Sai with shadowed eyes. They didn't even mention me. Sai said with a frown. Don't worry about it, Sai. Ino said as she sat on the seat on her knees, leaning forward with her hand on Sai's shoulder. At least that Baka Naruto didn't laugh at you. I mean the nerve he had. It's like he's saying I'm the weakest of the bunch. Ino cried with anime tears. Do I need to give you reasons why? Sakura said with a dull look. Shut it, Decoran forehead girl. Ino shouted with an annoyed anime expression. Why are they just standing there? Kiba questioned with his arms crossed. Naruto and Neji resumed to do nothing. They're waiting for the right moment. They are waiting to see who will make the first move. Tenten said. Still, doesn't give them a reason to bore the crap out of people. Kiba said. Guy was rubbing his chin. I can see Naruto is preparing for something. I feel he will make the first move, but at the same time, that steadiness, what is he planning? Guy was thinking. Oi, do something. Naruto, just throw a punch and break his teeth like you did with those cheapskates last night. Anko shouted, sitting in between Kurenai and Yamato, who covered their ears from her volume. Last night, Kurenai questioned. What did he do? Yamato asked with a tired frown. Naruto and Neji continued to stare at one another. Both were waiting for the right moment. A bird flew overhead, as if it had some sort of authority. Once it tweeted, one of them acted. Naruto's eyes widened as he sent a left jab. Neji quickly went to bat it away, but the punch was merely a false vision, shocking the Hyuga, right before Naruto sent a light left hook to his elbow, making him cry a bit in pain. Aura. Naruto sent a rising kick to Neji's jaw, sending him flying away. Everyone made shocked noises at the sight of the two-hit combo. None were more shocked than the Hyuga, along with Neji's teammates. What the? Hanabi shouted with shock. Neji acted first. Tenten shouted with shock. Neji skidded against the ground a bit. Neji gritted his teeth in pain. How? I swore I saw him attack first. Neji thought, still in shock. I don't get it. Naruto attacked first. Tenten exclaimed, still in shock. No, he didn't. Guy said, shocking Tenten. Every taijutsu specialist have this special warrior's sense. Some of the most skilled say they can see a move coming, before it is actually performed. However, there is a saying, where true warriors can manipulate another's sense, sending false messages, making them believe they are going to perform one move, but instead do another. It goes by a few names, but I personally call it, Shutsugen Haken Apparition Dispatch. Guy explained. Shutsugen Haken. How come you haven't taught Neji, Lee and myself that? Tenten asked. Because it is a very difficult technique to learn and utilize. Even I have trouble using it so efficiently. You see, it is not a taijutsu move at all. Think of it more like a genjutsu, but one that even someone like Lee who cannot use genjutsu or ninjutsu can use it. You mean it's telepathic? Ino exclaimed with shock. No, that'd be complicated. It is more giving a desired reaction, only for it to be false. Think of it more like hypnosis. Guy said. It is a very difficult technique that only true taijutsu users can use. Yet, to do it so efficiently is astounding. I don't know what you're talking about. To me it looked like Neji attacked first. Kiba said. Really? Then how come I noticed it? Tenten wondered. Because despite you using weapons, you are still a greater taijutsu user than most, especially since you spar with Lee and Neji, it gives you more of that sense. Shutsugen Haken is much easier to see for those more used to taijutsu than others, which is why we along with the Hyuga clan noticed it. The only way other people would see this is if they were facing an opponent using the trick on them. Guy said. That just makes it sound like even we can be tricked by it. Tenten said. Yes, that is true. Shutsugen Haken is a technique with little to no flaws. If one could decipher which attack is one, then that would make them a very difficult opponent to face. It'd be a grand feat. However, for Neji, I'm afraid that Naruto-kun is now something very dangerous for him. A true taijutsu specialist, who might be even better than both him and Lee. Probably even better than myself. Guy said. No way, Tenten said with pure shock written on her face. She looked down to the arena to see Neji getting up, holding his arm, but her focus was now on Naruto. In just a few months, Naruto's become so skilled in taijutsu, ranking high up with Guy-sensei, it's incredible. Hanabi was looking to her cousin with concern. Father, what had just happened? Hanabi asked looking to her father, only to look shocked as Hiashi had a look of pure shock on his face. Shutsugen Haken. No wonder Neji was so calm, he knew this is a battle that he most likely will lose. Hiashi said, shocking his daughter even further. Neji's arm shook a bit from pain. Even though it's not broken, the pain feels a bit much. Neji looked to Naruto, who was still in his boxing stance, staying still. I never expected Naruto to reach such skill in taijutsu. It actually makes the battle more exciting. Even thought this is a fight Neji will most likely lose. Guy closed his eyes for a second. Neji, do not feel discouraged. Even if Naruto-kun has reached a high level of taijutsu, still fight with everything you have. Do not hold back. Show him the true extent of your youth. Guy cheered for his student, shouting so loud, he was busting up eardrums. Guy-sensei. Ow. Please tone it down. Tenten berated her sensei as she covered her ears. I can even feel the pain in my ears from here. Naruto thought as he dropped his stance to pick both his ears with his index fingers. There are some disadvantages at being a demigod, like increased senses being pretty damn sensitive. Neji suddenly appeared in front of him, ready to attack. Neji sent strikes to Naruto's chakra points, but Naruto effortlessly batted away every strike with just a hand, then he lightly palmed Neji in the throat, causing him to choke up and stumble away. Oh tilde, that's gotta hurt. Kiba said with gritting teeth. I see Naruto is going for sensitive and vital areas. Shino commented. Right, he said that is very important. No doubt about it now. Sakura thought with a fist pump. Neji coughed a bit as he held his throat. Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him with a smirk and a fist cocked back. Neji quickly slid to the side, avoiding the punch, and went for palm strike to Naruto's chest cavity, but surprisingly, Naruto hunched over and slammed the back of his heel into Neji's face, and grabbed his arm, stopping the palm thrust. Naruto quickly grabbed the collar of Neji's shirt, and threw him over his shoulder, sending him flying. Judo. Guy exclaimed with shock. Neji quickly flipped in the air and landed on his feet, but he quickly had to sidestep as something sped past his face. He noticed it wasn't a shuriken, but a toy. Clackers. Neji thought with confusion. Suddenly a pair of arms wrapped around his torso at the abdomens. Damn. I lost focus. Neji thought as Naruto lifted him up and performed a suplex, but it didn't stop there, as Naruto's legs bended forward, going over Neji and landed firmly on the ground, only for Naruto to deliver another suplex, and then again, before bending forward again, only to grab Neji by the sides of his shirt, stand up and tossed him back only for his face to meet the clackers that came back, causing Neji to flip in the air and hit the ground a moment later as the clackers returned to Naruto's hand. Clacker boomerang. Naruto shouted as he pocketed the clackers, only for them to vanish via golden flames. If anyone needs a clear picture of a multiple suplex, check out Devil Trigger Nero's grab for the Alto Angelo in Devil May Cry 4. People were going nuts over what they saw, while Naruto's friends were stunned by the unorthodox move. Did he just use clackers as a weapon? Ino questioned, pointing down at Naruto. Not bad, Tenten said with a nod and her arms crossed, feeling new respect for Naruto. To make a toy into a weapon like that, that's what she calls true skill. Anko whistled loudly in amazement. Hell yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. Anko cheered with a grin. I'm surprised you're so into this. Kurenai said. Are you kidding me? Now that was badass. Plus it just shows how flexible he is. And I love a flexible man. Anko said with a lecherous grin, making Kurenai blush and Yamato eyes widen. Oh boy, good luck, Naruto, Yamato thought. So that's the clacker boomerang. Quite unique, Tsunade said, while Jiraiya laughed. Only Naruto, Jiraiya exclaimed, feeling pride and humor. Thank you, Joseph Joestar, Naruto thought with a grin. Neji held his face in pain as he was on a hand and knees. It hasn't even been 5 minutes and already I've been dealt a hand. Neji thought as he got to his feet. Naruto truly is a marvel. To think he has gotten this skilled. I must not underestimate him at all. Neji dashed to Naruto, surprising all at his rash action. Naruto narrowed his eyes, noticing something was off. He's planning something. My guess is, Neji managed to get in front of Naruto and send a right palm strike. A feint, Naruto thought, now knowing Neji's real move. Neji spun around, making it look like he was actually going for a left finger jab to one of the chakra points at Naruto's neck, but really he was still using his right palm, sending a thrust across his own abdomen. Naruto quickly jumped into the air, Caesar Zeppeli style, avoiding Neji's hidden Hake Kusho 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Damn it, Neji mentally cursed. He predicted it, Tenten shouted with pure shock and disbelief. Suddenly Neji was punched in the face, shocking everyone even further as the Hyuga prodigy was sent to the ground again. Naruto's arm extended back to its normal length as he landed onto the ground. What just happened? It's like Naruto's arm extended. Ino exclaimed with shock. That's exactly what happened, Guy said, surprising the others. He seemed to somehow dislocate the joints in his arm to extend the range of his punch, but that would be extremely painful. Either he has extraordinary pain tolerance or he somehow dulled the pain with his chakra. Guy said. The others stared at him in awe. Guy-sensei. I never knew you were this observant. Tenten thought with new respect for her sensei. Damn, what a move. Jiraiya said as he and Tsunade were amazed. I'm still confused. What happened? Shizune asked, still confused over what had just happened. It's as it looked, but don't ask me to explain the science. Tsunade said. No doubt he has extreme control over his body and he must have used the Kyuubi's chakra to dull the pain. That's the best guess I could come up with. At least he isn't using the Kyuubi's chakra in a physical way. In a special area near the Hokage box, the village elders, Homura and Kaharu were staring at the fight with intrigue. Tsunade wasn't wrong when she said Naruto would prove to be an admirable asset. Kaharu said. Yes, it sure is surprising to see that child. I think he finally learned proper discipline from what I can see. Homura said. HMPH. Not bad. A voice spoke. Homura and Kaharu turned to the hallway behind them to see Danzo finally arriving. I'm surprised you actually came, Danzo. Kaharu said. Why not? We finally have our Jinchuriki back and he's learned some new techniques. Why shouldn't I come and observe? Danzo said. He stared intently at Naruto. He figured seeing what Naruto had under his belt would be essential to know for the future. Naruto stared at his arm that had just extended. It's good to use the zoom punch now without having my arm look like a limp noodle, but the control is still a bit off. Neji didn't see it coming, but Hayato would have. Naruto thought with a stoic look. He hopped over a leg sweep from Neji. Neji quickly got to his feet and used his best move. Here it comes, Naruto thought, still possessing a stoic look. Hakusho Kaden. 8 trigrams. Rotation, Neji shouted as he spun around, releasing huge amounts of chakra from all his chakra points, become the oh-so-famous semi-dome of chakra. Naruto, shockingly enough, was hit by this. Or so it seemed. In actuality, Naruto stepped back a bit, and extended his hands out a bit, sending chakra to the tips of his fingers as he let them make contact with the sphere. Kurama noticed this odd move, but smirked knowing what Naruto was up to. Sneaky. Kit. Very sneaky. Kurama thought with a smirk. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he felt the current of the jutsu. Right when he felt the burst, he flew back, making it look like a hit, but he wasn't actually harmed. Once Neji's jutsu dropped, He thrust a palm behind him, shooting a Hake Kusho, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, sending him flying straight at Naruto. Naruto developed a faint smirk. Excellent Neji. I see that you worked on thinking on your feet. You must have sparred a lot with your team to get this good. Naruto thought, feeling proud of his friend's improvement. You're in my range, Naruto. Neji thought as he sent his clan's signature jutsu at Naruto. Hake Rokujuyan Sho. 8 trigrams 64 palms, Neji shouted as he sent a barrage of palm strikes and jabs at Naruto, but just blocked them with the palm of just his right hand. You really think I didn't see this coming? Neji thought. Hake Kusho. Neji stopped mid-barrage to deliver a vacuum palm. Everyone stared in shock at the change of tactic, even the Hyugas, but Naruto had actually avoided it in the most shocking of ways. Neji glared ahead expecting to actually get the drop on Naruto, but to his shock, the blonde had vanished. Neji was confused. He looked around for Naruto, but couldn't find him. I can't sense his chakra. Where did he go? He can't be underground again, can he? Neji thought. Everyone was staring in shock at what they were seeing. One young Hyuga couldn't keep it in. Neji Ni-san. What are you doing? He's right on top of your head. Hanabi shouted. Neji's eyes widened in shock. No. Neji's eyes slowly looked up, only to widen in horror as he saw Naruto was staring down at him stoically while balancing atop his head with just a finger. Neji instinctively sent jab strikes to Naruto's arm, but the blonde hopped off his head and landed behind Neji, spun around and kicked Neji in the ass, sending him flying. Neji rolled against the ground a bit and landed on his back. How? Neji thought as he got back to his feet. How were you able to do that? You completely shut off your chakra circulation. How is that possible? Neji questioned, still in shock. Everyone was now shocked. Such a thing is unheard of. Wrong. Naruto said with a finger up. I only lowered my level of chakra and hit it with another energy source. I was hoping you wouldn't notice anything, and it looks like your Byakugan cannot see the circulation of element in my body. Naruto said. Of course. Element is a foreign energy. The Byakugan is known for noticing chakra points. I'm sure if Neji somehow got used to element, then he'd notice, but so far, no Byakugan can notice element. Sakura thought with a smirk. Neji focused his dujutsu closely to Naruto's body. He concentrated with all his mental strength and luckily it paid off, but not at the desired results. I can see it. New points in the body. They're faint and I can only see a few, but it's there. Naruto has a brand new network, yet somehow I can tell that they share other points with his chakra network. If only I could use element myself, then I could detect them easier. So far, I can sense element when it's being used, but when used to replace the majority flow of energy in a body, I can't tell the difference. I guess my eyes are no match for him. Neji closed his eyes. Still, I refused to give up. Neji opened his eyes, getting into his fighting stance. Neji dashed at Naruto, sending vacuum palm at him. Naruto is easily dodging them, being light on his feet. Neji suddenly tossed up a paper bomb tag, forcing Naruto to jump away as it ignited. Neji took the opportunity to run in once he detected it was clear of danger, using the cloud of smoke as a disguise, hiding in it and using his Hake Kusho again to sending him flying forward at Naruto. Now that he was in front of him, Neji quickly spun around. Hakusho Kaden. Neji mentally screamed as he spun around, becoming a dome of rotating chakra. Naruto readied his counter-attack, but suddenly sensed something that shocked him. As Neji was about to shred him up a bit, Naruto's hand shot forward, breaking through the jutsu and grabbed Neji's arm, stopping him from spinning. Neji was shell-shocked and he wasn't the only one. Everyone was staring with gaped mouths. None were more shocked than the Hyuga clan. That signature. I know it anywhere. Naruto said, looking up to a certain area in the stands. Father. What just happened? Hanabi asked her father, still in disbelief at what just happened. Hiyashi just stared with visible shock and horror at what just happened. Bakana, impossible, Bakana. He can't. It's unheard of. Hiyashi thought. He was too shocked to speak. Up higher in a different seat, Hiyashi's father's fists tightened as he shook with horror. He broke through our perfect defense, with no real effort. The elder Hyuga thought, now feeling fear at the blonde and concern for Neji. Naruto continued to stare up at the stands with a calm, serious expression, but when he noticed the shock on everyone's faces, he looked back at Neji to see the Hyuga shell-shocked from being stopped by just having his arm grabbed. Oh, Sumanai. Naruto said, releasing Neji. Naruto chuckled a bit, feeling embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. I guess I just got a little too excited that I broke through that defense real easy. Naruto said with an embarrassed grin. Ho, how did you? Now that I think about it, it's probably better that way. My real counter would have shredded you up and I didn't want to scar Hinata-chan like that. Especially since you probably would have been a bloody mess. Naruto said. Nani? What counter? Well, you see, my original plan was a little more complex. When you used the rotation earlier, it may have seemed to everyone that I was hit, but really I took a couple steps back. I coated the ends of my fingertips with chakra and had them make contact with your barrier. I used them to sense the flow and speed of your technique. My guess is your chakra coils rotate right, correct? Huh. Arrow Gigi, better known as Jiraiya, taught me the Rasengan. I kept screwing up the first step, because I was rotating my chakra the wrong way. Apparently the best way to build up chakra in the body is to spin it into a tight spiral. Some people are left, some are right. I was right, so since I was rotating it left, my chakra was working against itself. Since the Rasengan and your Kaden have similar fundamentals, I came up with a perfect counterattack. Once I sensed the rotation of your chakra with my fingertips, all I had to do was pump my own chakra and rotation into your jutsu, but instead of going right, I would make it go left. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Now how the hell can he do that if he can only rotate his chakra to the right with no negative effects? Jiraiya wondered as he listened intently to his student's explanation. That doesn't make any sense. If your chakra could only work as it rotates right, how would you be able to rotate it left instead? Neji questioned. You're right. My chakra can only rotate properly to the right. However, my element rotates left. Naruto said, shocking people. Chakra and element are similar, but different at the same time. Naruto opened the palms of his hand. His right hand burst with blue flame like chakra. Chakra is power. A strong force that needs to be contained. Naruto's left palm glowed green as an orb of element was now hovering over it. Element is all about control. Despite not having the same powerful force as chakra, it is much easier to manipulate it into different shapes and forms. Naruto said. Now together. Naruto slowly was bringing both energies together. Neji watched intently. His eyes widened as he saw the chakra leak into the element, and the element slowly surround the chakra. Once together, the energies become one technique. A sphere that was an intangible green with a blue-green energy inside it. They become something different. Naruto showed off the sphere, amazing everyone. Sugoi. Sakura said in amazement. Hinata's eyes shimmered as she stared down at Naruto. Ni-san is so cool. Moegi said as she, Konohamaru and Udon stared at the new technique with sparkling eyes and gaped mouths. This what I call Koite Rasengan, beyond spiraling ball. Naruto said. Koite? Neji questioned. It's what I call chakra and element put together. Naruto said. This is embarrassing. Well, you see, I blame Google Translate from years ago, but Koite is the proper translation for beyond, not Muko. Muko is short for son-in-law, my bad. Got to fix that for previous chapters later. If not, then I'll find a way to make the mistake sound understandable in my story like I did with Shiki's Maken scythe. Neji stared at the orb in Naruto's hand. Everyone watched the scene on the edge of their seats. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Element. What is this? Danzo thought. You see, as element surrounds the chakra, it soon seeps into the center, becoming one with it. However, in most instances this should mean they both counteract one another, but because they are both similar and different at the same time, that is where I gain the advantage. My chakra rotates right and my element rotates left, but as they cross paths, instead of dispersing they instead create new paths and sides. Like a transit system, new tracks are created, causing new rotations going in multiple different directions that also come across other paths. In this sphere, not only are there new pathways, but also increase the rotation. The speed at best I clocked is going at 0.001 seconds a single rotation. Naruto said, shocking everyone even further. That kind of power can do more than drill through a person. It'll incinerate the entire torso and have limbs flying. Jiraiya thought with pure shock. You know what's also so good about this jutsu? Naruto said with a smirk, pointing at the technique in hand. I can throw it. Aura. Naruto threw the sphere at one of the stadium walls and when it made contact, it burst, growing gargantuan in size as the sound of screeching and howling was heard and harsh winds were created from the jutsu, forcing people to cover their ears and close their eyes. After a solid 8 seconds, the jutsu finally dispersed. Everyone uncovered their ears and opened their eyes, only to gasp and have their jaws drop as they all saw a giant crater drilled deep into the stadium wall. Damn, I keep forgetting how powerful Koite energy really is. Naruto said with a smile. Neji's eyes shook as he stared at the unbelievable damage done to the wall, by just a simple small orb of two different yet similar energies. Anyway, to finish my counter-attack story, I was going to send an element into your rotation technique, causing that sort of effect, but to a smaller degree. The effect would have been you being shredded up into a bloody mess and then I'd heal you since that would be the end of the match. Although, I'd have to hold a lot back, as to not incinerate you, but enough to deal the desired damage. I was going to heal you afterwards anyway. Good thing I tested this on a clone using the Shibo Tatsumaki, Death Tornado. Naruto said with a calm smile. Everyone's jaws dropped even further. Oh my lord. Ino said with shaking hands. He would have killed me if I was chosen. No wonder he laughed. He's a genius. Tenten shouted with shock and awe. Way to go Naruto ni-chan. Konohamaru cheered with Moegi and Udon joining as they waved their banner. Neji was still shocked, but after a few moments something even more shocking happened. He started to laugh. Naruto looked to him in confusion as he watched his friend laugh with a smile. Naruto, I think I speak for everyone when I say, we're lucky you are our ally. Neji said with a calm smile. Naruto blinked his eyes. Ma, it's nothing. I mean the Hakusho Kaden is basically a sort of Rasengan shield. If I had this intellect back before Hayato kidnapped me, I probably would have just poured mine and Kyuubi's chakra in it to increase the rotation, basically turning your best jutsu into a giant Rasengan with you in the center of it. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head, laughing it off. However, for the Hyuga clan, they did not feel any sense of humor or relief. All they knew now was that their once thought to be believed flawless technique now had a major flaw in it. And the scariest part is that the one person who can turn it into a giant weapon against them is none other than Naruto Uzumaki, the dead last, but now greatest of the next generation. All Hyuga beware, as your vanguard of pain has now arrived. I can't believe that Naruto has become this good. Ino said with shock. She suddenly heard a dreamy sigh, making Sakura blushing as she stared at Naruto with eyes sparkling and her fists up to her chest with glee. Sugoi. Naruto has gotten so cool now. Super strong. Sakura exclaimed with hearts surrounding her head. He actually found a way to overturn my clan's greatest technique into his own weapon. He's so incredible. Sugoi ne, Naruto-kun. Hinata said with the same expression as Sakura, sparkling eyes, a blush over her cheeks and hearts surrounding her head. Ino sighed. These two, they're so bonkers over him now. I know he's gotten really cool now, but you don't have to go drooling over him like he's a god or something. Ino thought with her arms crossed. Hanabi stared at Naruto, who today and onward became the one man her clan now feared as their greatest opponent. Suyoi. Strong, Hanabi said breathlessly. Neji continued to smile, feeling pride for his friend. Neji. Don't go thinking I don't know what's happening. Your little distraction isn't enough to trick me. Naruto said with a cunning smirk. Should have known. Neji thought as he quickly threw kunai with bomb tags attached to them. Naruto flicked them off course, but upon contact, the tags exploded. However, Naruto easily jumped back in time, but he sensed a new jutsu used by Neji. Using the smoke as cover, Neji ran right through ready to deliver the final attack. Naruto took in a deep breath of air and blew out a force of air that smacked into Neji, sending him rocketing away. Suddenly the ground underneath Naruto cracked and broke open to reveal Neji. What the? Guy was surprised. He used my move, Naruto thought with wide eyes. You are in my range now. Neji thought as the veins around his eyes pulsed. Hake Rokujuin Sho. Neji quickly sent his barrage and shockingly enough, Naruto was hit with the full blunt force of the attacks. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Neji screamed as he sent his last palm strike into Naruto. Naruto stood in place as everyone was shocked by what had happened. Neji used the same strategy as Naruto did the last time they fought. After creating a cloud of smoke, he managed to create a clone to use as a distraction while he burrowed into the ground and came up underneath Naruto to deliver the final blows. Guy thought, impressed at his student's ironic strategy. However, I don't understand. Whoa, guess even Naruto couldn't avoid that. Choji said as he and the others were shocked. No, he could have avoided if he wanted to. He just chose not to. Guy said. Nani? The young Chunin of Naruto's generation questioned with shock. But why? Ino questioned, confused and shocked by it all. That's what I'd like to know. Guy thought. Neji panted as he stared at Naruto. Naruto's eyes were shadowed. Suddenly a green gleam appeared, alerting Neji. Jumping back, Neji eyed Naruto to see what his next maneuver was. Naruto slowly brought a hand up. He stared at the hand, narrowing his eyes. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, wanting to know what Naruto was planning. Suddenly he sent a palm strike to the air, alerting everyone. Bring the hand back. Naruto stared at it again. Then he sent another palm strike. What is he doing? Kiba questioned. Guy narrowed his eyes, pondering on what was happening. His eyes suddenly widened. No, he couldn't have. Guy thought with pure shock. Naruto stared at the hand for a while, clenching it and unclenching it repeatedly. Naruto took in a deep breath through his mouth into his lungs. Naruto slowly got into a new fighting stance. One that shocked Neji and all Hyugas. The Juken. Naruto suddenly sent a barrage of palm strikes and finger jabs. Everyone stared with pure shock and gaped mouths as Naruto weaved through the barrage. Aura. Naruto shouted as he sent the final palm strike that created a strong gust of wind that met Neji, blowing his hair back for a few moments. Neji stood shocked as he stared at Naruto. The Hake Rokujuin Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms, done perfectly. Neji shouted with pure disbelief as Naruto stood up straight. Not bad, Naruto said, clenching his fist. No, no way, Tenten said with pure shock. That's impossible, a Hyuga shouted with disbelief. He learned that move just from taking the attack just once. Another shouted. Hanabi stared at Naruto, shaking in her seat. Hiashi was speechless, as well as his father. Today is a dark day for all Hyugas, as now a non-Hyuga had just deciphered and performed the Hake Rokujuin show perfectly after just one instance. So that's why Naruto let Neji land the blows. His perception is incredible. He was following each strike and memorizing them. To notice and calculate all that and to perform it perfectly after one go. It's now clear as day. Uzumaki Naruto is a true taijutsu specialist. Guy said with his arms crossed. Everyone stared at Naruto with wide, shrunk pupils, shaking eyes. Naruto grabbed his left shoulder and rolled it. Neji gulped. Naruto. Does this mean you will now use element as your new energy source? Neji asked. Yeah, but only to reignite my chakra points. Naruto said, bringing his hands together in a ram seal. Nani? Naruto went through a series of hand seals as he controlled the circulation of his elemental reserves. When the points where his element shared a point with his chakra, concentrating, he focused his element to make contact with his chakra. Once he felt his chakra react, he quickly poured in element, connecting it with his chakra, becoming Koite energy. Naruto roared as he burst with Koite energy, surrounding him in a blue-green hue. Neji stared in even more shock. Naruto had just successfully reignited his chakra points. Once his aura was gone, Naruto stretched a bit, stretching his arms, his back, his legs, and then finishing with a small combo of quick punches, before smacking his face. Yosh. That's better, Naruto said with a grin. You actually reignited your chakra points, Neji said with pure shock. Yep. Got to thank you, Neji. This fight with you helped me learn a very important lesson. The reason you couldn't see me element reserves and shut them down was because you don't have element in your own system. If you did, that would have been a different story, Naruto said with a smirk, pointing at Neji. Neji stared at Naruto for what felt like hours, but was just seconds. He knew what to do right then and there. Standing up straight with a calm, serious expression on his face, Neji bowed to Naruto. I surrender, Neji proclaimed. Huh? Naruto questioned with confusion. There's nothing I can do. You've trumped every skill set I had. You were many steps ahead of me. I cannot defeat you the way I am. I honestly don't think any Hyuga could. Thank you for the match, Neji said with a sincere tone. Everyone just stared, flabbergasted that Neji had just forfeited. Of course, none more so than the Hyuga clan themselves. Naruto blushed red, surprised by Neji's sincere words. Yar days. You don't need to act that way. Giving me that sort of praise, Datbeo. Naruto said with an embarrassed blush. HMPH. Feeling flustered now, Neji said with a smirk. It's just so out of left field. I've never been given this sort of respect before. You're the only Konoha resident who has ever bowed to me, and it makes me feel, I don't know, but it's strange, Datbeo. Naruto said as his cheeks were red. Neji couldn't help but laugh. I still feel I made the right choice. After all, I don't want you using the Juken on me. Oi, Neji. Naruto spoke, now getting serious. I know it's out of fun, but don't take me for that kind of guy. I'm not a disrespectful brat. If I use that on you, I'd become some low piece of scum. A non-Hyuga, using the Juken, a secret technique I learned on the fly, on you, then I'd be a dishonorable punk. I won't ever use it on a Hyuga, so don't bring something like that up again. Naruto said with a calm, stoic yet stern expression as he pointed at Neji. Neji was surprised by Naruto's response. He couldn't help but smile, seeing how much of a respectful man Naruto is. Guy smirk. Excellent, Naruto. To respect Neji and his clan so much to refuse to use their own secret taijutsu against them. You could accomplish many victories with it, but to show such restraint is admirable. Guy thought. Besides, I think I'll only use it in dire times instead. Using it in a battle where nothing is at stake makes things too easy that it sucks, Ibeo. Then there's that, Guy thought with a nod. HMPH. Neji thought with a smirk. He turned and started walking away. By the way, how did you just break through my Hakusho Kaden like that? Neji asked, turning his head to Naruto. Oh, that. With my fighting spirit. I sensed something, so my fighting spirit just had gotten more intense, enough to break right through it so easy. Naruto said with a smile. Of course, Neji said, continuing to walk away. Winner. Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi announced, as everyone cheered. Neji continued to smile as he walked away. You truly are an excellent person, Naruto. I stood no chance, and yet, I still had fun. It's good to see you again and was a true honor to face you. Neji thought, still smiling. Yosh. Lee suddenly appeared next to Neji. You did well, Neji. I shall give my all to avenge your defeat. Lee, you don't need to avenge me. Just enjoy the fight, Neji said as he walked away. Yosh, way ahead of you, Lee cheered with a fist pump. When he turned to Naruto, he blushed, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. You two ready? Kakashi asked as Lee was now in front of Naruto. Yosh. Hi. Well then, Hajime, Kakashi said before jumping away. Naruto-kun. I wish to ask, will you give me permission to date Haruko-san? Lee asked, causing their friends to face vault. Nani? Naruto questioned with a sneer. I want to date Haruko-san, but from what I heard, you have an overprotective nature for her, Anaho-san and Himegami-san, because you see them as your sisters. So please, I ask, give me Haruko-san's hand as my girlfriend. I will protect her forever. Lee exclaimed. You really think I should have a say in who my Ne-chan can date? You're tweaked man, Naruto said. Then I can date her. No, Naruto narrowed his eyes. I see. Well then, I understand. I must prove myself to you. Lee shouted. Da fuck? Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. Oh Lee, Tenten said with a frown and her fingers pressed to her forehead. If I win this battle, then you will give me your blessing to date Haruko-san. Lee shouted as he got into his Goken fighting stance. That guy never learns, does he? Ino said with a dull look and arms crossed. Nope, Sakura said with a dull expression as well. So let me get this straight. You're asking me to fight you for the hand of my sister? Naruto questioned with shadowed eyes. Lee nodded. That was a mistake. Suddenly the air became thin as harsh winds were picking up. You're asking me to treat my sister like a trophy? Naruto screamed with gritting teeth as his hair was rising. Oh no, Tenten said as she and the others were now afraid. Watashi wa anata no tame ni koro Urushimasen. I will not forgive you for this. Naruto screamed with gold glowing as he exploded with golden flames, shocking and scaring everyone. Goodbye Lee, Kiba said. Naruto stopped glowing of gold flames, but then got into a stand with his left fist up and the right fist down to his waist. Lee was ready to attack, but suddenly Naruto appeared in front of him, shocking the taijutsu specialist. The back of Naruto's hand was pressed against the back of Lee's hand. The two stared at one another while everyone was on the edge of their seats on what will happen next. Wada! Naruto shouted as he punched Lee in the face. Lee fell to his knees as he felt blood come from his nostrils. Lee quickly went for a sweep, but Naruto jumped over it. Lee quickly followed with a spin kick straight to Naruto's ribs, but the blonde grabbed his leg and spun him away, with Lee quickly using his momentum to send a back fist to Naruto's face, but the blonde blocked it with his own back fist, causing a small booming noise as both fists made impact. The two were now still, with everyone getting excited on the battle already. Naruto punched Lee in the face again, bringing him to his knees once more. Lee got back to his feet with his fist up. He moved back a bit to psych out Naruto, but nothing. Lee went for a punch to Naruto's face, but Naruto knew it was a feint as he grabbed the wrist of Lee's other arm that tried to deliver a punch to his ribs, and then the blonde slammed his elbow into Lee's throat, causing him to choke as he was sent skidding back. Everyone clapped, impressed by the display. Just from that exchange I can see that Lee is also no match for Naruto in taijutsu. At least not the way he is now. Guy thought with his arms crossed. Lee got on his hands and knees, choking up as he held his neck. Not bad, Naruto-kun. I can see that you have advanced, greatly. Lee said as he rubbed his throat. But I am no fool. Lee jumped to his feet. If Neji could not defeat you, then fighting the way I am will get me nowhere. Naruto narrowed his eyes knowing what he meant. Lee got into position. Hachiman. Kaiman. 8 gates. Gate of opening, Lee shouted as his chakra burst around him. Human. Gate of healing, Lee shouted as he felt his muscles tighten. Simon. Gate of life, Lee shouted as his skin turned red as his chakra flared. Showman. Gate of pain, Lee shouted as the veins in his head bulged. Toman. Gate of limit, Lee shouted as he felt his whole body burst with pure power. Now is the time, Lee yelled. Lee charged at Naruto at full speed, breaking apart the field he was standing on as he appeared in front of Naruto, who stayed calm with a stoic expression on his face. I will show you all my strength here and now. I hope you can survive, Lee thought as he was ready to punch Naruto in the face. Unfortunately, Naruto easily punched him upside the jaw, sending Lee flying straight into air like a bottle rocket. Everyone looked up to see Lee with pure shock on their faces. Unbelievable, Kakashi said breathlessly. He's faster than a user of the 8 gates. Tenten shouted with pure shock. He's too strong. Oh my gosh, Ino shouted, holding her cheeks as he mouth was gape. Damn boss, Konohamaru said as he, Moegi and Udon stared up with wide eyes. Sakura stared at Lee with wide shocked eyes. She was completely amazed by Naruto's effortless skills. Lee came down towards the ground and impacted in front of Naruto. Lee gritted his teeth with pain. How? How was he able to keep up with me using the fifth gate? Lee thought with disbelief. I will not fall so easily. Lee thought as he jumped to his feet. I shall, huh? Lee looked to Naruto to see him reading a manga book. Naruto continued reading. Kakashi blinked his eyes as he stared at Naruto's new composure. He couldn't help but giggle at the all too familiar sight. Do not underestimate me, Lee shouted as he threw a punch, but Naruto moved his head to the side easily. Lee sent fast punches at Naruto, but the Uzumaki just kept moving his head and body to the sides. Lee went for a sweep kick that Naruto effortlessly jumped over and then moved back to avoid a side kick to his ribs. Then when Lee went to punch him in the face, Naruto just easily moved to the side. Guy stared in amazement that Naruto was easily dodging all of Lee's attacks. Lee went for a combo punches at Naruto's face, then went for a spin kick that Naruto moved back, but then Lee jumped ahead and went for a flying roundhouse kick, but Naruto vanished and was now atop of Lee's head, balancing on it upside down with his hand pressed atop of Lee's head. Jotaro looks pretty damn good in white, Naruto said. Stop underestimating me, Lee shouted as he went to grab Naruto's arm, but he jumped off and now had his back to Lee. You are clearly powerful, Naruto-kun. You have become a true genius in the art of taijutsu. And to reach such a level where you are faster and stronger than I myself when using the fifth gate of the 8 gates is incredible. Lee praised his friend. Naruto blinked his eyes as his attention was off his manga. You say something? Naruto asked, turning his head to Lee. Everyone's jaws dropped, with Lee's being dropped the deepest. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle with an eye smile and his hand over his masked mouth. Not again. Guy whined with a deep frown. Curse you, Naruto-kun, and your cool, hip attitude. It burns me up. Lee whined as he bit onto one of the bandages wrapped around his arm. Naruto blinked his eyes. He heard chuckling, making him look to see Kakashi was chuckling. Oh yeah, Kakashi does the same thing to Guy. Didn't mean to do it though. Lee gave a cry as he sent a barrage of kicks, but Naruto batted them away with his hand. However, he then allowed one kick to come at him, only for Naruto to lean back and send his elbow up, hitting the side of Lee's knee, causing him to flip up and fall to the ground, holding his leg in agony. I was just trying to focus on my manga. Naruto's eyes returned to his manga. Josuke started off looking more manly and large. Guess Araki-sama has a habit of changing the designs as the part goes on. Naruto thought as he continued reading. Damn it, Naruto's attention isn't even completely on me and yet he still has laid powerful proficient hits on my body. Especially in the most sensitive areas. Lee thought with gritting teeth. Lee, Guy shouted, earning Lee's attention. Take them off. Guy shouted, giving a thumbs up. Lee's eyes widened. Hi, Guy-sensei. Lee shouted with a salute. Lee quickly took off his leg warmers to reveal weights, but they looked heavier and more bulk than his original ones. Naruto noticed seals on the weights. Despite not being an expert on seals, at least not yet, Naruto could tell what they were as if by instinct. Are those seals designed to increase the weight of objects? Naruto thought as he returned to his literature. Afraid of reptiles? Seriously? That is much better. Now I can fight at full strength. I can prove myself now. Lee thought as he stood up and threw away his weights. Lee's weights were super heavy back in the Chunin exams. I wonder how much heavier they are now. Sakura wondered to herself. When they met the ground, enormous plumes of dust rise high over the stadium walls, making everyone's jaws drop again with wide exaggerated eyes. They're heavier than I thought. Kakashi thought, staring at the towers of dust. Now is the time, Lee shouted as he disappeared. To everyone there seemed to be no trace of him. I see Lee has advanced well. Neji spoke as he walked down the stairs with his arms crossed to join his friends. Yeah, I can't believe how amazing he's gotten. Tenten said. I think he's finally surpassed Neji. I mean he has too. I can't even see him anymore. No one can. However, Tenten noticed that the dirt around Naruto was picking up. So he's circling around Naruto. He's so fast that you can't see him. Way to go, Lee, Tenten thought with amazement. Naruto's eyes were on his manga. He took a few steps forward and sent a punch, nailing Lee in the cheek, sending him flying into the wall, creating a new large cloud of dust. No way. He kept up with him. Tenten shouted as she and the crowd were flabbergasted. And without his eyes leaving his book no less. Shino commented. Okay, maybe taking those weights off made no major difference at all. Guy said with a frown, feeling bad for his student. And just when he managed to walk around with 20,000 pounds wrapped around each leg. 20,000. Tenten screamed with an anime expression as she and others were shocked. I knew I stood no chance, but this, it just shows Naruto is beyond cage level. Neji thought as the grip on his biceps tightened. Naruto blinked his eyes as he leaned closer to his book. Is he? Kaiman. Gate of view, Lee screamed as he exploded with green chakra. No way, Naruto said with wide eyes. Here I come, Lee cried as he burst towards Naruto. He gets pissed if someone makes fun of his features too. Naruto exclaimed with wide eyes. Naruto suddenly grabbed Lee by the throat, making him choke a bit. No way. And it's about his hair too. Naruto exclaimed. It does look funny, but at the same time it makes him seem tough. Naruto said, but suddenly Lee kicked his manga book into the air. Naruto stared up at his manga with wide horrified eyes. Acha! Lee shouted as he kicked Naruto's face, managing to get out of his grip, bouncing off his face and landing onto the ground. I will win! Lee shouted as he charged at Naruto with a fist cocked back. And then I will date Haruko-san. Lee cheered, only to have his face caved in by Naruto's fist. Uto Shiso, oh my. You're starting to annoy me. Naruto screamed with a pissed expression and narrowed eyes, before delivering his usual barrage of punches. Orao rao 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 ra. Naruto cried, sending Lee straight into the wall of the stadium. Everyone stared with wide eyes and jaws dropped. Holy crap, Tenten said breathlessly. Just as I figured. I knew those punches weren't chakra-based. The ones back at Tenbi only were fueled with chakra to increase the speed and rate, but besides that, his ability to punch faster than light, making it seem he has multiple arms, is just a pure taijutsu ability all of his own. A natural ability. Guy said calmly, but still amazed by Naruto's progress. He can punch that fast naturally. Ino said, feeling shocked that someone could punch that fast on their own. Ni-san. You fucking rock. Konohamaru cheered. Konohamaru. Watch your mouth. Sakura scolded Konohamaru. Why? Did you not see that? Yes, I did, and as impressive as it was, that still does not give you the excuse to curse like that, especially when children are here. Ni-san got to do it. Konohamaru said with a pout and his arms crossed. Well, that's because Naruto is an idiot. Sakura said, turning back, but had her head look to the right with a frown. She grunted with annoyance, but her eyes widened and she gasped as she noticed someone she thought she'd never see in person again. Her eyes were of horror as she saw up near the passageway at the top of the stands was none other than the man who took Naruto from their world. Smiling no less as he watched the fight with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, covered by shadows. Wabisuke. Hayato, Sakura thought with new fear. Dashta, what's the matter? Ino asked, noticing the look on her friend's face, breaking her out of her fearful trance. Nothing. I just thought I saw Amy. Sakura quickly said. Huh, that bitch. I haven't seen her since the academy days. Ino said, looking to where Sakura looked, only to notice Wabisuke. Sasuke-kun. Wait a minute, he's dressed so nice with a hat, Wabisuke. Ino thought with new fear as her eyes widened. Ino turned away, looking down at her lap as her hands tightened into fists. Sakura. Ino whispered with fear. Shish. I know. Just keep quiet. Sakura whispered back, looking down at her lap as well. I can't believe he's here. What does he want? He can't be here to take Naruto back. Maybe to fight him. Please, Kami-sama, don't let it be true. Sakura thought as she felt her heart pumping faster. Guess I've finally been noticed. Wabisuke thought, still smiling as he glanced to Sakura and Ino. At least by someone other than you, Naruto. Wabisuke looked back down to the blonde, who suddenly flashed up to grab his book and come down in a golden flash, making people, especially the older generation, gasp. Baka, I'm surprised you haven't given someone a heart attack yet. Wabisuke thought with a smirk and closed eyes. Yar days. He better not have harmed the cover. I just got this book. Naruto complained, dusting off any damage on his book, despite it being fine. Except the bottom, which was kind of bent from the kick. Naruto noticed and gasped. Kyomen. Gate of Wonder, Lee burst with a blue aura as his power increased. Naruto's eyes widened, before they narrowed. I'll kill him, Naruto said as he pocketed the book, which vanished via golden flames. I have no choice. You are clearly stronger than someone using the 6th gates. So maybe even the 7th will be suffice. Especially with what I have in store. Lee shouted. Lee can now use the 7th gate. Tenten screamed as she and Neji were shocked. Yes, Naruto has become such an intense source of motivation for Lee. He has trained vigorously to points that I would have fainted at his age. I am proud, but I do wonder, will it be enough? Guy said. Number. Neji said. Not at all, Tenten said, shaking her head. Damn it, believe in your teammate. I taught you better, damn it. Guy shouted, causing Neji and Tenten to flinch. Lee stared at Naruto, while the blonde had a stern look on his face. Suddenly a shockwave was created. Lee's fist met Naruto's hand. Lee sent punches and kicks that Naruto blocked with his hand and then back a punch away with his arm. Naruto sent a monkey palm, or whatever you call that move where you bend the fingers as you palm someone, to his face, then a tiger claw. Naruto leaned his foot in as he grabbed Lee's vest, kicking him off balance and sent him into the ground with a judo slam, got atop of him, sent a 2-punch combo across his face, and slammed a sun fist straight into Lee's face. Naruto quickly got off, grabbed Lee and slammed Lee onto the ground repeatedly over and over again, tossed him up, which caused him to flip in the air. Wada! Naruto screamed as he slammed a sun fist into Lee's stomach, sending him flying back. Lee flipped in the air, landed onto his feet, charged at Naruto, but as he was a foot away, he threw a punch so fast it compressed the air and hit Naruto, which only sent him skidding back, but not far at all. Lee managed to double combo punches across Naruto's face, but when he went for a hard punch to Naruto's face, Naruto leaned to the side, grabbed Lee's arm and pressed his elbow up Lee's armpit, harm his joints, making Lee grit his teeth in pain. What do you love about my sister? Naruto shouted. Huh? Lee questioned. Naruto twisted Lee's arm and slammed his hand behind Lee's head, pushing him down, causing more pain upon Lee. Lee, I hate repeating myself. I will only ask one more time. What do you love about my sister, Haruko Amaya? Naruto asked with a deep, threatening tone. She has such flames of youth. Yakamashi. Naruto screamed as he punched Lee's back, sending him into the ground, creating a crater. Naruto stood up straight. I don't want to hear flames of youth. I want to know what you love about her. What makes her unique? Not her looks, Naruto said. What I mean is, I admire her strength. The first day I saw her, when she punished you for some kind of affair with the beautiful principal, Minori Rokuju-san. What the fuck? Don't say that shit, especially here, Naruto shouted as he stomped on Lee's head, but not hard, instead just enough to sting. Woo tilde. Kiba whooped while everyone's jaws dropped. Urusei. Inuzuka. Naruto screamed as he threw a golden kunai at Kiba, making him yelp as the golden kunai stabbed the back of the seat he was sitting on. Go on, and keep it clean, Naruto said, pulling his foot off of Lee's head. When I saw her, it was like she was a goddess. She was strong, yet kind. Aggressive, yet fair. She is the greatest woman I have ever seen. Her name even means spring child, Lee said. But that's not enough. You need to get to know her more, but don't go being too enthusiastic. Girls like a man to be calm at first, before showing their all. Naruto said. I understand, Lee said. Get up, Naruto said, walking away a bit to get a good distance away from Lee. Yosh! Lee shouted as he jumped to his feet, ready to fight more. Lee charged at Naruto, sending a barrage of punches. He sent a high kick to send Naruto into the air. Naruto had immediately jumped into the air before impact. Now you are open, Lee thought as he sent punches of compressed air at Naruto. Naruto quickly kicked off the air, moving to the side. What the? Neji questioned in shock. He can kick off the air. Guy shouted in shock. Lee continued to sending air punches at Naruto, who was easily moved side to side. Lee sent a spin kick that sent a horizontal air blade at Naruto, but the blonde jumped up to avoid the attack. Naruto landed his feet on the air, and stared down at Lee. Wait, can somebody land on air? Oi Lee, that's not all you got, is it? Naruto teased with a stoic expression and his arms crossed. He's standing on air. A random citizen shouted. I didn't know that was possible. A Konoha shinobi shouted. Naruto's friends all stared in shock and envy. Is that possible? Ino asked. With chakra? I don't think so, Guy answered. Lee quickly jumped at Naruto, but he suddenly took out a kunai and threw it. Naruto noticed the bomb tag on it. He sighed. Yar yar, Naruto said as he vanished via golden flash, appearing at the ground. Lee landed onto the ground and started running around Naruto, while the blonde remained unfazed. Lee went for a kick behind Naruto's back. Naruto immediately turned around, but only now did he notice a paper bomb tag floating in front of him, shocking the blonde before it detonated. Lee quickly jumped back, then jumped high into the sky, where he noticed Naruto had jumped back as well. Quickly he threw bomb pellets at Naruto, forcing him back. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he had a good idea what Lee was trying to do. Lee quickly had thrown numerous bombs all at once, forcing Naruto to jump back again, before impact. Lee landed on the ground. Quickly jumping back to land on the stadium wall, Lee ran at Naruto, preparing his fist. Here goes nothing, Lee thought as he felt he picked up enough force. He placed a palm facing forward in front of his face with one hand and then taps it with his other hand, formed into a fist, which created a massive amount of air pressure that took the form of a tiger. Hirudora. Daytime tiger, Lee screamed as the jutsu roared like an actual tiger. Lee have a roar as he formed a unique hand seal resembling a tiger, which launched the air pressure at Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened with shock as the technique came at him. The jutsu rushed over and collided with the wall, causing harsh winds to occur, making everyone cover their eyes and their ears from both the intensity of the winds and the sound of the shockwave. After moments had passed, the jutsu had finished, leaving a deep crater into the wall of the stadium. Lee panted with slumped shoulder as his arms hung loose. Lee's friends stared at him in shock. Wah! What kind of jutsu was that? Neji questioned, flabbergasted by Lee's technique. It's called Hirudora, a technique of my own. Despite how it looks, it's actually a technique that is pure taijutsu. An incredibly fast punch that creates such a massive amount of air pressure in the shape of a tiger. Guy said. Whoa, Guy-sensei, I never knew you could make something so cool. Tenten said as she gained more respect for her sensei. I'll say, Kakashi-sensei's Chidori, Reikiri and Raiju Suiga, Lightning Beast Tracking Fang, are amazing, but compared to that. Sorry sensei. Sakura thought. Too bad it wasn't enough. Guy said, alerting everyone. Naruto floated down behind Lee with his hands in his pockets. Even though I used the seventh gate, you are still too much for me. Lee said with a frown. Naruto stared at him with a stoic expression. You gave it your best, Lee. I'm proud of that, Guy thought. Then that leaves me with one option. Lee said, surprising everyone. Lee turned around to Naruto and jabbed his thumb into his heart. Lee no, Guy screamed. 30 seconds. I had learned from knowledge in the past that if one uses it for 30 seconds, I will go through unbearable pain, but I will live. Lee said, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. I know that this goes against the self-rule Guy-sensei has taught me, but I must know the gap between us. Everyone has become inspired by you to reach new heights, but I myself can never know that unless I do this. I need to know the line between us, so I can become greater than I am now. If I don't use this, then I will be nothing, but a coward who lets fear control his life, and that is a life I refuse to live. Lee proclaimed as he felt all his chakra pathways break loose. Guy's lip quivered as he felt tears run down his face from his eyes. Oh Lee, you fool. Guy thought as he didn't know how to feel on the situation. The 8th gate. Shimon. Gate of Death. Lee suddenly was surrounded in a red aura with his hair and eyebrows flaming up as they were colored red. This is my final gambit. If I do not end this fight in 30 seconds, then I know that I would still have much to improve. But how much though? That is the question. Lee thought before charging at Naruto, causing the stadium floor to break apart from the force. Naruto was too shocked by Lee's speech that Lee managed to land a combo of punches upon Naruto's face and then a roundhouse kick to the side of his head, sending him flying. Lee suddenly appeared under Naruto, kicking him up into the air, where he appeared above him. Where I see, Lee sent a barrage of punches and kicks at Naruto. Where the horizon lies, Lee delivered an X kick that sent Naruto rocketing to the ground. Naruto's body bounced off the ground, but he managed to land on his hands and feet in a crouching position. Lee appeared behind him. Naruto turned around only to block a punch meant for his cheek. Lee quickly sent a barrage of punches and kicks, forcing Naruto to block them all, until Lee slammed his palms into Naruto, sending him skidding back, then delivered a drop kick that sent Naruto skidding back more with gritting teeth. Lee had bounced off of Naruto, going far until he landed onto the wall of the stadium. Lee sprinted down the wall. This is it. Lee made it to the ground, where he charged at Naruto. The moment I arrived for. Lee cocked his fist back. Where I get to see. He was closing in on Naruto. The horizon. Lee roared as the space around his fist was being bent. Lee struck Naruto in the face, upon the left cheek, causing booming shockwaves as the force behind the punch was so strong, that the wall behind Naruto developed an enormous deep crater, despite being a good distance away from it. Lee panted while everyone watched with shock and awe. Everything was still and quiet. After a few moments, Naruto's head slowly turned to Lee as he had an intense look upon his face. What the? Lee said breathlessly, reeling back with shock. He took that hit. Kiba screamed as everyone, and I mean literally everyone, were all shocked. Guy shocked with gritting teeth as he continued to stare down at the arena. The three elders, Homura, Kaharu and Danzo, were staring in pure disbelief, but none more than Danzo, who felt a sense of fear as his pupil shook. Naruto brought up his hand to the middle of Lee's chest, pressed his fingers against Lee's chest and then delivered a 1-inch punch, sending Lee flying back. Lee rolled against the ground. He managed to get on his hands and knees, but he was feeling the intense pain of using the final gate, and it hasn't even been 30 seconds yet. Even with all I have. Lee thought with gritting teeth. No, I must continue. Lee got up to his feet and got into his stance. It's not over until it's over. However, Lee noticed Naruto was in a new fighting stance. Naruto had brought his fists up in front of his face, covering all but his eyes. Peek-a-boo, Naruto said as a reference to the new boxing stance he took. Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Lee and now was weaving his body in a figure-8 motion. This new technique will not stop me, Lee thought, but he gasped as he noticed numerous Narutos following the original, making it look like there were more than one sharing the same pair of legs. Lee didn't know what to do, so he went with instinct, which was send a side kick, but Naruto dodged under the kick, before he slammed his fist across Lee's face, now delivering a rapidly executed barrage of punches whilst continuing to bob and weave. This went on for a while, until Naruto delivered one last punch, which sent Lee to the ground, bouncing off it. Everyone stared in shock with their jaws dropped as they all watched Lee now lie flat onto the ground, with his body transforming back to normal as the gates now deactivated. Naruto was still in his boxer stance. He stared down at Lee. Stand up straight. Naruto turned to Kakashi, who watched the whole spectacle with wide eyes. When he noticed Naruto's look, he managed to get out of his stupor state. Clearing his throat, he announced the obvious. Winner. Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi shouted, and just like that the stadium erupted into cheers. Naruto walked over, sensing the damaging state Lee was in, but luckily he has that covered. Kneeling down, Naruto placed his hand atop of Lee's chest as golden flames engulfed him. Everyone screamed as Anbu came to stop him, with one having the tip of a kunai pressed against his neck. Naruto remained silent as he continued the flames for a few more moments. Stop the flames. Yugao commanded. Naruto remained silent. Now. I'm still fixing his blood vessels. Naruto said, confusing Yugao. The male Anbu with his kunai to Naruto's neck, pressed it further to his neck. Oi, you looking to start something? Naruto questioned as the kunai melted, shocking the Anbu. My kunai. The male Anbu exclaimed with shock as he pulled what was left of his kunai back. All the other Anbu drew their weapons, but suddenly the flames surrounding Lee dissipated, revealing Lee was completely fine. In fact, any injuries he had were now completely healed. Lee opened his eyes in shock, before he burst into the air. Yahoo! I feel so youthful. Lee cheered with a fist thrust into the air. Everyone stared in shock at what just happened. Well, I'll be. He can heal people, Kakashi said with his hands in his pockets as Lee landed back onto the floor. Naruto-kun. Let us continue. Lee cheered, but Naruto delivered a chop to the top of Lee's head, making him hunch down a bit. Baka. You already lost, Naruto said with a dull anime eyes. The Anbu were surprised that Naruto was actually healing Lee instead of burning him alive. Then again, who could blame them? Oi Anbu, Naruto said, earning their attention. He turned his head to them with a stoic expression. Pointing to them, he said, don't ever point those things at me again, okay? Naruto smiled with a pair of eye smiles, only for the Anbu masks to be split in half, revealing their clearly shocked faces. Ha! Hi! Yugao said, feeling stupor at Naruto's strength that just continues to shock everyone. Anko whistled while Kurenai and Yamato were shocked. Now that's a powerful man, Anko said with a smirk. To even scare the Anbu, I'll be damned, Kurenai said with shock. So ~L. The Konohamaru Corps said with shining eyes and awestruck smiles. He's so dangerous, Ino said with a nervous expression. So cool, Ino said as her expression softened. So hot Ino suddenly drooled with hearts for eyes and her hands interlocked. Sakura stared at her with a dull expression. Never gonna happen, Sakura thought, as if predicting the future. Her eyes looked to Wabisuke to see him still watching, staying still with his arms crossed. So what's next, Kaka-sensei? Naruto asked turning to his sensei. Naruto-kun, you truly are strong. I will train so I can gain your blessing to gain Haruko-san's hand. Lee exclaimed with pride. Lee, I swear to the kamis that if you treat Haruko-ne-chan like a trophy again I will break open a hole through your chest and heal you just to do it again. Naruto said with narrowed eyes, shutting Lee up. Naruto heard something making him turn to see Kakashi place a shogi board in the middle of the field. Shogi. So it is Shika, Naruto said with a frown, while Kakashi had an eye smile. Oi Lee, you should know that Haruko-ne-chan. I will train immediately, Lee shouted as he sprinted off. Oi, don't just run off when someone is talking to you, Boke dumbass. Naruto shouted. TCH. Yar. Can't just take things slow once in a while, Naruto said with his teeth gritted a bit. Sounds a lot like someone else I know, Shikamaru said as he calmly walked over with his hands in his pockets as the Anbu jumped away. Can't really say I've grown out of that. Everyone back at Tenbi still calls me a hotshot idiot who runs headfirst into danger, Naruto said with a smirk as he pulled on the front of his jacket a bit. Guess you never really changed, huh? Shikamaru said with a smirk. In some areas, Naruto said with a finger up. Well, let's do this, Shikamaru said as he sat down. Yar. Playing a Nara in a game of shogi, so troublesome, Datbeo. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head as she sat down with his legs crossed. Shikamaru smirked. Doesn't mean I don't have a plan, Naruto thought. Alright, flip 5 pawns to decide who is black, Kakashi said. I'll be white, Naruto said, catching Kakashi and Shikamaru by surprise. You be black Shika, Naruto said with a stoic expression. Want me to make the first move, huh? Alright then, Shikamaru said with a shrug. Let me explain the basics. In shogi, black always goes first. Probably because black should be the instigator, I guess. And also in order to determine who goes first, you must flip 5 pawn pieces. Each tile has kanji on each side with the top side saying the tile's position and the back side being promoted. If there are more pawn sides up, then you go first. If more promoted comes up then your opponent goes first. There are 20 pieces in total that vary in size to smallest to least important to biggest and most important. You have one king, duh, one bishop, one rook, two golden generals, two silver generals, two knights, two lances and 9 pawns. The first row are all your pawns, next row you have your bishop on the left and rook on the right. On the last row is, from left to right, lance, knight, silver general, gold general, the king, gold general, silver general, knight and then lance. The rules are basically like chess. Take the king and you win. The pawns move one space at a time forward. The lance can move any number of spaces forward, but cannot move backwards or to the sides. Knights move in an L shape, but can only capture pieces at the end of its movement's path, not in the middle like in US chess. The silver general can move one square forward or one square diagonally in any direction. The gold general can move forward, back, left, right, diagonal up left and up right, but not diagonal back left and back right. The bishop can move any number of squares in any diagonal path. The rook can move any number of squares left, right, up and down. And finally, the king can move one square in any number of directions. Now promotions. There's got to be a reason for the kanjis on the back of each piece. The promotion area is the other side of the chest board, the 1/3 of the board across from your side. So if you're black, you can flip the tiles, promoting them once they invade the white side's area, starting where the pawns laid. Promoted pieces have better move sets, no duh there, but if you catch your opponent's promoted piece it will be changed back into its original form. A silver general, lance, knight or pawn, can be promoted into a golden general. A rook and bishop keeps their title, but gains a much wider move set. Keeping their original movements, but gains the ability to move like the king, which means one square in any direction. The only pieces that don't get promoted are the gold generals and the king. And pieces that are already promoted cannot be promoted again after already being promoted. Now for captures and drops. The most complex thing in shogi that makes it unique. In order to capture your opponent's king, you need to nab a few of his guards first. There are small tables on the right sides of each end for you to place your opponent's captured pieces. When you capture them, they remain in your hand. On your turn, instead of moving one of your pieces, you can take one of the captured pieces and place them on any free space on the board for a surprise attack. Drops are your biggest asset and will trip you off the most. Always keep your opponent's captured pieces in mind when making a move. Dropping counts as a full turn, so you can't move a square once they are dropped, you'll have to wait another turn. Think of the dropped pieces as brainwashed soldiers or traitors. Also, they can't capture another piece on the board, and even if you put them in the promotion zone, you can't instantly promote them. There are restrictions. You can't drop a pawn, knight or lance in a space where they can't make any legal moves, you can't drop a pawn on a square that is already being occupied by one, and you can't get an instant checkmate with a dropped one. Good thing with that last one, because that would have been cheap. However, it can be dropped to make a king go into check. I'm not sure if the same can be said for the knight and lance, but my guess is probably so. Get your opponent's king in check with the same move each time with nothing changing 4 times in a row, then you lose. If both kings have reached their promotion zones and you can't hope to gain anything else, both players must agree to an impasse, which means a situation which no progress is possible, then the winner is determined based the points remaining from the pieces. Thank goodness, because drops happen very often, draws don't usually occur. This is the basics of shogi. Confusing if you don't really pay attention, but still can be understood pretty well to play the game. I'd like to thank YouTuber Yakuza Fan for explaining the rules in his video, How to Play Shogi, from Yakuza 0. With that explained, I'll try my best to make some of these sound authentic, but I won't focus on a whole game because, well, none of us are patient for that. So let's go. Alright then, Hajime, Kakashi said as he strolled away. Shikamaru made his first move with a pawn. Naruto made his move with his pawn as well. After a few moves with the pawns, Shikamaru suddenly patted his right leg for some reason as the wind picked up. This so far had to be the most boring of the matches. Although it did show that Naruto did improve in intelligence. He actually managed to take a few of Shikamaru's pawns and a knight and a lance. In turn, Shikamaru managed to take most of Naruto's pawns, both his lances and a knight. So far, Shikamaru was winning. Naruto stared at the game board. He glanced up at Shikamaru to see him staring at him to see his next move. Naruto grabbed his knight and moved in an L shape, getting closer to the promotion zone. Shikamaru took a pawn from his table and took a drop in a square in his third of the board. Naruto grabbed his bishop in the middle of the board and moved it over to take that same pawn. Check, Naruto said as he flipped his bishop and took the previous drop piece. Shikamaru said. However, when he saw Naruto place the pawn on his right table, Shikamaru's eyes widened when he saw that it was a knight. What the? Shikamaru exclaimed, alerting the others. Nani? Naruto asked with a stoic expression. Shikamaru blinked his eyes in surprise, before regaining his composure and staring back at the board. What the hell happened there? I thought I placed a pawn. Shikamaru thought. He noticed something off though. Wait a minute. When was that there? Shikamaru thought as he noticed his rook was near the promotion space. I never moved my rook there, did I? Shikamaru thought. Naruto stared at Shikamaru. Suddenly for a moment, the faintest smirk appeared on the blonde's face. Shikamaru made a move with his knight, finally managing to take Naruto's gold general. Naruto made a move, taking the knight. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. He made another move, managing to promote a lance into a golden general. However, Naruto took a piece and moved it all the way to the left, turning the golden general back into a lance. Wait. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he stared at the piece Naruto had used. A rook. I thought that was a pawn. Shikamaru thought with wide eyes and a gaped mouth. Shikamaru looked to Naruto to see him focusing on the board. What did he do? I know he did something. Shikamaru suddenly felt the wind pick up again. This time Shikamaru noticed a piece changed. What? Shikamaru blinked his eyes as he looked to Naruto. Did he move it somehow? Tsunade noticed something off from afar. You noticing it too, huh? Jiraiya asked. Notice what? Shizune asked. Shikamaru's losing his cool, Jiraiya said, surprising Shizune. What are you up to, Naruto? Tsunade thought. Up above Shikaku Nara, sitting with his wife, was noticing the mistakes Shikamaru was making. It's over, Shikaku said. What do you mean? Yoshino asked her husband with a raised eyebrow. Shikamaru's going to lose, Shikaku said. Inoichi and Choza, sitting in front of their friend and his wife, with their own wives sitting beside them, turned to him with shocked expression. What do you mean? Inoichi asked. I don't know how, but Naruto's got him in a trap, Shikaku said, shocking people nearby. After a few moments and a couple more moves, Shikamaru made a move, only for his eyes to widen when he noticed a move he made earlier resulted in his gold general now being taken. Bullshit, Shikamaru exclaimed with shock, alerting everyone. Naruto looked to him. Dashta, what's up? Naruto asked with a stoic expression. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes as he looked up to Naruto. You're doing something. I know it, Shikamaru said. Naruto stared at him with his calm, stoic expression not leaving his face. I can't tell anything just by his expression or the look in his eyes. Naruto's definitely gotten better at withholding his emotions in any sense. The two continued and now it seems so far that Naruto was winning. Shikamaru sweated a bit as he stared down at the board. He went to grab a piece, but stopped. Pulling his hand back, he went to take a piece from his right table, but stopped as well. He's doubting himself, Shikaku thought as he saw his son's hesitation. Shikamaru felt worried. He felt he couldn't trust his sight. However, suddenly he started seeing the kanji on his captured tiles changing at a rapid pace. Shikamaru blinked his eyes. He looked over to the board, only to give a small gasp as he noticed the same with the pieces on the board. They then suddenly started spinning around like a whirlpool. Shikamaru felt his heartbeat increase as he felt like he was staring at a dark, confusing void. He felt like he could understand what a dyslexic felt like. Suddenly a snap of the fingers broke Shikamaru out of his trance. It was from Naruto. Naruto interlocked his fingers together as he stared at Shikamaru. Shikamaru shook a bit as he tried to keep a calm composure. Shogi is a lot like poker, Naruto said as he flipped a pawn into the air with his thumb and then caught it in between his index and middle fingers, showing off the pawn kanji. You have to keep calm, never showing emotion. At least that's the best way to play. Even when you know you could lose, it could change everything. Like a perfect illusion to help flip things into your favor. Naruto flipped the piece to the other side to reveal its promoted side. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes as the wind picked up. He knew what that meant. Naruto was cheating, but how is the question? He can't just say he is without any proof. He has to debunk this somehow. He can't be moving the pieces with his own hands. That's impossible, even for him. I would be able to tell. It has to be genjutsu. But, how can Naruto, the person in our whole generation who completely sucks at genjutsu, be able to put me under one? Especially with all eyes watching. Shikamaru thought, wondering as he went back to the board as wind picked up. Wait. This wind, it's not natural, he, controlling it. Shikamaru thought. That's right. He has perfect control with element. However, can it make a genjutsu, or has he found a way to mix it with his chakra to make a genjutsu? Shikamaru looked to Naruto, who stared at the board. There's got to be an element I'm not seeing here, Shikamaru thought. Naruto looked up. The two now stared one another in the eyes, officially having a stare down. Everyone could not believe they were on the edge of their seats, over shogi game no less. Even those of Naruto's generation were focusing on the game. Choji had stopped eating his chips as he and Ino stared in shock that their friend was actually losing a shogi match and it wasn't to his own father. Shikamaru and Naruto continued to stare at one another for a good 30 seconds. Until Naruto suddenly stared down at his manga of JoJo. Are you trying to piss me off? Shikamaru exclaimed. You've had 2 minutes to make a turn. Either make one or I'm going to read. Naruto said with a hand on his cheek. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. He stared down at the board. His eyes narrowed. Did Naruto do something again? Shikamaru reached his hand over and took a piece. The two continued for a while, until Shikamaru was backed into a corner. All he could do was keep his king safe while he focused on keeping his pieces alive. He has a few options. One of them being that he could somehow trick Naruto into making the same move 4 times. It's a gamble, but he felt with the pieces he had, he could do it. Shikamaru took his last golden general and made his move, blocking Naruto in. Naruto's best move was to build up promotions in order to get his pieces. It was the only way to win. Although there was the risk of impasse which would lead to Naruto's victory, but if Naruto made the moves he had planned, then he could at least decrease those numbers and turn it more into his favor. Naruto went as he grabbed his promoted bishop. Check. Naruto move his promoted bishop. Mate. Naruto said as once he took the golden general, it was revealed to be Shikamaru's king. I win. Shikamaru stood up with pure shock and disbelief all over his face. Everyone was speechless. From above, no one could really see the pieces on the board, but once they heard, checkmate, they were all stunned. How did? Shikamaru could not comprehend what happened. He turned to Kakashi. Did you see what happened? I'm as shocked as you are. I thought I saw a golden general as well. Kakashi said. Well, that was not fun, but intense. Naruto said, standing back up, putting his hands in his pockets. His manga long gone. How did? I know you cheated. Shikamaru said. And, how did I? Naruto asked with his stoic expression. I don't know. Shikamaru said with a frown. Naruto extended his hand to Shikamaru. Shikamaru stared at the hand. He looked to Naruto, who remained stoic. Shikamaru smirked and took Naruto's hand, shaking it. I don't know how you did it, but, not bad. Shikamaru said, still smirking. I'm still pissed though. That's to be expected, Naruto said with a smirk. Everyone continued to stare with disbelief. Shikamaru. Lost, Ino said, still in disbelief. How did he? Tenten was lost on the whole thing. Of course Naruto cheated, but how is an excellent question. Neji said with his arms crossed. No way. That was. Sakura could even finished as she continued to stare at Naruto. Amazing. Hinata finished for the Pinkett as she also stared at the young man who holds her heart. Shikamaru walked away with a smirk, his eyes closed and his hands in his pockets. Not bad, Naruto. I don't know how you did it, but you pulled a fast one. Although it still proves that you're not as smart as me. Shikamaru thought, still smirking. Naruto closed his eyes, still smirking as he had his hands in his pockets. I couldn't outsmart you, that much I knew, so I had to trick you. Thank Kami for Golden Asura and Kurama. If they weren't connected together as well with me, then this wouldn't have worked. Golden Asura sinks into the ground, makes contact with Shikamaru with his finger touching his leg and put Kurama's chakra in you to connect to him so he could cast his genjutsu upon you. Affecting your sight and touch, so you couldn't tell what were the real positions of each piece from seeing or feeling their kanji. Didn't hurt to have Golden Asura switch the king and Golden General while your focus was on me as you were deep in thought. That wind I built up also helped as a red herring. Yep, I'm still Naruto. I may not be as smart as my opponent, but I can still outwit them with my trickery. Naruto thought with a smirk. He suddenly blinked his eyes. Wait, why did I explain that all in my head? There was no need for that kind of exposition. So what the hell? Naruto thought, confused on why he bothered mentally explaining something he knew about from the start. It was his plan after all. You cheated, Kakashi stated with his usual bored look. Naruto looked to Kakashi with a stoic expression. The blonde pointed to his sensei. It's not cheating if the secret doesn't get out, Naruto said. Kakashi gained an eye smile as he let out a soul chuckle. Naruto put his hand back in his pocket as he thought something over. However, I did feel that I could change Shikamaru's mind somehow with just Golden Asura. It felt like I could connect with him through his soul. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he looked to the ground. Now that I recall, that ability is extremely similar to Kusu. Naruto got pissed just thinking of the ancient bastard. His expression became silent anger. Yar yar. Of all the abilities I had to discover, it had to be one similar to that shithead. Naruto's eyes narrowed. I don't think I'll ever meet someone I hate more than him. Nagato, Obito, Madara and possibly even Kagaya don't piss me off as much as he did. Although that last one is still a bit iffy. Kakashi stared at his student, wondering why he was getting angry and feeling concerned for him. Kakashi sensed his other student had appeared. Naruto blinked his eyes as he sensed the familiar dark presence. Sup, Tem, Naruto said with his back facing Sasuke, and hands in his pockets. Sasuke now wore what people at Maken World called his taka clothes. Sasuke stared at Naruto with Sharingan eyes and his arms crossed. Naruto closed his eyes as he grabbed his neck and rolled it to relieve any stress. Yar yar. That dark feeling you got there is giving me the willies. Naruto said with a bored tone as he turned to face Sasuke. Sasuke just stared at him. Now for the final battle in the small tournament. Sasuke Uchiha stood with his arms crossed and Sharingan shining, while Naruto stared back with disinterest written all over his face and his hands in his pockets. Kakashi looked between his two students. One ready to fight with all his might and the other showing no interest. However, months ago the roles would have been reversed. Are the two combatants ready? Sasuke nodded. Naruto just shrugged. Kakashi just considered that the go-ahead. Well then. Kakashi raised his hand up high. Everyone was on the edge of their seats as they stared down at the two combatants. The elders were some of the most eager to see what will happen. Will the Uchiha remain victorious in Konoha, or will Naruto pull his first ever victory against Sasuke in a fair one-on-one match? Hajime, Kakashi announced, jumped back in time as Sasuke charged forward, while Naruto remained still. Sasuke and Naruto's forearms collided. Sasuke sent a punch that was batted away, then a few kicks, with Naruto backstepping and batting the kicks away as well. Sasuke suddenly sent a horizontal slash to Naruto's midsection, but Naruto just grabbed the tip of the Chikudo, but then it suddenly burst with lightning. However, Naruto just faded away, shocking everyone. Naruto suddenly appeared behind Sasuke and whistled, alerting the Uchiha. Sasuke roared as he spun to slash at Naruto, but the blonde grabbed his forearm and pushed it down, keeping the arm and the Chikudo down, and then delivered a punch up Sasuke's jaw, sending him flying. However, Naruto felt an intense burning sensation upon his cheek. Naruto noticed that Sasuke had managed to summon the dark flames of Amaterasu, the jutsu, to burn the right side of his face, but Naruto managed to skid away to the side. He got him. Sakura exclaimed with shock as everyone was shocked and amazed as they stared at the floating flame. Steam came from Naruto's cheek. Sasuke had managed to land on his feet, wiping away some blood from the side of his mouth. Naruto's eyes were shadowed. He rubbed the burn mark with the tip of his index finger as the injury suddenly healed in a second. Naruto started to grin. He started chuckling. Bring up to fingers. Naruto grinned widely. Nice, nice, very nice, Sasuke-chan. Naruto said with a grin. Joseph reference. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Naruto. His Mangekyo Sharingan shifted back into regular Sharingan. Should have expected you were the one to actually manage to land a hit I didn't see coming. Naruto said with his arms crossed, smirking. Although, don't go relying on those eyes too much. Don't want you to go blind. Not even I'm sure I can heal that predicament. Naruto said pointing at Sasuke. HN. Was all Sasuke said. However, on the inside, he was smirking. I don't need to worry much. I've gained an advantage with these eyes, thanks to your friends on the other side. Well then, guess I should get a bit more serious. Naruto said, still smirking. Sasuke got ready. He charged forward at high speed. His right hand burst into lightning. Naruto leaned to the side avoiding the jutsu. Chidori Nagashi. Sasuke burst with lightning. Naruto managed to jump away in time, but Sasuke aimed his Chidori at him. Chidori Senbon. Sasuke shot lightning Senbons at Naruto. Naruto smirking as when they came at him, they were knocked to the sides by an invisible force, but in actuality it was caused by Golden Asura. Sasuke smirked, causing Naruto's eyebrow to rise, as then Sasuke made a few new hand signs. Raiden. Raiju Suiga. Sasuke shouted as his Chidori shot forward, and grew into a charging hawk. Kakashi-sensei's jutsu. He learned that while I was gone. Naruto thought. As the hawk made it over to him, Naruto literally punched it into oblivion. Still your favorite, is Hikaka-san? Naruto thought with a dull look. So cool. The Konohamaru Corps screamed with stars for eyes at the sight of Naruto punching the lightning hawk into oblivion. However, a giant fireball had followed the lightning hawk and consumed Naruto. Naruto. Sakura screamed with fear, although she and the others had nothing to fear as Naruto easily wiped the fire away with just a hand. Fire doesn't affect me anymore. Naruto thought. Sasuke had actually used both jutsu as a cover, so he could appear in front of Naruto, ready to slash at him with his lightning-encased Chikudo. Naruto opened his right hand, as golden flames appeared and there in his hand was his Maken, Baransu, which he used to easily block the lightning-encased Chikudo. The Maken bow staff absorbed the lightning from the Chikudo, turning it into a regular blade. Sugoi. Such a cool weapon. Tenten screamed with amazement. Naruto smirked, but he then gasped as his eyes widened. There staring him in the eyes was Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. Shit. Was all Naruto could think of before his world changed. Naruto blinked his eyes as he was in a dark and red place with the ends of black feathers stabbed into him, all over his body. Shit. I got careless. Naruto thought with shaking eyes. Sasuke appeared in front of him. You lose. Once you looked into my eyes, the match was instantly over. You were never good with genjutsu, Naruto. The same can be said with getting out of it. Sasuke said. He grabbed the hilt of his Chikudo and slowly pulled it out. No matter how strong you got, illusions remain your weakness. The Chikudo burst with lightning. You lose, Naruto. Sasuke sent a slash at Naruto. However, aura. A golden fist came out of the blonde and punched Sasuke right down onto his left temple. Blood came out of Sasuke's gritted teeth. Nan, Dato, what in? Sasuke was grabbed by the throat. He looked up with wide fearful eyes as he stared at the full form of Golden Asura with a menacing aura around the spirit. Hell, Sasuke swears he sees kanji floating by spelling, menacing. What the hell is this thing? Sasuke thought as the spirit glared down at him. Wait a minute. This form, is this, that thing from the festival? The one that stopped the bell. Is this? Golden Asura raised its free hand, wiggling its fingers as it got antsy to punch something. Is this a part of Naruto? Sasuke mentally screamed. One by one, Golden Asura's fingers closed down to form a fist. Aura. Golden Asura slammed its fist straight into the side of Sasuke's face. It then continued its barrage. Aura rao 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 ra. Golden Asura then tossed Sasuke up, before continuing a new barrage of punches with both fists. Aura rao 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 ra. Golden Asura screamed its chant as Sasuke was being punched by fists faster than light. Aura rao 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 ra. Aura. Golden Asura slammed one final punch straight into Sasuke's face, caving into it, before the Uchiha was sent flying away. Blood flew out of Sasuke's mouth. His eyes completely blank. His body pummeled. What kind of creature, this kind of power, does Naruto possess? Was Sasuke's final thoughts as his genjutsu ended. In the real world, Sasuke was instantly struck by numerous blows in an instant, before being sent flying away with a trail of blood following his rocketing body. Everybody was confused on what just happened. All they could conclude was that Naruto and Sasuke clashed weapons, and when they did, Sasuke was sent flying away by a mysterious force. What just happened? Ino questioned with shock. What did I miss? Lee finally came back, dripping with sweat, but he saw Sasuke, bloodied and pummeled, strike the ground upon contact. Oh, what happened? Not even we know. Tenten screamed with shock. Sakura's eyes were wide and shaking at the sight. Team Ebisu's mouths were gaped at the sight. It was indeed awesome. Naruto blinked his eyes. Holding his forehead, he was shocked by what transpired within his mind. Golden Asura. He defended me. Within my mind, Naruto brought his hand back down as he stared at Sasuke. Sasuke was shaking, using his Chikudo to keep himself onto his knees. What was that? What was that thing? Sasuke thought with wide eyes. Well, Naruto tightened his fist. Guess genjutsu won't work on me anymore. Naruto thought with a serious expression. What was that thing? That golden monster inside you? Sasuke shouted. I know that wasn't the Kyuubi. You used it back at that festival. It's a part of you. What is it? Sasuke screamed. Everyone was now curious on what Sasuke was talking about. The only ones who knew were the few who saw the creature in action. Tsunade and Jiraiya had seen it through the crystal ball, Sakura and the genin of Team Ebisu saw it yesterday, and Kakashi had come across it earlier today. Naruto rested his Maken against his shoulders as he looked to the sky. What gold monster? Naruto asked, playing dumb. Don't screw with me, Sasuke screamed with rage. Naruto tapped his foot. You're not going to shut up about it, are you? Naruto questioned. Knowing the answer, he sighed. Fine. Naruto closed his eyes with a frown. Golden Asura. Suddenly a golden ghost-like being appeared behind Naruto, shocking everyone. I already know how this will play out. You'll come at me full force to bring him out, and people will be more eager to see it. The council no doubt will demand a full analysis of my powers, with this guy being at the top because they'll be worried if he's connected to the fox in any way, yada, yada, yada. Naruto said with a bored expression. Yar yar. You're more trouble than you're worth. He's mocking me, Sasuke thought with gritting teeth. Kid's not wrong, Jiraiya said to Tsunade, as he leaned against the railing with his cheek resting against his hand. Well, you saw him, Naruto said. What he does? He just punches, breaking you out of a genjutsu. Sasuke questioned. The genjutsu thing, I didn't know of until now, thanks for that, but to answer that other things, mostly. Naruto said. Naruto slammed his hand into the ground and ripped out a large piece of ear, making everyone's eyes bulge. Don't blink, Naruto said with a stoic expression. Everyone focused at the large piece of earth. Naruto stayed silent. Have at it. Naruto bounced the large rock up into the air as Golden Asura charged at it. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura punched the boulder into oblivion faster than you can say, oh damn. Everyone stared with dropped jaws as their eyes bulged even greater. Sakura and the Konohamaru Corps weren't surprised, but they were still amazed by how powerful the spirit was. Wabisuke smirked at the sight of Golden Asura's strength. He noticed that Horace's hand moved out of his own hand. Guess my spirit is getting excited just being near Naruto's. Wabisuke thought as his smirk widened. He noticed Sasuke's eye twitched as his teeth gritted harder with rage. Wabisuke frowned at the sight. I really don't like you. Wabisuke thought, staring at Sasuke. There. You got to see him. Naruto said. Is he a part of the fox? Sasuke questioned, trying to keep himself calm, but it was hard to do so. No, he's a part of me. He's my spirit. Although the fox likes to use him, I still have the final say in the end. Naruto said. I gained him when my power reached a new height, and ever since then, as I grew stronger, so did he. Naruto said. Sasuke tightened his hold on the hilt of his Chikudo. Naruto just stared at him with a stoic look. But I won't be using him. Naruto said as Golden Asura vanished. Makes the fights too easy. Sasuke was pissed at being underestimated, but he suddenly smirked as his hold on his Chikudo lightened up. Fine. Sasuke said with a smirk. Suddenly a purple aura surrounded him, earning everyone's curiosity. Then I'll have to force him out. Sasuke opened his eyes to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan as a purple ribcage formed around him, shocking everyone. Susanoo. Naruto said. Only 3 people of the Uchiha clan could ever use it. Your brother Itachi Uchiha, Shushin no Shisui, and one of the 2 founders of Konoha, Madara Uchiha. Congrats. Naruto said, giving Sasuke ego a bit of a boost, while shocking everyone of such a fact. You don't look like you're ready to fall over from having all your cells feel pain. Oh, the pain is there, but it's lessened a good amount. Sasuke said with a smirk. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He felt something was off. He squinted his eyes as he could have sworn that Sasuke's pupil was glowing green. What the? Sasuke dashed at Naruto with new speed, surprising Naruto. Sasuke slashed at him, causing Naruto to block all the attacks with his staff. Naruto parried a slash and stabbed the end of his staff into the Susanoo ribcage, causing a hole in it. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, but his eyes suddenly widened as green flames came out the sides of his eyes, shocking Naruto, right before the front of the Susanoo exploded with pure black flames. Naruto luckily jumped back, but he was shocked by the new skills Sasuke showed off. The hell? How is he this good? It's like he knows what he's capable of. Sasuke summoned a trail of Amaterasu flames to chase at Naruto, who jumped out of the way, but now he was surrounded by a large ring of Amaterasu flames. You cheat. You got a head start, didn't you? Naruto asked with a smirk. Thanks to that blonde you call your sister. Sasuke said with his own smirk. Damn it, Imouto. Naruto said with a frown as he looked to the side, holding his chin. Good job Himegami-san, you boosted Sasuke's ego. Sakura thought with a pout. And also, I see it in your eyes, literally. You have it, don't you? Naruto asked. Sasuke smirked. The more power the better. Sasuke said as suddenly the ring of Amaterasu flames expanded over to consume him. Damn it, Naruto thought with annoyance. He focused element to his hands as he slammed them into the ground. After a moment or two, the earth shook as water came bursting out from the ground, surrounding Naruto in a large dome of water, but the black flames were evaporating the large quantity. No use. These flames are inextinguishable, Sasuke exclaimed. Damn it. Better book it into the air. Naruto thought as his feet glowed with golden flames, but as he bounced off the ground, a chain reaction was made as suddenly wood came out of the ground. Everyone, even Naruto, stared in shock, as the blonde now was on a rising tree. Once it stopped growing, everyone was staring in shock. Naruto was sitting on the top of the grown, leafless tree. Naruto shrugged as he sat at the edge, with his left foot hanging off the edge with his other leg over on the lap. Water. Earth. Mixed with my yang chakra. Best I could come up with. At least I have something new to try. Naruto said. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as his Susanoo grew arms and a skull with horns. Tsunade stared at the large tree with shock. Never had she seen something like this since. Ji-san. Naruto hopped up to his feet as he stared down at Sasuke. Sasuke glared at him as he saw the sun shine brighter behind Naruto. It was a sight to behold. Down on the ground, surrounded by a black, fiery hell, stood the last Uchiha, guarded inside a demonic-looking skeleton, while up high was the last known male Uzumaki who possessed a demon, standing tall atop of newly created tree with the sun's light shining down upon him. Normally people would see this as a reference to a demon and an angel at first glance, but to some of the older generation, they saw a scene with 2 legendary shinobi long past dead. Tsunade stared in shock and awe as it felt like she was staring at a scene between her grandfather and Madara Uchiha. Naruto brought up a fist as it burst with golden flames. Naruto ran off the tree, jumping up high and dive-bombed down with his golden flaming fist cocked back. Naruto dived down straight down to the flaming hell below, slamming his flaming fist into the ground, causing a shockwave of golden flames to expand and wipe away the dark flames, shocking everyone. Some more shocked than others. Those being Sasuke, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi and Danzo. Naruto stood up, clenching and unclenching his hand as the flames continued to dance upon it. Naruto smirked. Guess my flames are better than your own. Naruto said. Sasuke growled, narrowing his eyes at Naruto. Uchiha. How come you have element? Naruto asked, shocking his friends. Sasuke has element. Sakura questioned with pure shock. It's not vast, but it's a decent amount. Enough for you to get a good boost. Naruto said, tapping Baransu against his shoulder. How'd you get it? Naruto asked. Sasuke smirked. His Susanoo was starting to grow muscle. Oi, Uchiha, what's with that annoying intent? Naruto questioned with narrowed eyes. It was a quick pick-me-up, but it helped. Sasuke said as he recalled the events. It was the night of the farewell festival. Everyone was staring up enjoying the fireworks. Sasuke himself couldn't care less. He looked over to Naruto. The blonde was smiling, staring up at the show in the sky. Sasuke's eyes narrowed at the blonde. Careful now, someone might notice. Himegami said sarcastically as she continued to stare up at the fireworks. Kodama. Sasuke spoke. Do you know a few things about the knowledge of my world? If you're asking do I know the skills you unlock in the manga? Then no. However I know a group that does have some knowledge. Himegami answered. Himegami gestured for Sasuke to follow her. The pair walked over to the manga club, still in their stand as they stared up in awe at the fireworks show. You three. The manga club looked to see none other than the goddess of Tenbi, Kodama Himegami, with Sasuke Uchiha right behind her. The Uchiha wants to know what he can do in the future. Show him everything, Himegami said. The trio got worried. Who could blame them? They are now in the presence of Sasuke Uchiha, one of the most deadly and admittedly mentally unstable person in all of anime history. They were afraid to get on his bad side. Well, I don't know. Chiko said as she shook a bit like a leaf. Yes, we forgot. Osamu said, adjusting his glasses. Don't lie to me, Sasuke said, scaring the two spectacled otakus. I agree, Fumio said, shocking his fellow manga fans. Lying about our knowledge is a disgrace. However, we do not feel comfortable with giving you such info Uchiha-sama. Given your character and your feelings towards Naruto, it gives us worry of what happens when you possess that knowledge. Fumio said with a serious expression on his face. On the inside he was scared, but he had to be brave for the future Sake. Sasuke is a dangerous individual with a sketchy past and can switch sides like the flip of a coin. Lending him on such precious info would not be a settling thing. Just give us the info, Himegami said. Number. Then I'll destroy all your books and toys. Kodama nonchalantly threatened as fire burst from her fingertips, immediately scaring the manga club. Okay, I don't see how Naruto can gladly call you his sister when you threaten something to precious. Fumio said with fear. It's just my charm, Himegami said with a smirk. Sasuke stared at Himegami. She sure can be an intimidating woman. Alright, listen up, because I'm only going to say this once. Fumio shouted with a serious expression. Sasuke responded by narrowing his eyes. Or, as many times as you want. Fumio said with fear. Fumio and his comrades had explained, in great detail, all of the Uchiha abilities that all fans of Naruto know of. Sasuke knew of the Susanoo, seeing it from his deceased elder brother, but he was shocked that he himself, despite not being able to use Tsukuyomi, can actually use Amaterasu with his left eye and a technique called Kagutsuchi, which will allow him to manipulate the flames of Amaterasu themselves, changing their form. That will no doubt be quite handy. He also learned apparently that if he had his brother's Mangekyo Sharingan implanted into his own, he would have been able to unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, an almighty dujutsu only known to have been unlocked by Madara Uchiha, the only known user, allowing him to gain the perfect Susanoo, a large being able to slice mountains apart and rival a tailed beast. Hell, from what the trio explained, Madara was able to surround the entire Kyuubi in a Susanoo armor. Unfortunately, from what he had been told, after the body of Itachi was sealed into a scroll and brought to Konoha, the body, after being unsealed for autopsy, was stolen. Really would have been handy if the eyes hadn't been stolen. He felt perhaps Danzo had taken the body. He had the power to do so. Fucking bastard. Just more wood to feed the flames of Sasuke's hatred for the old codger. After getting all the info he could acquire, with Kodama being so kind enough to order the manga club to write it all down for him in a booklet for future reasons, Sasuke now felt confident in his new abilities. Now he needed to train. Sasuke and Himegami walked back to the crowd. Sasuke had already pocketed the booklet in his pocket. Sasuke stared at Naruto. The blonde had continued to stare up at the fireworks with a smile. Sasuke just narrowed his eyes at him as they flashed into Sharingan. You're never going to beat him, Himegami said. Excuse me? Sasuke questioned, looking down to Kodama, his Sharingan changing back to normal onyx eyes. I said you'll never beat him. At least not the way you are now. Himegami said, staring at Naruto. The first time I saw him he already looked strong, despite being stupid and overexcited when Kimi and Cha-Cha said they were his biggest fans. However, when he recalled what Mayonaka Moon Shikai did to him, he exploded with rage. I had not seen such a level of power, ever. It was like I was in a dream or a nightmare. To think that a power like that exists, I couldn't believe I was even alive to see it. After the thousands of years of living in that seal, I had never felt a power like that. Not even from Minori, yet it was still in the hands of an idiot nonetheless. Just like my own brother. Himegami said as she smiled, remembering her brother. Excuse me? Sasuke questioned with wide eyes. You already said that. Is your brain on a constant loop now? Kodama joked with a bored expression. You've lived for thousands of years. Sasuke asked with shock. I've watched time pass by from time to time. All in that stupid seal though. However, when Minori came around, her power was so strong she cracked the seal, freeing me. Kodama explained. So your body was sealed away. Up there. Himegami pointed to Mount Amanohara. However, my body is a different story. Over time my body just went away. I'm just a being who feeds off of the element in the surrounding area to stay in this world, in this form. Himegami confessed. So you're like a ghost? Sasuke simplified. Absolutely not. Ghosts are horrid beings, Himegami complained. You just defined yourself as one. Sasuke thought. However, he just restored to an HN, with his eyes closed. Nonetheless, so long as I keep absorbing element, I can stick around for a while. That baka over there promised to get me a body someday. Probably so I can age with him. Oh, how selfish he can be. Himegami said with a smirk as she stared back at Naruto. Sasuke can tell that despite her words, her tone showed that in reality, she actually held genuine care and love for Naruto. He knows because he can be the same way. He's had that tone before, so he's not foreign to it. Oh cute. Himegami said in a sarcastic tone, catching Sasuke's attention. He looked to where she was looking, to see Sakura scooting closer to Naruto. The pinket's attention on the blonde she was getting closer to. Sakura slowly reached her right hand over to Naruto's left and gripped it. Naruto looked down to his hand, then to a blushing smiling Sakura, with a stoic expression, before looking back up at the fireworks, making Sakura pout. Trying to get attention when it has already left, or at least is so far away to grasp. Himegami said with a teasing smirk. HN. Sasuke closed his eyes and smirked. Funny how he actually found a girl in this world he actually enjoys spending time. Better than girls from his world, despite the fact he's being used as a pack mule. How do I get that strength? Sasuke asked. Simple. You need element. These past few months I've seen how power just element and chakra can be in one body. It's remarkable. Your strength, senses, durability, everything increases. Including the rate of cell regeneration. Just a little bit can grow stronger inside you since chakra is so compatible with it. I've even heard it's possible that your body can adapt to things, especially after a severe beating. Adapt? Sasuke questioned with a raised eyebrow. After Naruto's battle with your clone, Wabisuke. Don't say that, Sasuke said with narrowed eyes. Don't interrupt me, Himegami said with half-lidded eyes. He apparently had gotten stronger after getting his ass handed to him by Hayato. His energy rise, his muscles had gotten stronger, and granted he didn't get as strong as he is now from that fight, still needed training, but it was that adaptability that helped him get stronger. The moment he got exhausted, he just came back even stronger the next day. In 2 weeks, he had gotten to a level that would take people from your world years to get to. It's remarkable really. Guess people in your world would call it the ultimate shortcut. Himegami said with a smirk. Sasuke blinked his eyes. How do I earn it? Sasuke asked. Just absorb it. Have your chakra connect to a source of element and you'll gain it. Vice versa helped with myself and the others back at Mount Amanohara. Is it really that easy? Sasuke asked. From what I remember, Himegami said with a shrug. Sasuke stared at her. He placed a hand on her shoulder. She looked to his hand then to him. What is it? Himegami asked. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. What? Kodama questioned, starting to get annoyed. Sasuke stared at her for a few moments. He suddenly dropped all of Himegami's items onto the floor. What the hell, Uchiha? Don't just drop all my treasured possessions onto the dirty ground. Himegami screamed with an irritated anime expression and arms flailing. However, she stopped as Sasuke grabbed her chin, making her look up at him. Her eyes were wide and her cheeks had a pink tint as Sasuke stared down at her with a calm expression and cool eyes. Sasuke suddenly started leaning down and pressed his lips against Kodama's. Himegami's eyes widened as she felt Sasuke's lips pressed against her own. It was a calm and soft kiss. She suddenly felt her energy leave her body and enter Sasuke's own. Sasuke had connected his chakra with Heimegame's, and when he felt that his chakra grabbed hold of it, he started sucking it up. He had practice with this before, during his training with Orochimaru. It also helped that the experience was like when he absorbed chakra from Karen, but this time he didn't need to bite into some skin. After a few moments, Sasuke pulled back, causing a tiny mist of element to escape Heimegame's mouth. Sasuke had his eyes closed as he felt a tingling sensation deep within his body. I think I feel it. Sasuke thought. This better not take long. Oh oi, you bastard. How dare you steal a kiss from me? Heimgame screamed with a pissed anime expression. You kissed my sister. Naruto screamed with new rage as Sasuke's Susanoo gained muscle and a new face. Sasuke's Susanoo made it to its third stage. Its humanoid form. Sasuke actually kissed a girl. Willingly. Kiba shouted with shock. Honestly, everyone was shocked that Sasuke did so. Wasn't so bad. Helped get me stronger too. Sasuke said, looking to his hand to see element smoking from his fingertips. I can feel the element in me. Small, but growing. Making me stronger. I still feel pain from the use of the Susanoo, but it's lessened. As if the element is acting like a painkiller. Sasuke smirked as he felt element mixing in with his chakra, coursing through him. It feels great. He tightened his fist. The powers both mixed together make it a gem. Sasuke said with a smirk as he looked to Naruto, only to see that he vanished. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, but he heard a roar, making him look up, only for his eyes to widen as Naruto dived-bombed at him with his fist cocked back. Sasuke brought his Susanoo's arm up to block the attack, but when Naruto slammed his fist down onto the arm, it cracked and shattered, shocking everyone. Bastard! Naruto screamed as he started slamming his fists into Sasuke's Susanoo, cracking and breaking it. You fucking asshole! How dare you! What's next? You're going to sleep with her. Then you better be prepared to tie the knot, fucker. Because hell no will she be used like that or have an Uchiha baby out of wedlock. Tem. Naruto screamed as he broke the Susanoo apart with his bare fists. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Damn, now that's what I call tough love. Kiba said. Sasuke jumped out of his Susanoo, only to be caught in a headlock by Naruto. You jerk. You better consider her girlfriend material after that shit, you hear me? Naruto shouted with pissed anime eyes and gritting teeth as he gave Sasuke a noogie. I don't plan on dating her. Sasuke shouted with an annoyed anime expression. You bitch. Naruto screamed as he increased the rate of the noogie. Everybody just stared with sweat drop expressions. They all sighed at the interaction. Sasuke went for a high kick to Naruto's face, but Naruto grabbed Sasuke's foot, lifted him up and spun around at a fast speed, becoming a miniature tornado and released, sending Sasuke into a wall, creating a dust cloud. Naruto glared at the dust cloud, but suddenly an Amaterasu Susanoo arrow shot at Naruto, shocking everyone, but everyone became more shell-shocked, when Naruto thrust his palm forward, causing the arrow to ricochet off the bottom of the palm and fly high up, ending up hitting the tip of the stadium wall. Everyone looked to see that the top of the stadium wall explode with black flames. Sasuke roared, charging at Naruto with his hands burst with lightning. Naruto leaned back as Sasuke went for a swipe to his neck, but suddenly the lightning extended, forming 3 claws. Naruto quickly flashed away, managing to get a distance away, but his neck was cut and burnt, shocking everyone, including Naruto's friends. Raiden. Inazuma. Lightning release. Lightning claw, Sasuke proclaimed. When did you learn that? Naruto questioned. You were right, Naruto. Element does make things form a little smoother. Sasuke said with a smirk. Suddenly lightning burst from his feet as he suddenly burst forward and was now in front of Naruto. Guess I'm a fast learner. Sasuke shouted with a grin and shining Mangekyou Sharingan, while Naruto's eyes were wide and his teeth gritted. Sasuke burst with lightning, but Naruto quickly jumped into the air. Sasuke aimed his hand up, shooting bolts of lightning at Naruto. Naruto quickly sent a barrage of punches, breaking apart the bolts of lightning. However, Sasuke had formed something else in his other hand and tossed it to the side. His right eye shined as something curved, flying towards the sky and raced to Naruto. Naruto had finally noticed something coming to the side of his face. It was a small 4-pointed star-shaped Amaterasu and lightning shuriken. It exploded, but Naruto luckily managed to block his face from the explosion, but he was sent flying to the ground, near the wall. Naruto hit the floor, but then flipped and landed onto his feet. Ah man, my sleeves. Naruto whined, patting his damaged jacket sleeves. Suddenly Sasuke sent a Chidori Iso, 1000 bird spear, at Naruto, but the blonde managed to move to the side. However, his jacket wasn't as lucky as it now had a hole through the hem of it. Hey! Naruto burst with energy, causing the jutsu to break apart and disperse. Watch the jacket, asshole. This was expensive, Naruto shouted with annoyance. His friends stared at him with dull looks. He gets hit with lightning and flames and all he complains about is his jacket tearing up. Troublesome, Shikamaru said. At least he isn't crying about his wounds. Kiba said. He never has. Shino added. Naruto took off his jacket and inspected the hole. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. Those who had not seen Naruto's actual form yet, not got a good view. Or at least good enough. Naruto's upper body was revealed to be a very fit, muscular body, with powerful biceps. Ah man Tilda, you tore a new hole in it. And I don't know how to sew. Naruto complained with a frown, turning his back to Sasuke as he had wiggled his index finger through the new hole. Sasuke suddenly appeared behind Naruto, but was delivered a back fist to the face, sending him flying away and to impact into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. I miss Azuki-chan Tilda. And Kimi-chan and Cha-Cha-chan Tilda. They knew how to sew and do lots of other things. How can I live without them? Naruto whined with a pout. Sakura's face turned red with her eyes shadowed as steam came off the top of her head. Geez, forehead, calm down. Ino said with a dull look and frown. Right. I'll learn to knit. Sakura said with a fist pump and shimmering eyes. You weren't even this dedicated for Sasuke. Ino said incredulously at Sakura's new determination. Speaking of Sasuke, he managed to get back to his feet wiping blood from his mouth. Naruto continued to examine the damage to his jacket, ignoring the Uchiha. That just pissed him off. Sasuke growled as he shot a few Chidori Senbon at Naruto. Unfortunately the blonde wasn't pay attention enough and only managed to move his head at the last second, which caused one of the Senbon to scratch his cheek. Kiba, Choji and Shikamaru gasped in shock and horror. Naruto's eyes were wide. His eyes slowly looked to the cut on his cheek. Oh shit, Kiba said with new fear. What's with you guys? It's just a scratch, Tenten said. You don't understand, Kiba exclaimed with fear written on his face along with Shikamaru and Choji. Naruto's teeth were grit as his fist shook. Oi Tem. Don't you dare hit the whisker marks. Naruto shouted with a pissed expression, his back still turned to Sasuke. Who gives a damn about your whisker marks? Sasuke said with narrowed eyes. What was that? Naruto questioned. We're having a fight. Screw those stupid whisker marks of yours and get back to it. Sasuke shouted. That idiot, Shikamaru shouted as Choji fainted to the floor, dramatically. Wait, what's going on? Ino asked with confusion. Why am I scared? Hinata wondered to herself. Don't. Naruto tried to form a sentence, but was too angry to complete it. Don't what? Why give a shit about some stupid marks you've had since birth? They're nothing special, so get over it. Sasuke said as his right hand burst with lightning. Is he insane? Choji screamed, sitting up, holding his cheeks with shock. The others were wondering what was with them. The whole arena was silent. Not a sound was heard. Birds in the sky made turns to avoid the arena as their sixth sense gave them warning. Suddenly the ground beneath Naruto's foot cracked. The cracks expanded towards the wall, immediately creating large cracks on the entire wall in front of him, shocking everyone. Naruto's fist tightened so tight that blood came from the palm of his hands. Specks of dirt from the ground started to rise into the air, as if the gravity around them had been disrupted. You. Naruto's eyes turned blood red, before he immediately turned his head to Sasuke. Urusanai Zo, I will not forgive you. Naruto screamed with blood-red eyes, elongated teeth and his whiskers more defined. Suddenly Sasuke was punched right in the stomach, causing him to instantly throw up blood. Naruto instantly grabbed Sasuke by the face and slammed his head into the ground, spun around, spinning Sasuke around with him, and then tossed him into the air and delivered an Asura barrage. Orao Rao Ra! Naruto screamed as he sent Sasuke flying. Suddenly chains came out of Naruto's hand, shocking everyone, as it wrapped around Sasuke's neck, then the blonde immediately pulled it, sending Sasuke back towards him, only to slam an uppercut into his jaw, but then immediately sent another with his other fist. Shoryuken! Naruto screamed as Sasuke rocketed into the sky, but Naruto suddenly flashed up above him and once the Uchiha was in front of him, Naruto slammed his left fist, straight into Sasuke's face, caving right into it. Dora! Naruto screamed as they both rocketing towards the ground creating so much force that upon impact, a crater was formed and then a large plume of dirt. Everyone stared with dropped jaws. It's even worse than last time. Choji said with fear as his hands slid down his cheeks, with his pinky pulling the side of his lip. Last time. This has happened before, Tenten screamed. Yeah, back in the academy. We were just 7 when Kiba here made fun of Naruto's whisker marks too. Shikamaru said, pointing his thumb to Kiba. But I didn't know, Kiba screamed. None of us did. Kiba had made fun of Naruto's whisker marks before, but one day Naruto was all silent. Acting so. Not Naruto. Choji said with a finger up. Wait. I remember that day. Sakura said. Me too. Ino exclaimed as she finally remembered. Naruto, out of nowhere went crazy and beat you guys up. Sasuke managed to crawl away from the cloud of dirt, but he was surprised to realize that he could stand up easy. Sasuke stared at his hands with wide eyes. He felt his face. There was some blood, but no wounds or contusions. Not even a broken nose. What the hell? Sasuke thought. He suddenly heard a growl and felt major killer intent. Sasuke quickly summoned his Susanoo and was surprised to see that he can now actually summon it quicker now and with less pain. However, that was pointless as Naruto, now wearing his jacket, roared as he burst from the cloud, dissipating it from just rocketing forward and shatter the Susanoo with just his fist and slammed his fist into Sasuke, causing blood to fly. Sasuke would have flown away, but Naruto grabbed him by the ankle and pulled him back, only to slam a headbutt into Sasuke's forehead, causing the Uchiha's eyes to turn with while Naruto's was shadowed. Naruto suddenly sent a rush of punches, hooks and tiger claws to Sasuke's face. It only happened once, but it was terrifying enough for us to make a pact. A pact that no matter what, never insult Naruto's whisker marks. Choji said. All I did that day was, Kiba gulped. Well, I won't repeat it, but it wasn't positive. He suddenly went crazy and punched my living daylights out. I lost a few good teeth that day. I still remember that somehow his pupils turned slit. Kiba reminisced on that horrifying day, breaking in a cold sweat. Shikamaru and I were scared that Kiba was going to die, because even when he was unconscious, Naruto didn't stop punching his face. Choji said. Naruto suddenly punched Sasuke so hard in the gut, that the Uchiha vomited a good quantity of blood. Naruto roared with rage as he sent a barrage of strong punches. Dora. Naruto screamed as he broke every bone and damaged blood vessels in Sasuke's bod. Dora. Naruto sent one last hard punch to Sasuke's left temple, sending him flying, but Sasuke glowed gold before he hit the ground. We were no match for him. Even when I used my newly Baika no Jutsu, multi-size technique, and Shikamaru used his Kajimane no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, Naruto broke out of our hold. Choji screamed, shocking everyone. Naruto broke out of the Kajimane no Jutsu. Ino screamed with shock. With just willpower. When he was 7, Choji screamed. Nearby people heard, including Naras like Shikaku, heard and were shocked. I've never seen anyone so pissed. He kicked our ass and things got even worse. What do you mean? Neji asked, getting interested in the story. Sasuke got involved, Shikamaru said. Sasuke panted as he shockingly enough got to his feet, with no injuries at all. Now he was flabbergasted. Obviously he should have been finished, but now, he was completely fine. He looked up, only to see Naruto glaring at him with blood-red eyes. Naruto rocketed towards him, but with a little lightning element to increase his reaction time and movement, Sasuke managed to dodge the attack and ran off, although he at least managed to see, to his horror, that Naruto completely broke apart the stadium wall with just one punch, causing the whole stadium to shake. Sasuke's eyes widened with fear as he continued to run off, but Naruto suddenly appeared next to him and slammed his fist into Sasuke's face, slamming him into the ground. Sasuke somehow managed to detain Naruto when he came, but, when he insulted his whisker marks too. In fact, what he said earlier were the exact same words he used back then. Naruto couldn't contain his anger any longer. Choji said. What happened? Sakura asked, wanting to know how it ends. He beat Sasuke to a pulp. Shikamaru answered, causing everyone to gasp. Naruto actually beat Sasuke when they were kids. Ino exclaimed with shock. Yeah, but Naruto never considered it a real victory, because he couldn't really remember what he did. He couldn't think straight that he couldn't be satisfied with it, so he considers it a loss on his part. Shikamaru said, I still remember that it took Iruka and 4 other instructors to detain Naruto with shinobi wire. Are you serious? And we're talking about Naruto, right? Uzumaki Naruto. The kid who back then was the dead last. Ino questioned while in disbelief. Yep. The craziest thing is that after the whole ordeal, Naruto just started to cry. Shikamaru said, surprising everyone. Sasuke quickly jumped away a few feet thanks to lightning chakra, but Naruto summoned a chakra chain to wrap around Sasuke's neck, pulled him towards himself and punched him in the face. As Sasuke flew away, Naruto lifted the chain up high and started swinging Sasuke around, before slamming him into the ground a few times. Then he pulled Sasuke over, grabbed him by the head and then headbutted him back into the ground. I still remember his words after that. Iruka-sensei. My whisker marks. They're not dumb, right? They're not dumb at all. All with a heartbroken look on his face. I didn't think the tears would stop. Shikamaru said. I didn't get to see it. I already knocked out after Naruto was beating Sasuke down. Choji said with a frown. All this, because someone insulted his whisker marks. Tenten questioned, still in shock. Hell yeah, we were all in the hospital for a day, except Sasuke. He was there for 2 days. Naruto caused more damage than an Akamichi when you insult their weight. Kiba said. Hell, his rage is way scarier. Choji exclaimed. I don't know what happened to Naruto before that day to make him so pissed about it, Shikamaru spoke as down below. Sasuke's shook a bit, as he looked up with fear in his eyes as Naruto stared down at him with pure rage. But it's clear that you should never insult his birthmarks, unless you got a death wish. On the sidelines, all Kakashi could do was stare with shock, fear and horror. He had never seen his student act this way before. He knew he should do something, but he was frozen. However, it was not with fear. It was with futility. He could do nothing to stop this. It was even pointless to try. Logically he screamed do something, but his instincts kept him from doing anything. Especially since even if he called the match, nothing would stop Naruto. It seemed even the Hokage, Jiraiya and all high-ranking members felt the same. They were all frozen and did nothing, but watch. Sasuke quickly jumped away from Naruto and sent a slash from his lightning-encased Shakudo, but Naruto slapped it away like it was just a fly. Furueru zo Hato. My heart resonates. Naruto slammed his foot into Sasuke's gut, causing blood and saliva to come out the Uchiha's mouth. Mootsukiru Hodo Hito. The heat's enough to burn. Naruto slammed his fist into Sasuke's face as golden flames started to appear on the back of his fists and arms. Kizamu zo. The beat of my blood. Naruto sent a rush of punches to Sasuke, ranging from gut punches, to uppercuts, to downward punches and decks to the face. Ketsuki number Bito. As razor sharp, Naruto sent a punch that sent Sasuke back a bit. Naruto roared as his body was covered in golden energy, moving like flames. Naruto screamed as he sent a blinding barrage of golden flaming punches. Sunlight Yellow Overdrive. Naruto delivered a barrage of golden flaming punches and finished with one last punch to the face, that sent Sasuke flying away, his body consumed by golden flames. Everyone stared with pure shock with their jaws dropped as they saw Sasuke fly away. Hitting the ground, Sasuke choked from pain, but he felt his body healing. Looking to his broken battered arms, he saw that they were instantly healing. Sasuke was confused beyond belief and despite being healed, he was scared of this confusing development. Sasuke slowly stood up, confusing everyone on how he could take such a beating. By the look of Sasuke's fearful face, it seemed he was flabbergasted as much as they were. Suddenly he was struck in the left temple by metal clackers. Sasuke covered his left, bleeding temple, with wide eyes. He suddenly heard clacking. Sasuke looked up to see Naruto slamming a pair of clackers together at a rapid pace, as the metal balls of the clackers glowed gold. The blonde's eyes were shadowed. Suddenly Sasuke noticed another Naruto next to that one, then another and another, all doing the same as the original. Sasuke was suddenly surrounded by a ring of Naruto's slamming clackers together. Sasuke was turning his head to all of them, seeing which would strike first with his Mangekyo Sharingan to help him. Suddenly the clackers stopped as they all somehow disappeared with all the Narutos having their hands up. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, waiting in anticipation on what will happen next. Kakashi stared with wide eyes. However, he noticed the clackers hadn't actually vanished, but Naruto had the metal balls squeezed tight in between his shoulder blades. Smart move, Kakashi mentally admitted. Sasuke looked between all of the clones, feeling shaky being dead center in a ring of clones. Suddenly one of the Narutos released the hold on his clackers from his shoulder blades, sending it flying at Sasuke, but the Uchiha quickly shot Chidori Senbons at the Naruto, only for the attack to go right through him as he vanished like he was a mirage. Suddenly Sasuke was hit in the right temple by clackers. The original Naruto roared as he swung his clackers at a blurring speed. Clacker volley. Naruto screamed as Sasuke was repeatedly beaten with golden flaming clackers at a rapid blinding pace. Harem overdrive beat. Naruto screamed as he pulled the clackers back and then thrust them forward, slamming them into Sasuke as a torrent of golden flames exploded from them, sending Sasuke screaming as he flew away and the mirage of Naruto's vanished. Naruto tightened his fists as the clackers vanished via golden flames. The blonde marched right over towards Sasuke. Sasuke fidgeted upon the ground, but like before he was healing. What is happening? I'm so confused. Sasuke mentally screamed with rage and fear. Sasuke quickly got to his feet and hopped away from Naruto, however. Aura. Golden Asura punched Sasuke in the body, making him cough up blood. Naruto took steps to get behind Golden Asura. Naruto had a black visored, ornamented cap, torn at the back. Naruto pressed his finger onto the left side of the rim of the hat. Gritting his teeth with rage, Naruto screamed. I'll beat you senseless, as he slid his finger across to the other side of the rim. Golden Asura let loose its power. Aura rao 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 ra. Aura. Golden Asura sent Sasuke flying. Everyone stared at the broken, beaten and bloodied Sasuke. This time they knew he suffered. Hitting the ground once more, a cloud of dirt appeared. Everyone stared with shock and fear at what they saw. None more than Danzo Shimura. Danzo's eyes were wide with fear. Seeing the monster the blonde had become. He had never felt this kind of fear since, when Hashirama gave a glimpse of his true power. Feeling inferior from afar was truly disturbing. Things suddenly got confusing as everyone saw Sasuke walk out of the dust cloud with wide, shocked, confused, fearful eyes. What is happening? Sasuke screamed, looking at his left hand. I healed you, Naruto answered, causing Sasuke to look to him in shock. I've been constantly healing you every time I laid the smack down upon you, Naruto said, marching over with his hands in his pockets and his eyes shadowed. If I heal you first, then it's still a fair fight, right? Naruto said as his eyes shined red, scaring Sasuke. Because I still not done punching you, Naruto screamed as he burst with hot golden energy and rocketed towards Sasuke. That's enough. Golden Asura suddenly appeared in front of Naruto and grabbed in time right before he bombarded Sasuke. However, Naruto's face was leaned up close to Sasuke. Naruto's eyes were glowing red and filled with rage, while Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan eyes were shaking and filled with fear. That's enough, you idiot, Golden Asura shouted as he held Naruto back. Naruto growled and roared as Golden Asura managed to move him away from the petrified Sasuke. Nandoro. Kurama. What the hell? Naruto screamed as his eyes looked to Golden Asura, to see a pair of long fennec fox-like ears grow out the sides of Golden Asura's hair. Baka, you keep this up and you'll send him into shock. He's not like you are. He can die from that. Kurama Asura shouted. Usero. Beat it, Naruto screamed as he moved back and slammed his fist into Kurama Asura's left temple, but the possessed spirit boy that sounds odd managed to grab the fist right before contact. I haven't made him pay. Naruto screamed with pure anger written all over his face. Kurama narrowed his eyes. Then I have no choice, Kurama Asura said. Suddenly the spirit punched Naruto in the face, sending him rocketing into the stadium wall, causing it to break apart as a cloud of dust came from it. Everyone was, of course, shocked. Sasuke stared at the sight, feeling speechless with disbelief. I never thought, and I hoped, that I'd never say this, but I will stop you from hurting the Uchiha, Kurama Asura said. Bakayaro tilde, Naruto said with steam coming from his mouth. His silhouette was revealed in the dust cloud to reveal he had his legs apart and bent with his hands on his knees. If you're really going to stand in the way, I'll break your soul bit by bit, Naruto screamed as his eyes glowed red within the smoke. You're welcome to try, Kit, Kurama Asura said with narrowed eyes. Silence surrounded the arena for a few moments. Naruto suddenly shot his head up and gave an audible roar, creating a shockwave that dissipated the cloud of dust, and caused everyone to cover their eyes. Naruto rocketed forward. Kurama Asura quickly blocked a punch, which caused a shockwave. Kurama Asura blocked a rush of power punches. Quickly the spirit sent a strong left hook at Naruto's fist, parrying it away. Naruto growled with rage. Kurama Asura sent a right punch straight to Naruto's left cheek, but Naruto spun around it and dashed at his possessed spirit with a left punch ready to strike, but Kurama Asura was quickly prepared with his left fist as he and Naruto slammed their fists into one another's, causing a shockwave. Naruto roared as he and Kurama Asura sent blinding barrages of punches that looked as if they grew new arms, which they, including Golden Asura, didn't. Orao rao 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 ra. Naruto screamed over and over again as he and Kurama Asura met fist upon fist at the speed of light, creating shockwaves. Everyone just stared with wide shocked eyes. All amazed, some feeling fear. Naruto managed to punch Kurama Asura right in the side of the massive underbite, since Golden Asura's entire face, minus eyes, were covered, cracking it, but Kurama Asura slammed a side kick into the side of Naruto's knee, causing the blonde to growl in pain. Naruto roared as he thrust his left fist towards Kurama Asura, but the spirit blocked it with its left arm, then sent a right hook to Naruto's own, parrying it, then went for a jab to Naruto's face, but was a feint and managed to hit Naruto in the ribs. Naruto growled with rage as he sent a rising flaming uppercut. Kurama Asura took the hit, but used the momentum to spin and kick Naruto across the head. Naruto was at the moment disoriented from the hit. Kurama Asura bounced back to its feet and sent a rush of punches to Naruto's face, then ribs. Naruto gritted his teeth with pain and anger. The blonde roared as he sent a barrage of punches, but with its perfect precision, Kurama Asura found a momentary hole in the barrage and quickly took it by sending a hard kick to Naruto's chest cavity, sending him rocketing towards the stadium wall. Naruto growled with anger as he flipped in the air and landed on the wall, crouched as the wall cracked apart from the force. No use, Kit. No matter what, your spirit is always stronger than you. The more you train every day, the more your spirit gets stronger as well. Always being ahead of you, Kurama Asura said. And the king of Bijus is using it to face me. How low? Naruto said with seething rage as his eyes glowed red. Kurama Asura narrowed his eyes at the blonde. Naruto rocketed towards Kurama Asura, creating a shockwave and blowing away massive wind. Kurama Asura noticed from trajectory that Naruto was actually trying to speed past him to get to Sasuke, who was still frozen in place behind the spirit. Quickly Kurama Asura grew to gargantuan size, but had no legs, as it made an X block to block Naruto's charge, which caused a shockwave. Naruto rocketed off to land on the ground, then rocketed right back at giant Kurama Asura, ricocheting off him, only to rocket right back. Everyone stared at the spectacle with wide shocked eyes. Sasuke stared up at the giant spirit with pure shock and disbelief. The size and power of the spirit was otherworldly and frightening. However, inside, as he felt his blood freeze from fear, he also felt it boil with rage. Naruto landed on the ground and roared as he sent a quick rush of punches, then sent Mach cones of force at Kurama Asura, impacting against the gargantuan spirit, and causing cracks on the arms. Naruto growled more. He stared, bobbing and weaving in a smooth pattern, but then it sped up into a faster pace. Kurama Asura's and everyone's eyes widened as Naruto was so fast that it looked like a whole group of Narutos were moving all around, like a pile of conjoined or Siamese twins coming from the same lower body and growing. Anyone seen Takamura vs. Hawk from Hajime no Ippo? Think Hawk's combat speed in the fight that he used during the fight to meet Takamura's combat speed right before they clashed. Dora. The Narutos screamed as they all sent a simultaneous barrage of punches that sent compressed shockwaves of energies at Kurama Asura, breaking apart the surface of the arms, cracking them more and more. All the while, screaming. Dora. Kurama groaned in pain as he felt the pain from the strong barrage of attacks made by Naruto. To many people it looked like Naruto created a new clone jutsu, but to a few, them being Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Guy and Lee, they knew it was actually just pure speed in general. Naruto was moving so fast that it looked like he was creating more of himself, but actually he was just that fast. Moving at an inhuman speed that no shinobi, not even Guy and Lee, could move in. At least not without accidentally snapping their spine apart from the speed and force behind the movements. Suddenly Naruto roared as he lifted his hands up and instantly created a pair of Rasenshuriken, causing everyone to gasp with shock. Naruto threw his right Rasenshuriken, then threw his left one so hard he spun in the air, but in mid-spin he instantly formed another Rasenshuriken in his left and threw it as he made the complete 360. Kurama Asura took the blunt force, which caused more cracks to not only form, but parts of the arms fell to the floor like glass shards. Naruto pointed his fingers at the behemoth spirit as numerous Rasenshurikens formed behind him and shot forward, slamming a bombardment against Kurama Asura, creating giant balls of screeching spheres of wind to explode against the arms of the spirit. Unbelievable. That many with no handwork. Jiraiya thought with pure shock and wide shocked eyes. He can create that many all through his own energy and concentration alone. Kakashi thought with pure shock. This is like a dream. Tsunade thought with pure shock and disbelief. Asuma. If you could only see this. Kurenai thought with wide eyes while Anko and Yamato had their jaws dropped and had their eyes bulged. Kurama Asura roared as four golden tails shot from its back and charged at Naruto. Naruto punched the first two, sent a powerful flying roundhouse kick at the third and then sent a hard left punch that sent enough shockwave that dispersed the final tail. Kurama Asura roared as it changed into normal Kurama, sending a punch down at Naruto, with the blonde roar as he sent a punch that met Kurama's. Kyuubi. Someone screamed, which led to other screaming as well, but they were all silenced when they saw that Naruto's punch was so strong that it caused Kurama's arm to explode. Kurama growled with anger as his tail stabbed into the ground. Calm down. Kurama screamed as his tail shot from the ground, surrounding Naruto, ready to contain him, but the blonde immediately spun in place so fast that he created an enormous Shino Tatsumaki, death tornado, of Koite beyond, which is chakra and element energy, shredding the tails apart. Kurama quickly turned into a stream of golden light and charged at the tornado. Once Naruto stopped it, the golden light stopped under him and transformed back into regular-sized Kurama Asura and slammed its fist into Naruto's stomach and sent him flying towards the stadium wall. Naruto flipped in the air, landed onto the wall and brought up both arms into an X block, blocking the hard punch from Kurama Asura, which created a shockwave and a crater to form on the wall, below Naruto's feet. Naruto jumped back as now he and Kurama Asura were standing on the walls. They rushed at one another, sending rushes of punches at one another, slamming their fists into one another's fists and in each other's faces. Naruto went for a flying roundhouse, which Kurama Asura ducked under, then when he landed, the blonde roared with both fists cocked, and then sent a barrage of punches at Kurama Asura. Orao rao 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 ra. Naruto screamed as he sent a blinding barrage of lightning-fast punches. Kurama Asura could only block with its arms, enduring the pain of every punch. Damn it, he's strong, Kurama thought. Naruto sent a hard uppercut to under Kurama Asura's arms, breaking the spirit's guard. Damn, Kurama Asura cursed. Naruto roared as he went for a hard right punch to Kurama Asura's face. Time seemed to slow down. All Naruto was able to see was red. Blind with rage, he wasn't fully comprehending his actions. However, he suddenly saw an image. It was small, but it grew, overshadowing the red color. It expanded until Naruto could see it was Golden Asura. Naruto suddenly stopped his movement. Naruto blinked his eyes as they returned to cool, blue cerulean. What happened? Naruto questioned. Kurama Asura sighed with relief. Good. You finally came back to your senses. Kurama Asura said. Kurama, why are you inside of Golden Asura? And these ears? Naruto grabbed a hold of the ears atop Golden Asura's head. What's that about? Naruto asked, rubbing them. Enough with that. Kurama Asura shouted, slapping Naruto's hand away. Look, you should know that you lost control. Lost control? Naruto questioned. Your marks were insulted. Kurama Asura said, shocking Naruto, leaving him breathless. He doesn't even remember. Shikamaru said. Naruto gently hopped off the wall and slowly floated down towards the ground. Once his feet landed upon the ground, Naruto stared down with wide eyes. Kurama Asura floated down and transformed into his miniature Kurama form, landing on Naruto's shoulder. It's not your fault, Kit. None of it was. Not back then, not now. Kurama said to comfort Naruto the best he could. Yoshiko. Naruto thought. Sasuke stared at Naruto with wide shocked eyes. Seeing him like this, and now just being calm like this. Sasuke subconsciously bit the inside of his cheek, causing it to bleed. His fist shook with rage as he couldn't contain himself anymore. How did you do all that? Sasuke screamed with rage, causing people to flinch. This was the first time the Uchiha showed any actually emotion to the people of Konoha, so it did shock them. Naruto just blinked his eyes as he continued to look down at the ground. All that over your fucking whisk. Uchiha. Naruto spoke, causing Sasuke to go silence. Hold your tongue. I don't really remember what I did to you. I was blind with rage and everything is a blur, but I know you pissed me off. So I'm telling you, hold your tongue. Naruto pointed a finger to him. Or else I might kill you. Naruto said with a calm tone and a stoic expression. Sasuke stared at Naruto with wide eyes, seeing the truth in his eyes, hearing the honesty in his voice. Naruto wasn't lying. He probably might kill him. Sasuke tightened his fists. Why do you get so pissed when your birthmarks are insulted? Sasuke shouted. Yoshiko. Naruto said, confusing Sasuke and the crowd. Her name was Yoshiko. She was my first real friend. She considered my whisker marks cute. She always thought they were the best part of me. Made me unique. Naruto touched his left cheek. She always complimented them, touched them, kissed them. She always said not to let people say otherwise. Naruto shed a tear. I was so close to her. Naruto closed his eyes remembering the girl. But that was the problem. Everyone looked confused by that statement. She was beaten, all bloodied. She died. Naruto said, shocking everyone. Ever since then, whenever someone makes fun of my whisker marks, my heart just snaps. I go berserk, because I think of what had happened to her. I feel whenever someone insults my whisker marks, they insult her. Spit on her when they do so. Naruto clenched his fist so tight blood came from them. Kurama just stared at Naruto with a calm expression. That's why. No matter what. Someone insults my whisker marks, I'm going to leave them so bloody their skin will remain forever red. Naruto said with a serious expression as he brought up his right fist with blood dripping down the side of it. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes. Beaten to death. Who did it? Sasuke asked. Naruto remained silent as a gentle breeze blew by with his hair moving one with the wind, making him look very sexy with the serious, yet calm expression. The villagers, a mob of them, they did it, didn't they? Sasuke asked with narrowed eyes. Naruto closed his eyes. That was all the answer the people needed. Sakura and Hinata covered their mouths at the horror, while some of the Jonin and Chunin felt disgusted. After this, are you going to hurt the villagers? Nah, why bother? Naruto said, scratching his right cheek with his index finger. There's no point to it. Besides, I'm not one for hurting people who can't fight back. I've forgiven them already anyway. Naruto said with his arms crossed. Everyone just stared at him with wide shocked eyes. Sasuke stared at Naruto. You're demented. Sasuke said. How can you forgive them for such horrors? I just did. Naruto said with a shrug. It's not like being pissed at them all the time would gain me anything. If anything, it's a waste of time. They can hate me all they want, but none of it has to do with me. Even if their anger is directed at me, none of it is worth my time. Besides, I've got my reasons to protect this place. Protect it. Haven't they attacked you? More times than a 4-year-old can count. Naruto said. I'm officially pissed. Enko said with silent fury as she and the rest who knew Naruto were angry at the fact that back then the villagers were okay with beating a 4-year-old. Haven't they scarred you? Emotionally, but they really had to really try for physical thanks to this baka. Naruto said, nodding his head over to Kurama. Did you ever try to? Sasuke couldn't even finish that sentence, not being able to even imagine that scene, or let alone want to. And it. Yeah, a few times. Slid my wrists, slid my neck, even drank a whole gallon of bleach in one go. I always asked why I wouldn't die. Again thanks to this bastard. Naruto said, once again gesturing to Kurama. You're welcome. Kurama said, bopping his little fist against the side of Naruto's head. The people were speechless. They didn't know the pain one child had suffered. Some of the people were crying out of sadness and regret. Sakura and Hinata cried as well. The torture that Naruto had felt, and they both felt guilty. Sakura was one of the oppressors, hurting him and underestimating him, when now she really underneath it all he was actually a heartbroken child, needing love, any kind of love from anyone to keep him going. Hinata felt guilty for the fact that despite not being an oppressor, she never actually went up to him to be his friend. Now she cursed herself for not doing so, because she could have lightened the pain in his heart. Naruto. Sakura said her crush's name with her hands over her mouth. Naruto-kun. Gomen. Hinata couldn't stop crying. Tsunade was so mad she broke off the railing with her bare hands out of rage. Jiraiya fared no better. He felt guilt, but most of that was covered by so much rage, that he was subconsciously leaking a grand amount of killer intent that was scaring Shizune. Kakashi stared at his blonde student. He says these things so casually, like it doesn't mean much to him. Naruto, have you really forgiven all the sins of the past that were brought upon you? Kakashi thought as he continued to stare at the Uzumaki. Then why do you forgive them if they pushed you so far? Sasuke exclaimed. Naruto just continued to calmly stare at him. How? Sasuke bit his bottom lip. How did you find the strength to carry on? Sasuke asked, wondering how someone so tortured could still carry on, forgive and still be alive today, not falling down into the hole of despair. Ah, that's a story. Naruto said, grabbing the right side of his head, looking up to the side, looking up into the sky. Honestly, Sasuke, if things were different, our lives could have been reversed. Hell, I probably would have been as bad as Gaara used to be if I let myself fall into despair when I was a kid. Everyone gulped at this. Just the thought alone was scary. I had many chances of giving up. After taking my life a few times, I trekked the street for food, only to be attacked by some drunks. Guy managed to hit my left arm with a brick, breaking it. Sakura gasped as she remembered what Kyuki had told her the morning before she and Sasuke went into Maken world. Something that surprised me that day was that there was dry blood on the left sleeve of his thermal. Sakura teared up more from hearing how it occurred. I just walked through the rain after escaping. That's when, well, this sounds odd, but, a piece of the sun came to me. Naruto said, looking up to the sun. What? Sasuke questioned. That just sounded stupid. Naruto suddenly laughed a bit, scratching the back of his head. Yar yar. I should explain more, Naruto said with his trademark grin. Naruto's eyes softened as he remembered that day with a soft smile. I could never forget it. I was walking in the pouring rain, my arm bleeding. I cried. I remember calling for my mom. I know I didn't have one, but still, I could help but beg for a mom to hug me. I planned on offing myself again that night. Probably jump off a building or something. I was in too much despair. But, the strangest thing happened. The rain stopped. Naruto closed his eyes. Actually, it didn't stop. It only did for me. This confused everyone. Naruto opened his eyes as he looked up to the sky. Suggested song. A Town Protected by Love. A theme from JoJo Part 4. A crying little blonde child shed tears as he walked through the pouring rain, holding his broken left arm. Mommy, I'm scared. The blonde boy cried. He wailed as tears came pouring down his eyes. The child continued to walk as he continued to cry. I'm scared. Mommy, I just want a hug. The boy said, continuing to cry. The rain continued to pour, wetting the boy as his whole world was dark. Or, was it? The rain actually was letting up. The boy slowly walked, sniffing up his snot as he continued to cry, but he actually felt a bit of warmth. The boy stopped. He blinked as he felt shine come to his eyes. The boy dared to look up. Once he did, he noticed the sun shining down upon him. The child blinked his eyes as he stared up to see a hole in the cloudy sky. His ears perked when he heard raindrops. The young blonde looked around to see it was still rain, but only around him, as the only thing raining down upon him was sunshine. It was the strangest thing. Naruto. The blonde boy perked up when hearing his name, from above. Naruto looked up to see the sunshine bright. But then, Naruto squinted his eyes. He saw something coming down from the sky. He saw a speck of light coming down from the sun. A small ball of light. Naruto stared at the small ball of light. It floated down towards him. Touch it. The voice spoke again. Take a hold of it. Naruto did as the voice told him to do. Naruto lifted his right hand up. No, not that one. The other one. The voice spoke. Naruto blinked his eyes. Putting down his right hand, he used all the strength he had left to lift up his arm. The pain hurt. His arm fidgeted, but he managed to slowly lift his left arm up. The ball of light floated down, and as Naruto raised his arm up high, opening his left hand, he gently took a hold of that small ball into his hand. The light glowed in his clenched fist. The glow was so bright that it literally could be seen glowing from the skin. It was so bright and warm. Naruto stared at the glow in his clenched hand. It felt so warm and healing. His arm, he didn't feel pain anymore. Hold it, Naruto. Hold it close to your heart. The voice spoke. Naruto did so. Bringing his fist to his heart, he felt the ball shine more, filling his broken heart with warmth. Naruto suddenly started to smile. This little light, let it be the hope to carry you on. Naruto's smile quivered as tears of joy. Tears of joy came from his eyes, gliding down his cheeks. The clouds started to close up the hole to hide the sun and rain on the child once more. No matter what, never let it go. Please never let it go, ever. The sun's shine was receding. My child. The sun was gone and rain came down upon the child once more. But the child's smile never faded. The light in his fist still shined for a moment or two, and then it shined even brighter, creating a light from the child's hand, pressed against his heart, warming it. His smile widened as he felt not alone for once in a long time. He felt happy. He felt warm. He felt hope. Naruto stared at his opened left hand, smiling at it. I thought it was just a dream I had or something, but sometimes, I feel like it's still there. I stare at my hand and see that little gleam from that light. Naruto clenched his hand into a fist and pressed it against his heart. Whenever I press it here, I feel the same warmth that day. Naruto's smile widened. I gave up hope then, but that day I gained a new drive. To never give up. I decided to hold those broken shards for a little while longer, no matter how many new cuts I got. No matter how much more blood would come from those wounds. I decided to stay strong. I gained hope. Hope that someday it will all change. That maybe my existence wasn't a mistake, and I'd gladly be proven wrong. I never felt that way before. Naruto said, remembering the day his hope was revived. Everyone just stared at him with wide eyes. The villagers, his friends, his teachers. Everyone. Yar yar. I bet it sounds so dumb to people now that I think about it. But oh well, Naruto said with his trademark grin and closed eyes as he scratched the back of his head. Kurama looked to Naruto. He then looked up to the sun. I guess you have always been watching him after all, Amaterasu-sama. Sasuke stared at Naruto with wide eyes. His eyes narrowed. That doesn't answer my question. Just because a speck of the sun came into your hand. How foolish. Yeah, it does sound foolish, but it was just the spark. Naruto said. Naruto turned his head to the Hokage monument. As I got older, I wanted to become Hokage, but for what reason? To be acknowledged, to be respected, to be no longer ignored. But now, I'm starting to see something. The Hokage, we're all nothing without everyone. Hell, Madara Uchiha is the reason the Shadaime, Hashirama Senju, made this village. They were friends without knowing the other's heritage early on in their lives. They climbed that same monument there and made a dream. A dream where they could stand up there and look down at this whole village. A place where children learned and grow, instead of being cogs of war and peace could be established. Konoha wouldn't be here if Madara had said no. Sure, he became a bad guy, but this place brought out the best of him for a time. Just as it brought out the best of the cage. Naruto's eyes softened as he stared at the monument. My parents died for this place, but because it made them the way they are, the good people they had become, they gladly gave their lives for the home that raised them to be strong, humble and kind. It brought out the best in them. It brought out the best in Sandaime Jiji, Jiraiya-ji-san, Tsunade Ba-chan, Kaka-sensei, Sakura-chan. Hell, at a time it even did the same for you. Naruto closed his eyes as he remembered the good times. All the laughs, joyous celebrations and feelings. The warmth. It even brought the best out of me too. Naruto opened his eyes as he faced Sasuke. Nowadays, I think a little differently. I think that, if this place, this village, this colony, this home, that gave me the worst of it, and yet could bring out the best of all the people I admired, all the people I love, then why be mad at it forever, Dadbeo? It's worth protecting. Naruto finished with a grin. Everyone started to shed tears. They had beaten him. They had broken him. They had torn him up, spit him out and then stomped on him for good measure. And yet through it all, throughout all the years of hatred, this child, once considered a demon, has a heart that shines brighter than anyone else's. All felt remorse, but at the same time inspired. For so long everyone has taken the will of fire for granted, and now here stands a child, no, a man, standing higher than the rest. He has forgiven the unforgivable, and smiled the brightest of smiles, when in the end he should have forgotten the concept of smile in general. He shined a bright aura that was in a piece of everyone, but his was the brightest of them. This young man is Uzumaki Naruto. The person who embodies the will of fire greater than anyone before, and possibly even after everyone here is gone. A growing inspiration for everyone to admire. And even though to Naruto, his thoughts just seemed like common knowledge to himself, everyone found it as words to be inspired by. Words to live by. Today will never be forgotten by anyone. TCH. Sasuke scoffed. What crap. Naruto looked to Sasuke with confusion. I may not have suffered the same way you have, Naruto, but I don't see the way you do. This village doesn't always bring out the best in people. Well, yeah, not everyone is going to be so good, but it still made some very good people, and it still is. I've had enough. Throughout this whole match you've been underestimating me. I came here to give you my all, so that's what I plan to do. Sasuke shouted with new anger. Naruto had a stoic expression on his face. Sasuke charged forward. Naruto just continued to stare at Sasuke, only taking a few steps forward. Sasuke quickly made a few hand signs as his cheeks puffed up. Kaden. Ruka no Jutsu. Fire release. Dragon fire technique, Sasuke proclaimed as he shot 5 dragon-shaped flame projectiles at the sky. Naruto stopped and stared up at the sky with wide eyes. Sasuke then roared as his Mangekyo Sharingan shined blood red as blood came down his right eye. Sasuke's Susanoo immediate surrounded Sasuke at stage 3, humanoid form. The ethereal being readied an arrow from the crossbow on the Susanoo's left arm. Blood came down from Sasuke's left eye as the flames of Amaterasu surrounded the arrow, before it was shot into the sky. Dark clouds started roaming. The sky darkened. Naruto gritted his teeth as his eyes widened with fear. You're not. Naruto screamed. You know this move. Of course you do. Sasuke said as he lifted his left hand up to the sky. Thunder roared as Sasuke's hand burst with lightning. Lightning from the now darkened sky raged, causing bolts and streams of lightning to move and shoot all around the clouds and area. What the hell? Tsunade shouted with shock. Is that baka insane? Kurama screamed. The king of Biju growled with rage, glaring at Sasuke. I only defended you so the kid won't feel guilty for accidentally killing you, but like all Uchihas before you, you really know how to piss me off. Kurama mentally cursed at the Uchiha for being such an ass. Boke. You're using an S-rank jutsu in a public place like this. What the hell? Naruto screamed with shock and annoyance. I said I will give you everything I got, and I intend to follow on this promise. Sasuke screamed as suddenly lightning from the dark skies below struck Sasuke's lightning-encased hand. A loud roar from the heavens was heard, scaring everyone. Then out coming from the lightning-raged clouds was a giant beast made of lightning coming down from the heavens, stopped above Sasuke, roaring as its red glowing eyes glared at Naruto. Seriously, if it's made of pure lightning, how are those eyes possible? My most devastating jutsu. Kirin. Literally meaning giraffe, Sasuke announced as everyone was now feeling pure fear. Feel the wrath of the thunderclap. Sasuke said as the Kirin shot back into the sky. That idiot. He's going to kill everyone. Tsunade shouted. Everyone evacuate the area. That's an order. People started screaming as they all tried to quickly evacuate the area. Tsunade knew with how fast lightning traveled that it was pointless, but she refused to stare gobsmacked any longer. She need to think of the people. Naruto stared up at the sky with wide, shocked eyes. He suddenly noticed Kurama's tails grow to giant size and start to surround him. I'll protect you the best I can. Kurama said, looking to Naruto. No, let it come. Naruto said. What? Has the brain finally cracked? Kurama shouted with wide eyes. Trust me, I can handle it. After all, I got something no lightning jutsu can withstand. Naruto said with a smirk. Kurama wasn't sold. Listen, even if you take the full attack, the aftershock will cause serious damage and there are too many bystanders around. No way am I having casualties, hospitalization and crippled people on my conscience. Plus Sasuke will be in worse trouble if that does happen. Naruto said with a serious expression. Kurama remained silent. Trust me, aren't I the man who does the impossible? Naruto said with a smirk as he pointed his thumb to himself. Kurama couldn't argue with that. TCH. Fine. Kurama said, turning his head with his eyes closed. But if those vixens of yours come at me with a vengeance, I'm telling them it was your dumb idea. Thanks, Kurama. Naruto said with a smile. Kurama vanished via golden light that flew up to the railing of the stands and was now sitting on it. Sakura noticed the fox, so she went up next to him. What's happening? Why aren't you protecting Naruto? Sakura asked. The fool wants to face this thing head on. Kurama answered, keeping his attention on what's happening in the arena. And you're just going to let him do it? Sakura screamed. I'd like to see you try to convince him otherwise. Well, Sakura had to admit that the spirit fox had her there. Wabisuke decided to appear near the railing since the halls were about to get crowded, but he made sure he stayed a good distance away from Naruto's friends. He looked down at Naruto, not wanting to miss out on seeing how good he has gotten since their last fight. Naruto moved his feet a bit, gave a few fast punches, wiped his thumb under his nose before getting into position. Come on, Naruto exclaimed with a wave gesturing for Sasuke to bring it on. Sasuke gritted his teeth, but then suddenly smirked. I'm glad you didn't run, Sasuke whispered. Everything was like in slow motion. Sasuke was bringing down his hand to direct the lightning at Naruto. Naruto quickly got into position, cocking his right fist back. He quickly summoned all the wind he could into his right fist. Lightning clashes at 1/1000th of a second. How do you intend to beat that? Sasuke thought with a grin as he brought his hand down. The Kirin roared as it was about to charge down at Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes as he remembered his training from Kenway. Naruto was fighting against Kenway in a fist fight in Kenway's secret boxing ring. So far the two were meeting blow for blow, both punching fists and body parts. Naruto sent a quick barrage of punches that Kenway blocked, parried and dodged, still feeling pain from blocking and parrying and grazes from the barrage. Naruto sent a fast left jab at Kenway's face, but Kenway spun around the punch at the last second, grabbed Naruto's arm and then pressed his elbow up against Naruto's armpit, causing the blonde to groan in pain, but Kenway then suddenly used her other hand to slam into Naruto's side, sending a pulse of element that harmed Naruto's muscles and caused his bones to vibrate. Naruto coughed up saliva as he stumbled away. You know how I saw that last one coming. I predicted it, Kenway said. Predicted it? What are you, psychic? Naruto questioned. No, with enough of a keen mind, any fighter can predict their opponent's next move. You can do it too, Kenway said with a smile. With keen observational skills and indomitable willpower, you can predict any move. Trust me. Kenway's words echoed throughout Naruto's head. Taking the lessons he learned, Naruto focused. His right fist containing massive wind element, but to normalize people just thought he was just ready to send a normal punch. Oh how they will be proven wrong. Naruto focused on the right moment. He ignored Kirin's roar, his concentration all on a certain moment. As the lightning beast came out from the clouds, that's when he felt the spark. Naruto opened his eyes as he immediately sent his fist up as the Kirin came down upon him. At the last moment, he punched Kirin right in the face. In the left cheek to be more precise. Sakura gasped in shock. What the? Tsunade said with shock. Naruto roared, catching everyone's attention. Suddenly his fist glowed green for a moment, before an enormous torrent of wind came right out of his fist, like a twister, shredding the Kirin to pieces that instantly faded into oblivion. A violent twister of harsh winds flew into the sky, hitting the clouds straight on, causing them to tear apart as well. Everyone stared with wide shocked eyes and dropped jaws. The clouds had been sent to oblivion, and as the twister vanished, all to be revealed was a blue sky with a bright shining sun, shining its rays of light down below. Sasuke stared ahead with wide shocked Mangekyo Sharingan eyes. He was utterly speechless for a few moments. Naruto grinned as he brought his fist a bit up, bringing it in front of his chest in front of his heart. I met your most devastating attack with one of my own best. This is the true power of element. Respect it, punk. Naruto exclaimed with a toothy grin and an excited glare. Everyone cheered and awed at the amazing counter-attack Naruto performed. Up upon the balcony, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune were speechless, gawking at what had just happened. Kakashi stared at his blonde student with wide, almost bulging eyes with the pupils shrunk. Such power. Naruto. Kakashi thought with pure amazement and shock. Tsunade fell to her bottom as she stared at Naruto. No one, not even Ji-san, is that powerful. Tsunade exclaimed as she stared down at the grinning blonde below. Sakura stared at Naruto with wide eyes. Kurama remained silent, staring at Naruto with a calm expression, but after a moment he smiled. He then noticed Sakura's lip quivered as it started etching into a smile. Yeah, way to kick ass, Naruto. Sakura cheered with a fist thrust into the air. Everyone suddenly cheered with amazement and admiration for the most kick-ass clash they had ever seen in their lives. What a loud one, Kurama thought, staring at Sakura with a stoic expression. Wabisuke smirked from the spectacle, before instantly appearing back to his previous position at the end of the hallway as the crowd was rushing back over to their seats. Woohoo! Ni-san is so badass. Moegi screamed with awe and amazement, while Udon stared starstruck at Naruto's power. He's punched the hell out of a lightning dragon. Sugoi. Konohamaru cheered with a grin and his fist thrust into the air. Sasuke's lip quivered. He suddenly gritted his teeth with rage. His Mangekyo Sharingan blazed blood red, but suddenly his pupil glowed green. Sasuke gave a roar with rage as he grabbed the hilt of his Chikudo tightly as it burst with lightning and sent slashes that created several blades of lightning speeding at Naruto at a pace faster than light. Naruto sent a rush of punches that broke apart each blade of lightning. Sasuke sheathed his Chikudo, then extended his hands out to the sides with lightning encasing both hands. Sasuke roared as he slammed both the bottoms of his hands together, firing two large streams of lightning that soon took the shape of twin dragons with red glowing eyes. Naruto immediately summoned Baransu to his hand and spun it in front of him, windmill style, as when the twin lightning dragons made contact, the Maken absorbed them, glowing blue as it was encased with lightning from absorbing the jutsu. Sasuke immediately performed the great fireball jutsu without any hand signs, sending an enormous ball of fire at Naruto. Once done absorbing the twin lightning dragons, Naruto split his bow staff Maken into a pair of harnesses. Naruto lifted them both high up and then swung them down, sending a pair of enormous blades of lightning that clashed with the giant fireball, causing an explosion that cancelled both techniques out as a large cloud of dust replaced them. Naruto had a serious expression on his face. Suddenly Sasuke shot towards him, encased in a lightning armor. Naruto's eyes widened at seeing this, but nothing shocked him more than seeing the green glow in Sasuke's Mangekyou Sharingan. Naruto couldn't help but grin to see the element deep within Sasuke. Sasuke's left hand was extended back as it looked that his entire hand became lightning itself and then extended into a long thick blade, looking like a sword. Naruto's grin widened with an edgy, excited expression as Baransu vanished. Opening his right hand, a futon, Rasengan appeared in hand. Naruto! Sasuke screamed. Naruto just laughed, keeping his toothy grin and edgy, excited expression. The two slammed their techniques into one another, causing a grinding screeching noise, but instantly, Sasuke's new technique shattered like glass, causing Sasuke to lose his breath with his eyes greatly widened. Futon! Rasengan! Naruto screamed as he slammed his jutsu into Sasuke's stomach, causing it to drill into him. Suddenly a torrent of blue chakra and wind exploded, consuming Sasuke in a gargantuan spiraling beam of blue chakra with a hue of green surrounding it. It reached so far that it hit the stadium wall, drilling right into it. Sasuke screamed as his lightning armor shattered apart and cuts started appearing all around his entire body. Sasuke was sent flying back by the jutsu's current, slamming him into the stadium wall as the beam continued. Everyone stared in pure disbelief at the power of one simple Rasengan mixed with wind nature. The beam started to shrink until it faded away, revealing an enormous deep crater inside of the stadium wall. Within the center, Sasuke was indented into the wall with his hands out to the side, his clothes tattered with cuts and blood all over his body. Naruto retracted his hand back and put his hands in his pockets. Not bad, Uchiha, not bad, Naruto said with a smirk as he stared at Sasuke. You definitely gave me the best challenge so far. As to be expected from the man I admired so much. Everyone was speechless. Naruto slowly strutted over towards the crater where Sasuke was stuck in. Everyone remained speechless as he made his way over. Stopping, Naruto looked up to see Sasuke was so badly injured that he was smoking. Naruto leapt into the air, rocketing up until he was in front of Sasuke. Naruto, now standing on the air, raised his hand up and concentrated. His hand glowed green as slowly Sasuke was pried from the wall thanks to the telekinetic abilities of Element. Seriously, that kicks ass. Naruto wrapped his arm around Sasuke, bringing him in a semi-hug. Sasuke was suddenly consumed by golden flames. I'm proud of you, Sasuke. I know with our battle history that seems odd, but I really am proud that even with the level of strength I have, you didn't sit back and do nothing. Despite your methods being untasteful, you showed me a strength that I want to see in everyone. I thank you for giving my drive more strength today. Naruto said with a smile as the flames dissipated, revealing a completely healed Sasuke. Everyone stared at the scene in silence. Let go of me, Sasuke said. Naruto did so and let Sasuke fall, where he landed on the ground like a cat, on his feet. Naruto hopped down off the air he was standing on and landed on the ground next to Sasuke. You know, you probably pissed the people off a bit with those last few minutes. Naruto said with his hands in his pockets. Sasuke said with his eyes closed and his arms crossed. Naruto turned his head to see Kakashi far at the sidelines. He must have been dodging all the action as best as he could and was frozen in place. Oi Kaka-sensei tilde, you gonna call or do I have to beat the crap out of the Tem again? Naruto asked, pointing his thumb at a now glaring Sasuke. Right, Kakashi said, getting out of his stupor state. Winner. Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi announced, causing everyone to cheer with amazement. The elders watched with wide eyes and flabbergasted expression at the whole scene. Such a scene would have made even Hashirama and Madara freeze in place with their jaws drop. However, in Madara's case, he would then laugh with excitement at finding a worthy dance partner. Danzo gritted his teeth as he felt his heart race. Throughout the conclusion of the match, he had been tightening the grip on his cane. He was too old for too many surprises, but he wished this was the only surprise that he could have unseen. Sasuke started walking away, but suddenly Naruto wrapped his arm around his neck and brought him close. Good fight, Tem. I'll forgive you for kissing my Imouto. Naruto said with a grin, but then he got deadly serious. But don't ever insult my whisker marks again if you don't want a red dye treatment. Naruto said, pulling out a strand of Sasuke's black hair, causing the Uchiha to flinch a bit. Wabisuke smirked at the scene. And with that, things come to an end. Kakashi announced. Sakura smiled as she sat back down in her chair, but then she remembered Konoha's unknown visitor. She looked over to see Wabisuke starting to leave. She narrowed her eyes as she got up from her seat and hurried over, catching Ino and Hinata's attention. Kurama glanced over to see Sakura hurry over to catch up to Wabisuke. Of course Kurama noticed him. Naruto noticed him earlier, so of course he would, since he literally lives inside the blonde baka. Ino gestured for Hinata to follow with a serious expression, earning a nod from the confused Hyuga, but she nonetheless followed the platinum blonde to catch up with Sakura. Kurama just decided to ignore things and turn his attention back to Naruto. Wabisuke may be a dangerous character, but he wasn't evil. He wasn't going to hurt Sakura or the others. At least not too bad. Congratulations, Naruto, Kakashi said, walking over to his blonde student, still holding the Uchiha. Thanks, sensei. It was fun, but I'm still revved up with energy, Naruto said, releasing Sasuke as he rolled his shoulder. As that's so, Jiraiya suddenly appeared in the arena. Then how about we make things interesting? Jiraiya suggested with a smirk. Interesting how? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow, now intrigued. Within the hallway, leaving the stadium, Wabisuke had his eyes closed, but sensed someone coming. He had a pretty good guess who it is. Wabisuke, Sakura shouted as she made it to the end of the hallway. Wabisuke stopped in place. He turned his head a bit to see Sakura glaring at him with pure rage at the end of the hall with her teeth gritted with anger. Haruno, Wabisuke greeted her. So what? You're going to fight me? Naruto asked. No, of course not. You'd destroy me, Jiraiya said, waving the suggestion of with a smile. At least he's being realistic, Shizune said, looking to Tsunade as they both had half-lidded eyes. No, instead I'm suggesting a good old-fashioned 3-against-1 fight, Jiraiya said, surprising people. Oh hell yeah, that sounds fun, Naruto cheered with a big pearly white grin. With your abilities it might just end quickly, Sasuke thought with a dull expression. Who am I going to fight? Who am I going to fight? Naruto asked with pure excitement. Jiraiya grinned as he brought his thumb to his teeth and bit it, drawing blood. Meanwhile, Sakura was confronting Wabisuke, the man who had kidnapped Naruto months ago with his friends. Sakura shook with rage, her teeth with grit and her eyes showed nothing but anger. Wabisuke just looked uninterested. The two just stood still. What do you want with me? Wabisuke asked. Sakura stayed silent. Is there something I can help you with? Help. You help me. Sakura growled with rage. Ino and Hinata made it in time to see Sakura starting to march over to her target. Sakura-san. Hinata spoke the Pinket's name. She had then noticed the man across from them. Sasuke-kun. What is he doing here? Sakura, wait. Ino called out to her friend. You have a lot of nerve to come here, act like nothing happened and ask if I needed your help. Sakura screamed as she cocked a fist back, pounced forward, ready to smash Wabisuke. Wabisuke just remained calm, brought a hand up and flicked Sakura on the forehead, sending her skidding in front of her friends. Sakura, Ino cried as she knelt down next to her friend. Hinata stared at Wabisuke with shock and new fear. This isn't Sasuke-kun. He's too strong, Hinata thought, shaking a bit. You bastard, Ino shouted. Wabisuke remained unaffected. Sakura sat up from the ground. I can tell you hate me, Wabisuke said. No shit, baka, Sakura shouted. Is Naruto going to train you? Wabisuke asked. Sakura narrowed her eyes at him. If so, then good. Get stronger to fight by his side. Mayanaka Moon Shikai is dangerous. More dangerous than the Akatsuki. As you saw, Naruto can take on the Kyuubi, and yet he could not defeat the leader. There are many dangerous foes, even stronger than me, Wabisuke said, shocking the three girls. Sakura now became fearful. Stronger than him. This is unreal, Ino thought with pure fear. I don't care, Sakura shouted with a fist up. I love him, so I'll protect him, Sakura shouted. Hinata stared at Sakura, surprised by her bold claim, but her expression remained calm. Love, I can tell you will do your best to protect him, but love? I'm not sure there. What was that? Sakura shouted. Spend time with him more. Suffer with him. Stay with him at his lowest points. Never give up on him, even if he becomes a lost cause to all, including himself. Do all that, then you'll know what real love is, Wabisuke said, turning away, ready to leave. Sakura growled with rage. Her eyes shined green as a faint mark on her forehead appeared, in the shame of a diamond. Hinata looked to Sakura in shock, sensing new chakra and strength in her. What the hell do you know about love? Sakura screamed as she shot forward at a new speed with her fist cocked back. Wabisuke remained still as Sakura was halfway over, but suddenly she tripped, causing her to fall to the floor, face first. Sakura groaned in pain. Ino and Hinata stared at Wabisuke with shock and fear. So fast, Hinata thought, shaking with fear. What the? How did he just appear? Ino thought with pure shock and fear. To the normal human eye, it looked like Wabisuke had instantly appeared from one end of the hallway, to beside Sakura. It wasn't like teleporting. It was like time paused, allowing him to end up in one spot from another, to trip Sakura with his sheathed katana. Love is the reason I am who I am, and yet I don't regret it. Not in the slightest, Wabisuke said, causing the three girls to stare at him. Love is the reason I joined Mayonaka Moon Shikai. Love is the reason I take orders from them. Love is the reason I get up in the morning. Love is the reason I am not afraid to kill. Despite how unhealthy it sounds, love is my drive and I am proud of it. I cannot live without it. Wabisuke said, causing the girls to stare at him in shock and wonder. You do not know me Haruno, so do not confidently suggest that I know nothing of true love. Wabisuke said as he started walking away. Tell Naruto I said hi. He already knew I was here the whole time. With those words, the girls stared at Wabisuke, until he disappeared in the shadows. Sakura sat up after Wabisuke had disappeared. That jerk. Acting like that. Like he does no love. Sakura tightened her fist, but it suddenly loosened. But why? Do I sense no lie in his voice? Why don't I feel so angry anymore? Sakura wondered to herself. Suddenly a loud sound was heard, causing the female trio of the Rookie Nine to turn to see three giant plumes of smoke. What's happening? Ino questioned. Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed as she hurried off, with Sakura quickly getting up from the ground to follow. Hey, wait up, Ino shouted as she quickly followed. As the three arrived back in their original places, they looked with shock to see the giant toads in the arena. Down below, Naruto grinned to see none other than the trio of Mount Myoboku known as the Battle Toads. Ha! Got that name from the great writer, King Blue 10, from his story Legendary 3. Check it out sometime. Well, look who it is. Long time no see, Gaki. Gamabunta said, looking down to Naruto. Yo Bunt-sama. Been a while. How are Gamakichi and Gamatatsu? Getting closer to your size, Naruto greeted the boss toad with a grin. They're growing bigger every day. Soon enough, Gamakichi might be able to take the title of boss toad from me. If that brat keeps his head on straight and doesn't get disrespectful. Gamabunta said. By the way, we still need to have that sake together, nay. Naruto said, smiling, pointing at Gamabunta, who just chuckled with a smile. Jiraiya, how come you've summoned us? Gamahiro asked. Well, this might be odd to ask, but I was hoping you three would fight my pupil here. Jiraiya said with a smile. The three toads looked at him as if he has two heads. You're joking, right? Gamabunta questioned. Trust me, he can take it. Jiraiya said. Oi, Aro Gigi. Naruto spoke, getting Jiraiya's attention. Let's make it interesting. When I win, you'll have to teach me Senin Moto. Sage mode, Naruto said with a smirk pointing to Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked to Naruto with wide eyes. Ha, yeah right. You're really so cocky, huh Gaki? Gamabunta said with a grin. I'm not cocky. I just know I'm going to win. Naruto said with a smirking grin. That commented rubbed Gamabunta the wrong way. Fine Gaki. If you're really so confident, then it's a deal. Gamabunta said, grabbing the hilt of his dosu blade. Hey, he made the deal with me. I should have the final say. Jiraiya complained. Shut it pervert. Gamabunta chastised. Jiraiya sighed with a pout. No respect from anyone around her. Jiraiya complained. You better get out of here, Gigi. Naruto said. Stop calling me that. Jiraiya shouted. He grunted with annoyance, before hopping up back to the balcony where Tsunade and Shizune stayed. He was welcomed with a bonk to the head, courtesy of Tsunade. Ow, what? You idiot. Why did you summon them? Tsunade shouted. To see how strong Naruto truly is. We saw his raw strength back at Tenbi and we just saw that with one punch he was able to disintegrate the Kyuubi's own arm. I just figured this would be interesting to see. After all, I'm curious if he can actually take on giants nowadays. Jiraiya explained with his arms crossed. But in this arena, just because the Kyuubi fit doesn't mean a fight with three toads won't cause some serious damage. Tsunade shouted. Have a little faith in him. He can kick ass. Jiraiya said with shrug. I know that, but the mess this will make will be expensive as hell. Tsunade shouted. You really need to calm down a little more in life, Haim. Especially when it comes to money. I mean you blow it off all the time. Jiraiya said with a smirk, but Tsunade pulled him by the collar and raised a shaking fist. Then again, money is important. Jiraiya said with his hands raised up in defense. Shizune and Taunton stared at the pair. Sometimes it's like looking at an old married couple between these two. Shizune thought. Naruto stared up at the toads with hands in his pockets and a smirk on his face. The three toads stared down at him. Naruto knelt down, grabbed a stone from the ground, and stood up. Since no one is going to say, Hajime, I'll just toss this stone in the air, and when it hits the ground, we go at it. Naruto said with a smirk. Sounds fine. Although, at the start of the battle I might be most ungraceful. Maken said. Naruto chuckled as he tossed the stone up in the air. The stone made it in front of the faces of the Gamma trio, I could call them that instead, and then started to fall. Everyone waited as it seemed the stone was falling in slow motion. It made it closer towards the ground. Naruto grinned as the stone came closing down towards the ground. His grin widened as the stone came in front of his face. Time seemed to go slower and slower as the stone came closer to the ground. The toads readied their weapons. In 3, 2, 1. The stone hit the ground. The Gamma trio slammed their weapons into the ground where Naruto stood. Naruto appeared in front of Gamabunta's face, and punched him right between the eyes, sending him into the stadium wall. Naruto Golden flashed in front of Gamahiro's head and kicked him right between the eyes, sending him flying back and finally flashed over to Maken where he backflipped in the air and slammed the front of his ankle boot atop of Gamaken's head, causing the giant toad to slam into the ground. Everyone's jaws dropped and eyes bulged. Yep, that's probably going to cost a couple $100,000. Tsunade said with a frown. Jiraiya couldn't help but smirk. Go get him, Gaki. Make me and your parents proud. Jiraiya thought. Naruto landed upon the ground with a grin on his face. Kakashi was standing at the top of the stadium wall, which was the safest place to be right now, besides the stands. He looked down at his student. In all honesty, he wasn't surprised. After all, from what he's seen so far, Naruto was the type of man who could take on a mountain and win. Literally, he wouldn't even believe there would have been a speck of rock from the mountain left. Well, now things aren't getting real interesting. Kakashi thought. However, he suddenly noticed a pair of Naruto clones, a good distance away from one another, hiding behind some bushes and trees out of people's sight. One had its hand out in front of itself, moving its fingers in a strange motion, and the other was moving its body around, some in odd positions. Now what's that about? Kakashi thought as he noticed the clones give one another thumbs up. Naruto had his hands in his pockets when he landed. Gamabunta leapt and went for a diving stab at Naruto, but the blonde jumped away, but Gamabunta quickly went for a sweep kick, but Naruto punched it away, causing Gamabunta to groan in pain at the force and power behind the punch. Gamahiro pounced and sent his twin katana down for a twin dive cross stab, but Naruto dived forward, dodging the attack, bounced off his hands and rocketed over, slamming a twin kick into Gamahiro's gut, sending him flying. Naruto quickly landed on the ground, spun around with his fist cocked back and thrust it forward at Maken, but the large toad blocked it with his Sakazuki-like shield. My shield, despite its look, is stronger than all metals. Maken said. He dashed and thrust his Sasumata at Naruto, who jumped above it, then Maken spun around in a 360 spun and went to slam his Sasumata into the side of Naruto, but the blonde flashed away. Naruto grabbed his chin as he thought over how to get by that shield. That's when he noticed a tiny fissure in the center, making him smirk. Naruto stood up straight as he glowed gold, building up energy. He burst forward, speeding at Maken, faster than light, rotating his chakra around his fist along with wind element. Appearing in front of Maken, the giant toad brought its shield back up again, but suddenly Naruto's fist was covered in spiraling gold chakra with wind element surrounding it. Rasensumasu. Spiraling smash, Naruto shouted as he slammed his jutsu into Gamaken's shield, drilling into it. After a few moments, the shield started to crack. The crack grew larger and larger, until it shattered altogether, shocking the toad and everyone else, as Maken was sent flying away. Once Naruto landed, he noticed a giant shadow over him. He looked up to see Gamahiro ready to slice at him. Naruto got on his hands and spun around in place, doing a classic capoeira move, as his right leg glowed red. Kyodana Akauni ha Kiku. Giant red demon blade kick, Naruto screamed as he balanced on his right leg and sent a giant red blade of energy that clashed with Gamahiro's twin katana, sending him flying away as it exploded upon contact. Naruto noticed that Gamabunta was about to slice at him. Naruto flashed up into the sky, kicked off the air, diving down at Gamabunta. Gamabunta noticed and quickly went for a block with his Dosu blade. Naruto spun in the air as blue spiraling chakra surrounded his leg with wind element surrounding it. Naruto dived down and managed to slip through the block before it was performed correctly. Rasenkaru. Naruto screamed as he slammed his jutsu right into the back of Gamabunta, causing it to drill into Gamabunta, as the toad screamed in pain. Naruto backflipped off the boss toad and landed gracefully on the ground as his leg returned to normal. What the hell was that? Gamabunta managed to speak as he tried getting up. Rasenkaru. A jutsu I made myself. Based on the Rasengan itself, but instead I surround it around my legs to increase their power and force, making it into a drill while at the same time a force of nature. The same can be said about my Rasensumasu, but I surround my fist with it. The jutsu I used on Gamahiro-san was a move I picked up from my fight with my greatest rival, Hayato Wabisuke. Naruto explained. Well, that stings a bit, Sasuke said as he appeared next to the seated Sakura. The Uchiha noticed the small kit-sized Kyuubi sitting on the railing. Shouldn't you be inside of Naruto? Shouldn't you be on another bloodthirsty quest of vengeance? Kurama shot back, not facing Sasuke, who glared at the kitsune. Jiraiya looked down at Naruto with wide eyes, but then he smiled. You're making me proud, kid. Same with your parents. Naruto stared at his hand, as his fingertips glowed of chakra. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Sweden. Teppadama. Water release. Gunshot, Gamabunta proclaimed as he shot a giant water bullet at Naruto, but Naruto was already in the air, dodging the attack. Gamahiro was above Naruto, ready for twin slash again. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he kicked the air, flying to the side, avoid the twin slash. Naruto had extended his hand towards Gamahiro as he concentrated. Chakra from his fingertips shot out like strings and flew over towards one of Gamahiro's katana. Come on. Focus. Naruto thought, gritting his teeth. The strings extended far, but stopped midway. Naruto cursed his luck, but then focused again, but this time mixed in element, which caused the strings to extend and shot forward, managing to stick to one of the katana. Now pull. Naruto mentally screamed to himself as he pulled his hand back with all his might, causing the strings to shoot back, with the katana slipping out of Gamahiro's hand in tow, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Yada. Naruto mentally cheered with a grin as he grabbed hold of the hilt of the giant katana with both hands. Naruto spun the katana above his head as he descended towards the ground. Naruto landed onto the ground in a crouching position with the hilt of the katana over Naruto's shoulders. Naruto grinned a toothy grin as he looked up at the shocked toads. How in the... I don't know how it came up, but when I was fighting Sasuke, I was thinking of how to get rid of that Chikudo of his. Obviously he has gotten better at Kenjutsu, so I figured it would be smart to take it away, but if I tried with my bare hands, he'd either use lightning release or Amaterasu to encase it, keeping me from taking it without serious injury to my hands. Honestly though, I don't care if my hands get hurt, it's my gloves that I care more about. They're expensive after all. Baka, all his friends thought. That's when it popped up. Naruto brought his hand up as the fingertips of his hand glowed and extended out to reveal chakra strings, shocking everyone. I remembered these. Chakra no Ito, chakra threads. The same puppeteers use. I guess I remembered Konkuro or Sasori, or maybe even Chio. Something like that. I thought perhaps I could use them to steal the Chikudo, so I sent a pair of my clone scrolls into the bushes while the Tem was busy. They practiced them at close then long range. Also with taking kunai from one another. I picked it up pretty damn quick, but sadly not quick enough since I already beat the crap out of the Tem, but it looks like it wasn't a waste after all, because now I got something more badass than a simple Chikudo. Naruto said with a smirk. Everyone stared at him in amazement at how quick he learned a technique that takes people like Jonin a day or so to use it properly, but for Naruto it only took minutes to not only use the technique, but to master it so well to steal a giant toad's katana. If anyone thought it was okay to fuck with Naruto before, I think this shuts them up. Kiba said. With you being one of them. Tenten said with dull eyes, making Kiba glare at her. So Tilda. Naruto spoke. He spun the giant katana above himself with one hand, then sent a series of stabs in front of himself, flipped the sword above himself high into the air, then jumped up and caught it by the hilt, and sent a series of slashes, before spin in the air and throwing the katana towards the ground, stabbing it into the ground and finally landed onto the katana with his arms crossed. Who's first to take me on then? Naruto asked with a serious expression on his face. Suddenly a golden wave of energy exploded behind Naruto. The pressure behind it made the Toad Trio sweat as they felt in the presence of a god itself. Everyone else felt the same way. This pressure, this strength, could it be that this disciple of Jiraiya could be the actual child of prophecy? Maken wondered out loud, catching so many people, one of the most shocked being Danzo, off guard by such a bold claim. Child of prophecy? Ino questioned as she and the others had wide eyes. Baka, don't say that stuff out loud. Gamabunta chastised his comrade. Forgive me, my choice of words can be ungraceful. Maken apologized. Naruto scratched the side of his head with his finger, while Kurama chuckled at the truth of those words. Yar yar. I know that's a big thing from the great Toad Sage himself, but don't go talking too big. I don't want to be the most famous person in Konoha like that. I'm not interested in that kind of attention. Naruto said with his bottom lip out. Hey, you'd make your old man proud, Gaki. The true legacy of. Oi, I said I don't want that kind of attention. Naruto shouted with his head growing to big size. Holy shit, I finally did it, Naruto thought as he realized he had done Iruka's most famous jutsu, the big head jutsu. Hey, not bad. However, you do feel different. You got some sort of Kekkei Genkai. Probably from your Uzumaki blood. Gamabunta asked. Not sure. I mean, I do have a Kekkei Genkai, kind of, but it's not from the Uzumaki clan. Although these chains I do get from my mom's side. Naruto said as he created chakra chains from his hand to wrap around his forearm. Then what is this mysterious Kekkei Genkai? If you don't mind me asking. Gamahiro asked. Naruto smirked. Heliokinesis. Better known as solar manipulation. Suddenly light from the sun shined down upon him, like a spotlight. Naruto pointed his finger up high to the sky. I control and use all aspects of the sun. Naruto proclaimed with pride, as he suddenly glowed of golden light. Everyone stared at him with bulged eyes. Then their jaws slowly dropped down. Nanda tilde. I never heard of such a Kekkei Genkai. Shug tilde. Sakura thought with wide anime eyes and her fists to the bottom of her dropped jaw. Ni-san is so cool. The Konohamaru Corps cheered with proud anime tears as they raised the banner cheering for their boss up high. Jiraiya and Tsunade blinked their eyes. They slowly looked up to the shining bright sun. As a Kekkei Genkai like that, Tsunade thought. Actually real, Jiraiya thought. The Gamma trio stared at Naruto. Gamabunta started to chuckle as he stared at the kid. Not bad kid. Hate to say it, but maybe you might be more than we can handle. Gamabunta said with a smirk. However, the toad then put their fingers in a cross-hand sign as then plumes of smoke appeared in the sky to reveal clones of the Gamma trio. 2 of each in total. That doesn't solidify your chances. Gamabunta screamed as he, Gamahiro, Maken and all their clones pounced at Naruto with their weapons ready. What the? I never knew they could do that. Jiraiya shouted with shock. Naruto flipped off of the katana, but in mid-flip, grabbed the hilt of the giant katana, took it out of the ground and raised it high when he landed. Using his strength, speed and precision, Naruto sent a flurry of slashes that met with the Gamma trio's weapons as the toads were still in mid-leap. The spectacle alone was astounding, but the thought that Naruto was matching them with his own strength alone was incredible. After a few moments, Gamahiro shot his tongue forward, finding an opening, as his tongue stuck to the hilt of his katana, shocking Naruto, as the giant aquamarine toad stole back his katana and now was dual-wielding again. Naruto glared as he sent a rush of punches, sending vacuum-tight shockwaves at the clones of the toads, destroying them. The Gamma trio roared as they brought their weapons down upon Naruto. Naruto roared as he retaliated. Naruto uppercut Bunta's Dosu blade away, sent 2 punches that sent Hiro's twin katana away and finally he finished off with a Hawkeye no K's, Winds of Destruction, at Gamaken's Sasumata, breaking the top of it apart as the weapon was sent flying. The trio was shocked by the turn of events. Now let me teach you something. Naruto said with a smirk and shadowed eyes. The toads quickly jumped back, but Golden Asura came out from Naruto's back, screaming, Aura! As it and its wielder shot their arms to the side, shooting out long and fast chakra threads that attached to the toads. No matter how big or small. Aura! Golden Asura roared as it and Naruto pulled the toads towards them. You should never underestimate your opponent. Naruto shouted as he cocked his own fists back. Orao rao 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 ra. Naruto cried, landing a barrage of punches into the guts of the toads. Once done, Naruto smirked. Especially, Naruto slowly rose his hand up high, pointing up to the sky. When that person, the sound of smacking or more precise impact was heard as the toads were suddenly sent flying straight into the sky. As an Uzumaki, Naruto shouted with a smirk as he pointed to the sky. Everyone stared into the sky, watching the airborne toads with wide, shocked eyes and hanging jaws. Jiraiya stared at the 3 toads. His eyes then wandered back down to Naruto, who was still pointing up to the sky. The toad sage smirked, staring down at his smirking godson. Never underestimate an Uzumaki. Ain't that the truth? Jiraiya thought with pride. Naruto closed his eyes as he summoned 3 tiny clone scrolls and flicked them over towards each descending toad. Clones appeared in place of the scrolls, catching the Gamma trio in their hands and slowed down their descent by controlling the winds around them. Naruto put his hands in his pockets and turned around. Once the clones landed onto the ground, they set the giant toads down before vanishing. Golden Asura. Naruto said as Golden Asura appeared from out of Naruto's back, its upper body giant as it then grew an extra pair of arms. Golden Asura grabbed each toad and covered them in golden flames. Thanks for the fight. It was short, but sweet. Naruto thanked the 3 as they were now all healed. Golden Asura vanished as the Gamma trio sat up, groaning. Oi-ji-san. Naruto called out up to Jiraiya, catching his godfather's attention. Now you got to teach me how to use nature chakra. Naruto said with a smirk. TCH. Pain in the ass. Jiraiya said with a smirk. Damn it Gaki. You obviously show no mercy. Gamabunta said, rubbing the back of his neck. Shouldn't take it too easy on you guys, Naruto said, turning to the trio. HMPH. Well, nonetheless, thanks for the fight, kid. It actually was pretty entertaining. Gamabunta said. Not a bad kid, although I don't see you using us to help in battle anytime soon. Gamahiro said. Yet it will still be an honor to fight with you someday, Naruto-san. Even if I might be ungraceful that day. Maken said. Again, thanks for the fight, Naruto said with a smirk. Tell Gamamaru I said hi, and I hope to meet him in person someday. Later, Gaki. But this ever happens again, don't expect yourself to be so lucky next time. Gamabunta said right before he vanished with his fellow Gamas in clouds of smoke. Naruto smirked as he stared at the clouds of smoke. He then heard someone clapping. As the smoke faded away, he saw it was Kakashi clapping as he was walking over. Then everyone started clapping and cheering at the show they had just witnessed. Yep, no one will ever forget this day. Well done, Naruto, Kakashi said with a smile hidden underneath his mask and an eye smile. Naruto smiled in response. Now then, since it's all over, you get that special prize Tsunade-sama said you'd get when you'd win. Kakashi said, taking out a blue sealing scroll. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Kakashi opened the scroll, causing a cloud of smoke. In Kakashi's hand was none other than a Junin vest. The blonde looked with wide eyes. Congratulations, Uzumaki Naruto. I hereby promote you to Junin, Tsunade proclaimed with a proud smile. Everyone smiled at the scene. Everyone who was close to him was proud. Naruto had now taken a large leap closer to his dream. He was now officially part of the highest bracket of the Konoha Shinobi Force. Today was a proud day. No thank you, Naruto said with a hand up. Silence enveloped the area. Everyone stared at the blonde with bulging eyes. Everyone was speechless for a few moments before they all uttered the same word in unison. Nani? Everyone screamed in shock. Kakashi was floored, staring at his student. He couldn't believe what he just heard. Naruto walked by, stopping at Kakashi's side and placed his hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Arigato Kakashi-sensei, but I didn't come here to get promoted. I only came to enjoy a few fights and that's what I got. I'm satisfied enough as it is, Naruto said with a smile, patting his sensei's shoulder. Besides, I don't really care for ranks, Naruto said, walking away. As he neared the door, he spun around, walking backwards as he faced the balcony that the Hokage, Harem and his godfather was on. Arigato for the matches Ba-chan, but I'm good with where I am in rank. Yane, Naruto called out as he turned and exited the arena. Everyone stared at the exit of the arena, still shell-shocked. Kakashi stared at the exit for a while, but then he started to laugh with an eye smile. Still Konoha's show off, number one unpredictable shinobi, I see. Kakashi said, as he couldn't help but smile. All of Naruto's friends rushed towards the exits to catch up with the blonde. Kurama couldn't help but give a smirking grin. Look at all these ninjan. Their faces are truly priceless, Kurama thought as he vanished via golden flames. Naruto walked out of the exit whistling with his hands in his pockets. Oi! Naruto stopped and turned his head to see Tsunade land with Jiraiya, Shizune with Taunton in her arms. What the hell do you mean? No thank you, Tsunade shouted as the rest of Naruto's friends arrived. I just don't want the promotion, Naruto said with a shrug. I honestly don't care about rank anymore. And Hokage? Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto thought it over. Unclear, Naruto said, shocking his friends. Things have changed, Ba-chan. I'm not the same man I was months ago. I've changed. I've had a family, I experienced a good amount of hardships, I fell in love, and I've fought powerful enemies. So much can change in just a few months for one person. I don't think the same as before. To me the only thing that matters is to live a great life with the people you love and to use what you have under your belt and in your fists to protect all that you love. Naruto said. Trust me, Junin sounds great, but right now, I'd rather remain a genin for a little while longer. Thanks for the fight guys. I'll see you all around. Naruto turned and left with a wave. Everyone just stared at Naruto. Jiraiya smirked with closed eyes. That kid, I'm sure he has his reasons, Jiraiya said with his arms crossed. Better be a damn good one, Tsunade said with half-lidded eyes. Ah, calm down Haim. Look, how about we go for drinks? My treat, Jiraiya offered with a smile. Tsunade couldn't help but smile at his offer. Don't cry like a baby if I drink you under the table, perv, Tsunade said with a smirk. Tsunade-sama, Shizune said her master's name with a frown. Oh come now, Shizune. Let things be for one day. Just consider tonight your night off, Kakashi said with an eye smile as he placed his hand on Shizune's shoulder. Shizune just sighed and decided to take Kakashi's suggestion. She needed some time off anyway. That baka, he continues to be an unpredictable troublesome person. Shikamaru said with his hands in his pockets, but he and his friends couldn't help but smile as they watched the blonde walk away. Sakura stared at the retreating form of the man she now loves so deeply. There it is. The concept of love. Did she know love? Spend time with him more. Suffer with him. Stay with him at his lowest points. Never give up on him, even if he becomes a lost cause to all, including himself. Do all that, then you'll know what real love is. Wabisuke's words echoed within her mind. Perhaps. He was right. As much as she didn't want to admit her greatest enemy might be correct, she couldn't help but think over his words. Naruto. Walking down the streets, Naruto with his eyes closed, whistling with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly Kurama appeared on his shoulder, chuckling. You sneaky little kit, Kurama said with a grin. Whatever do you mean? Naruto playful said with a smile. You can't fool me. I know you didn't take that promotion because you know that the council could use it as leverage to keep you here instead of allowing you to go back to your precious home away from home. Keeping that genin status will keep them from proving how important you really are, especially to someone so high up, like say, the daimyo of Hino Kuni. I have no idea what you are talking about, little nine-tailed spirit fox on my shoulder. Naruto said, acting innocent, as he continued his little stroll. Hey, sly kit, they don't know how crafty you really are, Kurama said with a grin before he vanished via golden flames. Naruto just smiled as he took out his left hand as his phone appeared in hand, along with a pair of headphones. Phones and music together, Naruto said, plugging in his headphones, then put them in his ears. Scrolling down to find a particular song, Naruto selected it. What will they think of next back home? Naruto said with a smile as he pocketed his phone. A familiar guitar strumming was played into Naruto's headphones, making the blonde's smile widened as he listened to one of his favorite songs. Roundabout. By Yes.